of senators to bring about this democratic representation together. Imagine since when? 1990. And then we have been together ever since then. Concerned about the stability, progress, development, security of the country, the future of our youth, people like you, and people who are junior to you, is more critically important than our own selfish and personal intentions. We discuss the country, and this country is more important and greater than any one of us, and that is waters. Was discussed. The other part of it is that this is a family house for both of us. I know Ojakari. We've been together for a long time. That's it.
Is coming. A bigger monster, a monster bigger than that monster that I've been eating us up, is in operation, is awake and charged to defeat the monster that I've been dealing with. The monster that swallowed the mandate of Peter Obi the other day. That monster is going down, and it is Ninas is that bigger monster than the monster that had done all of what we have seen across the last 60 years. 62 now, to be 63 in October. I think we need to dress back, look at this map, place people on that map, place the stories we read, trace them to the origins, and see who is orchestrating them. The corruption that Buhari has become the champion globally. We saw when he was oil minister petroleum minister under Obasanjo, and what corruption, 2.8 billion naira at the time, it was $4 to 1 naira, grew wings and flew. Money traced, London. Coup happened. Senate building come down. Saraki's father. Let the younger people find out whether these things did not happen. That the corruption we're talking about was at its peak each time these people that accuse other people of corruption come near place of responsibility. It happened when Buhari was oil minister. It happened when he was head of state. Ask your parents about the 53 suitcases. Money was the same way they are doing change of money now that has no bearing, no meaning. Money was changed. Others were allowed to move in and out with monies that should have been somewhere else. Corruption. We come to PTF. When Abacha, more or less considered governance to the Buhari, his right-hand man. The kind of corruption that happened in PTF had never been, had never been equal. Buhari was in charge. Buhari is not corrupt. Everybody else is corrupt. But how come he is always the confidant of the most corrupt? He was Obasanjo's confidant to become oil minister. He was Abacha's confidant to become. He does not steal, but everywhere he passes, something gets missing. Look at what has happened in the last 8 years in Nigeria. For the one who came on the banner of I will terminate corruption. Just dress back and look at the narrative, see who is saying it, and see what the intentions are. We can do a lot better than we're doing now. But if we refuse to think, the Bible already condemned the ignorant to perish. And that's the lot of those who refuse to think. Thank you.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are on a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you took my time to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry.
Alexi.
I'm sorry.
There is
Alexi.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Still in touch with the 21st of June, Prime Minister.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, May the 13th. Welcome to the show. We have an interesting show today, and we are going to bring it on. But first of all, let me welcome all the people who are joining us on the chat, on watching on YouTube, on Facebook, and Twitter. And then, of course, there are people already in the studio. Today's show is a special one. We have Tony Nadi joining us. We will talk to him for probably 3 hours. He will take questions and talk about all the issues in the country. And then we will go to our usual show, which we deal with topics like the fight over the people that will lead the National Assembly in the 10th National Assembly. We're also going to talk about a statement credited to P2B out of Oka that he must be the president of Nigeria, if not today, tomorrow. And I understand that some people are having difficulties joining using the link I sent. I'm not sure what that is about, but we are going to resolve it as soon as possible. And one other thing that we're going to do today, we're going to reveal the guidelines, the rules that will govern this space. We hope that maybe down the road Mr. Shaw will come on. They've been working hard on it, and they have something that they want to announce. So down the road we're going to do that. But in the meantime, let me welcome a few of our people who are here while we wait for Tony Nadi to join us. Mama H.O. is here. Mama H.O., welcome to the show.
Good morning, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Okay, Igbo Basics is here. Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
God bless you, Dr. Damages. I don't know how you do it, but may God continue to give you the strength.
Thank you.
Daddy, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mama Echo.
Olumide is here. Olumide, welcome to the show. Olumide, can you, we can hear you. Can you unmute yourself? Yeah, you're muted, Olumide, but I can hear you. Maybe your audio. Check your audio. And hello, can you hear me? Yeah, we still can hear you. Can you guys hear him?
No.
All right. So Olumide, maybe you can log out and log in again and see if there is something wrong with the system there. BQB, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
How are you?
It's always nice to be on your program.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you and everybody else joining us. So like I said, we are going to have two parts of the show today. We have the normal Saturday show when we have conversation on all the issues in the news. We're also going to have a guest, Tony Nadi, who is the co-convener of NINAS. They believe that there is a different way to solve the Nigerian problem. So we are going to talk to him and get his take on how the election went and everything and what's ahead for Nigeria. So while we wait for him, he should have been here at 4. I know he's somewhere. He's trying to join us. Let's begin the conversation by asking everyone, what's the main story that you're watching? Let me start with you, Mama Icho. What in the past 1 week?
Yes, our baby don't go. He don't travel, go treat himself. So
who is our baby?
Tutu now. You know, say now let babies like they rush go hospital quick. So in the rush, he get court case. When he go address people, he no won't stay. He no won't appear. I beg, I won't ask. He won't rule himself, but he won't rule people. Now only Nigeria, not those abracadabra they happen. Maybe this time around, not go return back.
All right. So is there any story that I didn't touch? I said that we're going to talk about, of course, Tinubu in Europe and going there to find investors and to plan the government, the fight over the leadership of the National Assembly. And of course, we're going to talk about people.
Papa.
The Labour Party, the Labour Party, the struggle within the Labour Party, and P2B's statement out of Oka. Igbo Basics. You are in touch with your B's people. What is that statement about? Let's not get into that yet. Tell me if there any story that I'm missing that you want us to talk about.
No, you pretty much covered it all. I was really waiting for Tony Nadi to come on with his gigantic NINAS efforts, which I have followed very closely for quite some time. But down east, I'm still looking at the people who say go home. And this morning, I was just thinking about Naxmi. Naxmi is in Aba.
Hello?
Naxmi is what we call the Nails and General Steel Manufacturing Company, which was based in Aba by Onwoka Interbiz. That place was supposed to be manufacturing nails and other general building materials in Aba, a giant effort. The way the last time I saw the place, that's the place that was really supposed to have been giving us the basic raw materials for buildings and all the rest of it. That served as a base for Aba being the Taiwan of Nigeria. So I'm looking at that industry. We're talking about an industry that was established by Oka Interbiz, Basics Enterprises, as it was called, a huge thing. So that's what I'm looking at besides the politics in the East, which we are waiting for what is going to happen in Abia State when Dr. Lex Oti takes position in Abia State. So that's what I'm looking at. Industry and the thing that makes the Southeast really tick. Just one of it is what I mentioned now. That's Naxmi, Nails and General Steel Manufacturing Company in Aba.
All right, thank you. Olumide, can you hear me? Yeah, we still can't hear you, Olumide. You may have to log off and log back in. BQ, is there any story that we're missing?
Yeah, not really. I just said I should make a comment. Can you hear me? Am I on?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Just to make my own comments about the story, the headline about Peter Obi, who says that I will become president, if not now or some other time or something like that. So, for which personally, I believe so. If we can continue this momentum around Peter Obi till possibly 2027, I believe Peter Obi can penetrate the northern part of Nigeria so that we can actually deliver the vote. But for now, for this particular one in court, I don't think they can achieve any. He can achieve that dream of becoming the president now. Maybe 2027. I believe so. So that's just the headline I found interesting. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, BQB, what you were discussing while we were still waiting for Dr. Ruff to show on is I'm looking at it from the perspective of NADECO, that group called NADECO out in Washington, D.C. And your line of thought, a lot of people have expressed that, but there is still that make we wait for May 29, whether heaven go fall or earth go cave in. We are still waiting. So that's a question.
Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Igbo Basic, but that is the place we are. Obedience are praying. They are waiting for some things to be done to May 29, either a court injunction, either a form of interim government. There are so many speculations. I've been on so many spaces, or so many obedience spaces, but I don't think all those their postulation and conjecture would happen. May
Can you
29
take it
will
away
come.
from obedience? Because when we keep saying obedience, that seems to be labeling. Whereas we have the generality of Nigerians, some of the people who are actually what you call obedience, but they are not out there with a signboard in their face saying obedient.
Yes, okay.
Nigerian
We have some people. Yeah, we have some. The Nigerian space is divided into three generally now, based on this political space that we are. the people that support Peter Obi, the PDP and the APC people. So I'm not sure the APC people want Tinubu not to be sworn in, and they are Nigerians too. There are those people are in Nigeria too. So they want May 29 to come on board and Tinubu to be sworn in. But some particular set of people doesn't want that May 29. They are saying that, in fact, May 29 is not in the law, that you can go to court to stop the May 29. So that is just in realm of conjecture, speculation. Like I said, what I believe is that May 29 will come, Tinubu will be sworn in, and the case will continue. So maybe Peter Obi will win after May 29, and it can be sworn in after May 29. And a current governor, specifically governor of Osun State, has been governor since last year, specifically around June, July. So his case was just concluded now, yesterday, by the Supreme Court. So I think that is a possibility too, that let's assume Tinubu is sworn in and Peter Obi reclaim his mandate in the court. But for us to think, to conjecture that there should not be May 29 is what I'm not in that space. That is why that's what I'm trying to put across, sir.
All right. Thank you,
Yeah.
BQB and
Yeah.
everybody. I think Tony is here and was having difficulties joining us. I will plead with everybody to give me 20 minutes. I will speak with him one on one, and then we will come back and you get the chance to talk to him. Let me welcome. Let me see. Make sure that his line is good. Olumide, are you there? Can you speak? Let's see. Olumide, we still can't hear you. Dan,
Yes,
welcome
sir.
to the show.
Yeah. Uh,
Dan, your line is not very good, but I know you're there. Say something again, Dan.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, good. Dan, welcome to the show. Nina, Secretariat, welcome to the show. Uh, all right, so we are going to we will let excuse everybody for a few minutes. Let's hear Tony one on one, and then we will be back with everybody will come back and be able to ask some questions. But let me just welcome Tony Nadi. Most of you know him. He's the co-convener of Nina's, and he's been here several times. Tony, welcome to the show. Tony, can you hear me? Tony, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, I hear you faintly. I don't know what there's anything you can do to improve sound on my side. I hear you,
We
but
can hear
faint.
you very well. We can hear you. We can hear you very well. So it's probably your own end. You may have to increase the
Okay.
volume.
If the picture has to go off so I could hear you better, I will do so. But go on.
No, what I'm going to do is I'm removing people from the studio, just you and I, so that will help hopefully to improve the quality. But we can hear you very well. You can hear me?
If you speak up a little, I could hear you a little louder.
Okay. Igbo Basic, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. I think
Okay.
Tony will just adjust his thing and he'll be just fine. But
Yeah.
we hear him clearly.
Tony, we can hear you. So I will try not to scream or yell so that if you're having difficulties hearing me, but we can hear you. So Tony, let me start by getting from you. What do you think is the general situation of the country now in terms of political situation? What is your take? Let's start from there. Tony, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just go on. Don't mind the picture yet.
Okay. All right. You can.
Yeah, go on. Repeat your question.
I said, what do you think about the situation in the country, the general situation in the country now, politically? What is your take?
Yes, the matter is straightforward. There was a reason that Nina's came out on the 16th of December in 2020 to tell Nigeria not to proceed to that election. And every day from that date, we did not leave any gap in telling everybody what to expect. We told them that if they proceeded with that election, the winner will find out that there's no Nigeria to govern, whoever be the winner, because the union is disputed. Ninas is acutely aware of the fault lines of the union. We may say, oh, don't go ethnic, or don't go religious, or don't, we pretend we have a settled union. We pretend we have a democracy. We pretend it's just a matter of getting a leadership. If our people understand the meaning of constitution, that is to constitute, the reason things are the way they are now is that we have a foundational problem. We have a dispute around the question of union itself. We have something we must resolve before we can proceed to elections. But those who are looking at other things felt, well, let's just go get one new leader, and then they plunged on towards election. They've had their election, but there's no Nigeria to govern. The courts are now saddled.
Tony,
The
hold
courts
on.
are now saddled.
When you say there's no Nigeria to govern, what do you mean? I mean, there is a court case and the president-elect is preparing to be sworn in on the 29th. What is the thing about no Nigeria to govern?
If we remember that Awolowo had cause to describe Nigeria as mere geographical expression, by that he says, he is telling us that the landmass between Sokoto, Maiduguri, Port Harcourt, and Lagos, if we are to make a pencil mark, around the borders with Niger and Cameroon, you get this landmass, the map of Nigeria will emerge. But that is where it ends. The Nigeria that landmass made up of various peoples, the Yoruba, that could be a country of its own, the Ijaw that could be a country of its own, the Tiv that could be a country of its own. The political union called Nigeria is what Awolowo was talking about, that we have not come to where we have a political union. We have to build up to where we can say we are in one political union by our own volition, not what the British did or what is now imposed on us by virtue of a constitution. Again, back to constitution. Have we constituted? Because what we have now, upon which we are now building, is a disputed project site. That Nigeria that whoever is going to be sworn in is coming to try to build is a Nigeria that those of us who know what that constitution means and what it's doing to us, that has rendered us slaves in our homeland, are working 24 hours to pull down. So whether it is Peter Obi or Tinubu or Atiku that they eventually come to swear in, we are saying that to the extent of the dispute we have raised about the question of union, do we have a country we have agreed to be in, or are people imposing themselves on us? That is what is at issue now. So all of the mechanisms and maneuvers they've done to try to pretend that question has been settled and therefore we're just going to another election is coming face to face to them now. They have had the election, but the people who they are supposed to be governing are all pursuing different things inside that one burning, that one marketplace that is on fire. If we do not stop and go to repair that foundation, I can assure you that the union will collapse on the head of those who are trying to build on this foundation that is so rickety, a foundation of fraud, a foundation of death, a foundation of master and servant. The politicians, whether they are of APC or PDP or Labour Party, to the extent that they subscribe to that constitution, there's no difference between any one of them. Yes, one may be a sinner of a higher magnitude, the other may be a sinner of lesser magnitude because of what we know and what we don't know concerning it. But to the extent that they subscribe to that constitution that impoverish people, that constitution that kill people, because that is why guns are not in the hands of those who have been slaughtered in southern Kaduna. Guns are not in the hands of those who have been slaughtered in Plateau and elsewhere. It is that constitution. The corruption we cry about. 1 week to exit. This government is raising $800 million to go and pay subsidy. Subsidy, what is the meaning of subsidy? Because you put refineries on the exclusive list. Therefore, there's no petroleum product. You hijack the assets. You give Dangote license, monopoly, to come and process petroleum for me, having seized my crude oil. And you expect that I'll be clapping for you. It is that constitution. Everything that has gone wrong, INEC, the reason obedient movement people, I'm sure they are present in this program. What we told your principal in private, you now have to listen to. There was a reason Peter Obi said that the problem with Nigeria is like a vehicle with a knocked engine. Because we have been discussing this matter with him since 2012, that the Nigeria we are trying to build is like a vehicle with a knocked engine. The constitution is gone. The constitution we made that brought us together have been overthrown. And the one that is imposed is not working. It's never going to work. And those who are suffering under it are not going to endure it beyond this round. Since 1999, everything has been plunging downward and downward and downward. And people are being slaughtered in this number. Poverty, we have become the poverty capital of the world. Our infrastructure has gone into decay. We are now to the depth of the nose. You know, our nose is now going underwater as a country. You know, for the debts that they have been incurred. What are these monies being used for? People gather in Abuja, sharing 600, 700 billion every month. No part of it is meant for the education or healthcare or housing or any kind of welfare for the citizens. 200 million people. The people who are invading, killing people, are running riots all over the place. They tie everything down with constitution. And so that question of whether we have a union upon which we can build a democracy is what has come up now. Everybody is trying to prevail. They've gone to election. It is that centralized control, obedient movement people. It is the centralized control of electionary machinery imposed by that constitution of 1999 that has swallowed your mandate. Why do I say so? In a federation, there should be no agency sitting in Abuja to do voter registration for everybody. In a federation, there should be no agency sitting in Abuja to issue PVC to everybody. In a Nigeria that has been captured by the Fulani, they are in control of all the agencies. Make a map of Nigeria and put the heads of the agencies on that map. You will then immediately see that there is a section of the country that has hijacked the federation that collapsed in 1966. Nigeria collapsed as a federation in 1966. Let us agree that we have a problem. Let us go and solve that problem. They say no, that they were going to impose themselves and shoot anybody who opposes them. They've gone to the election. That centralized control of electioneering machinery in which INEC is in one place doing everything for everybody. So because they are the ones in control of everything, when they come to register, you'll be struggling to register in your own part. They are able to do that registration for people underage, millions of people underage in one section of the country. In the other section, you have to close your business many times to be able to register. When they began to distribute PVC, we saw how they distributed it. You struggle and struggle. It was an open suppression. You couldn't get your PVC. But you saw people 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, in hundreds of thousands and millions on the other side being given PVC, including foreigners. You saw when immigration said they caught many of them. How did the PVC get to them when you and I couldn't get it? From that, you come to even the election, on the day of the election, the BVAS, that's BVAS, can be programmed to work well in one area and not work well in the other area. Logistics. Your voting materials can arrive at 3 p.m. and the other one 7 a.m., same day, for same election. When you put all of it together, you then see that they were working from the answers. They knew where they were going with what they were doing. But the ones who are being killed, the ones whose assets are being seized by that constitution, we were telling them, election is not the solution to this problem. No outcome that can come from this election that will become basis of anybody assuming power in terms of power and authority in the manner of president that will be obeyed countrywide. We either stop now, because Nina has told them that
we were going to wait for them on the bridge to that 2023. They may not understand it now, but I can assure you that where we are is that there's nothing that court will rule. There's nothing the tribunal or the Supreme Court will rule now that will cure what has gone wrong. What do I mean? You saw what happened on the 25th of February, in which the rules were set aside. The Supreme Court decision in Adeleke, goes to the question of if you were mandated as an agency of government to do something, and there's a law under which you have to do it, and that law, in pursuant of that mandate, you then make guidelines like INEC made. Those guidelines become essentially a part of that law. It's no longer available to you to move left or right from it because you are the ones who made the guideline. And so the Supreme Court finds in their delicate case that yes, when there's a dispute between what INEC declared and what the parties are claiming, that the court will fall back on the beavers to settle the matter. In that case, from what happened on the 25th of February, if anybody wants to dispute the question of who got more votes, Peter Obi got more votes than all of them put together in most of the locations. And we told them that if we went to election, that Peter Obi will get more votes, but that Labour Party will lose the election because of that centralized control. But for Peter Obi to have said that constitution is not the problem, by the time he comes through this process, he himself will be the one to announce to the whole world that the constitution of Nigeria is the problem that needs to be solved, not the question of the driver to move us in a vehicle without an engine. That's where we are now. They are stuck because if you say the man you declared winner is now going to be president with the deficiency of 25%, in the Federal Capital Territory, of course, you are now inviting everybody. You are defying the Constitution. You will then be inviting everybody else to defy the Constitution. And if you know what it means to defy the Constitution, all the institutions created by that Constitution are liable to being defied. President, Army, Police, DSS, NNPC. We have no union. If it is the union imposed by the 1999 Constitution that they are planning to coronate somebody to come and be president, they are going to find the owners of the sovereignty that they have hijacked on the streets, challenging them. So the ones who are jumping around, whether the one they declared or the one they say that has mandate or the one that is second position, you have an election in which 3 people are standing to say we all won. And you have a constitution that actually leaves a backdoor room. It leaves a back door for the sitting president to carry on. Let those who are listening go to section 135 of the Constitution and see whether Buhari cannot remain in office from the 29th of May when all of these shenanigans, come to lockdown. But it is that lockdown that we told them will happen. We also gave them what could be done to avoid the lockdown, and when it happens, what can be done to resolve it. That's where we are now. There's no out. If they say we should go and rerun because the election is bad, of course, the winner will still come to swear to defend and uphold that constitution as basis of union. That will not be acceptable to us. If they say we should do a runoff between the first two, first tell me who the first two will be in the face of what we have seen. And even at that, the winner will still come back to swearing to defend and uphold that constitution. If they say, oh, the man who came third is now first, again, he will swear to defend and uphold the constitution that enslaved me. We're not interested in how there are like 2 robbery gangs or 3 robbery gangs fighting over the loot they got from us. So we are going to separate that fight in a manner that returns our sovereignty to us. That's where we are now.
So Tony, thank you so much. Let's try to get just a few basic things because last time I know you were here for a long time and you had the chance to explain some of these things to our viewers. And most of them they've had this and they want to get you to talk about specific things about what happens next. Okay, so that's what exactly are the things that are going to be done. I mean, you've been making this case for a long time now. And elections come and go, and someone is going to be sworn in on the 29th. That's what people believe. And that person will manage the country. So what do you think will happen if that were to happen, that Tinubu is sworn in on the 29th? What will happen?
What will happen is that that mandate will be anchored on the defiance of the Constitution that we are tolerating just for the sake of peace. Limited recognition of that Constitution will then be blown away. Tinubu, more than anybody else, knows the meaning of that because he was in Nadeko.
Yeah,
he knows what the issues are. So if he thinks if he thinks that the guns that the federal government has will be enough to hold everybody together, beat them up, and drag them along, he's going to learn the hard way that it's not going to be so. That's for Tinubu. The other people can pretend they do not know, but we have engaged them. This process had engaged Atiku. I was part of the team, in fact, leading the discussion 2016 when we sat down with him in Abuja, and when we were talking about restructure, and we were showing him, we wanted to know from him what he meant, and we said by the time we finished, it was clear to us that he was still looking in the direction of National Assembly for what will happen with Constitution, and it became clear to us that he does not understand what needs to change. And so, having engaged all of the candidates, if they say one of them has become president on the basis of that Constitution, then we go back to what we wrote that we were going to do in that constitutional force majeure proclamation. We said it there, and people can go to cross-check. We said it in the operative part, the part that begins with the word accordingly, because there are 3 parts in that proclamation. You may say, oh, they've had many elections. You know, they conducted, let me go back to the beginning of your question so that we can situate the answer properly. Yes, it may seem that we are just shouting for nothing. They're going to do whatever they choose to do. The reason we had to work for 20 years to come to where we now launch out that force majeure to say we will enforce the consensus we have built is that we didn't want Somalia. We are the only peacemakers left in the arena. Everybody else is pointing guns at everybody else. You look at the agitations across the country, whether it's in the Niger Delta, they're talking about this resource control, or the ones who say they want to do a republic, or the ones they say they want a Biafra republic, or the ones who say, you know, even the question of good governance that can come. Everybody is rejecting what is in place. And we say, let us define what we are rejecting, all of us. It turned out that we all agree that we reject the unitary constitution because our country was supposed to be a federation. Federation meaning that our sovereignty will be the basis of the union. And the constitution we have allows us ownership of our assets, control of our assets, contributing to the upkeep of the center in whatever responsibility we delegate to the center. All of that have been overturned. And we say, let us go to a meeting. That was why we convened Pronaco at the time the 1999 handover had taken place. We consulted across, straight from Nadeko, that was talking about the soldiers leaving government house. We then went to the constitution by which we will operate that democracy. The one they imposed in 1979 was now what they carried forward in 1999. We said, no, it won't work. Let's go and work out what will replace it. If we were successful, like we were, in calling a meeting of the owners of Nigeria, 164 ethnic delegations that sat for 2 years, including all of those who were carrying arms against Nigeria at the time. Asadi Dokubo and his Niger Delta Volunteer Force, the Canadians and his OPC, the ones doing Biafra of Masob Wazirike, we managed to get all of them to come to sit down with everybody else, put your guns aside. Let us agree on what we want in place of what we are rejecting, so that it doesn't end up a fight, everybody against everybody on the street. We succeeded in that. We ended in 2006. The only people that didn't come along was the government of the time. Obasanjo went on national TV to say that we were committing treason if we insisted on calling a meeting of the owners of the sovereignty they were confiscating by virtue of that constitution. And so we had to defy him and carry on with what we were doing. We came out with the outcome that now encourages us to go to court in 2007 to say that this constitution is a fraud against all of us. And when you have plaintiffs like Enohoro and Shoyinka and Ojukwu and Sisiono and people like that, and the 2 men they were holding for treason at the time, it fell on me to file that suit. Therefore, we went before the court to say, this constitution, from the contents of it, there's nothing in conjecture. We say, this constitution, from what Absalom Abaka, who imposed it, wrote in decree number 24, he said he set up a committee that went round and came back to him to say that his Supreme Military Council or Armed Forces Ruling Council of the time, and so that they've removed what is bad and added what is good. That is what will become constitution. That was how we came about the 1999 constitution, carrying forward the entirety of the 1979, plus the states they created in between. And so we went to court to say, we have discussed amongst ourselves. All the nationalities were represented. The US sent us up a mission. European Union sent us up a mission. So it wasn't a casual thing. And we came out with a draft. And the only thing you could compare with what we did was the Aburi Accord, in which the military leaders had to go to discuss the union that had collapsed and what to do to, refloat it. We said, okay, beyond those military leaders, let the nationalities, let Yoruba come as Yoruba, Ijo come as Ijo, Ogoni come as Ogoni, Tiv come as Tiv. Fulani came. Buhari was part of the Fulani delegation that came to that discussion. Syed Abubakar, that is now Sultan in Sokoto, was part of that delegation. And everybody was in agreement that we should have this instead of that. We could go back to being a federation. Shortly after that, they abandoned it and began to do Sharia. And let me say it up front. The reason we won't accept any union except we go to agree is that the 12 contiguous states that impose Sharia, they have basically seceded from the union, the secular union that Nigeria was agreed to be. And they are also feudalists. I still have your question in mind. What will you do if they swear in? I won't tell you we're going to behead anybody. We will continue to do what we are doing now. We are going to ignore them and their election, because if it is that constitution that is the basis of authority and power, they will come face to face with the owners of the sovereignty that they are confiscating and hijacking.
All right, Tony, let me, I know I want to be conscious of the fact that most of our viewers, they've listened to these things you've been saying, and I want actionable steps. So for instance, they want to know, and people sent me messages when I said you were coming on the show. If you have heard from any of the presidential candidates in terms of, the people that didn't win or that were not announced as winners, in terms of working with you to be able to change something, because it appears as if the political class, they are moving on with the plan, which is coming together to support Tinubu, who will be sworn in on the 29th. What are the practical things you are, because things are moving, if the Atiku and Obi campaign, if they lose in the court system, most of them are already talking about running again, waiting for 2027. Where does that leave you and your organization and your ideas of what should happen?
Well, the matter is straightforward. If a band of armed robbers invades an estate, as long as nobody has come there to dislodge them, they will remain in charge until somebody comes to dislodge them. And so those who cling on to that constitution that hijacked our sovereignty and our lives, pretending now they've become the owners of that sovereignty, sitting in Abuja and talking down on everybody else. When the British got here in their colonial venture, of course, some people began to tell them, oh no, we won't agree. You saw what happened to the Oba in Benin, of Arome. You saw what happened to King Jaja of Opobo. You saw what happened to Ojuku's grandfather, the father of Sir Louis. They hung him in Nkwannewe for the kind of resistance. Gradually, it came to where, the Second World War happened, and more people, had enough exposure and enlightenment to now begin to pursue. That's where, Nohoro and Co, Mokubo Koye, Awolowo joined them. Eventually, the British now had to begin to call conferences that culminated in the Lancaster House conference to work out what will happen. You saw when apartheid came in 1910. The mere suggestion that that apartheid constitution could no longer be basis of union was treason for many years. It took 8 20 years. And by the time in 1980, 85, going to 1990, it became clear to the Boers that they could not continue in that Union of South Africa on the basis of that apartheid constitution. But that was because there was an Oliver Tambo, the lawyer. There was a Nelson Mandela, the lawyer. There was Governor Mbeki, there was Dr. Katreda, and all kinds of other people, Winnie Mandela, who said, on no account, whatever it will take, they continued to build up and build up until it became such an overwhelming situation that Frederick de Klerk had to make an announcement in 1990 that apartheid constitution could no longer carry the union. And they went into the conference, the meeting they called CODESA, to agree among themselves what they're going to do. That is what Nigeria, where South Africa arrived in 1990, is where Nigeria is now. Somebody must come to his senses somewhere to agree with us that the constitution that makes us slaves in our homeland cannot remain the basis. And if you have this kind of a situation in which we have gone out of our way against all odds, against what Obasanjo did to try to prevent it from being done, against what the successors did to try to impede it, against our own political gamblers, our own political merchants, who, in the face of all of what we are saying, subscribe to that constitution. A line is being drawn. That line has been drawn, but there will be an enforcement around that line that is drawn. Anybody who is prepared to swear to defend and uphold the 1999 constitution is the number one enemy of everybody who is being tormented by that constitution. I repeat, anybody who is prepared to swear to defend and uphold that constitution that make the rest of the people slave is the enemy of the people. And there's no punishment that is adequate, because that constitution is the reason blood is flowing all over the place. I'm sure you remember the UN visitation of a rapporteur in 2019, Agnes Callamard. You remember that it came to the point where the UN dispatched a mission to go to find out why, extrajudicial killings were happening in Nigeria on the scale it was happening. Boko Haram was killing, Fulani herdsmen was killing, police was killing, army was killing. You saw when the answers eventually happened, the agitations, Biafra, and all of that. People were being killed all over the place. And the UN sent a mission, rapporteur mission led by Agnes Callamard. At the time we had gone to, you are witness more than anybody else. You spoke with me a number of times in New York. At the time we were engaging the US government for what was happening. Our commander-in-chief was the chief host of the terror network that was converging in West African sub-region. He was the spokesman of Boko Haram before he became president. He remained the grand patron of Mieti Allah, that was taking responsibility for the activities of the Fulani herdsmen, categorized as the fourth most deadly terror group, commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria that is supposed to be defending me against the invaders. And so my president remained with them. There's no one of them that has been apprehended. It's not as if people do not know who they are or where to find them. I'm supposed to be saluting and obeying in that kind of a situation. It is that constitution that empowered him. That UN mission concluded by saying that Nigeria is the way it is. The blood that is flowing because of the constitution that is like pressure cooker for injustice. Meaning that it is the constitution that is the reason Niger Delta is upside down. And then agitation for resource control. Then agitation for Biafra. Then agitation for Odua Republic and everything in between. Look at what's going on in the Middle Belt. Look at the killings going on in that place. Just because the constitution says that you cannot touch gun. You cannot touch, the governors cannot issue even one rifle, because arms and ammunition remain on the exclusive list of that constitution. So anybody who's seeing all of this, that my economic assets are seized, that's what seized. It is that constitution that seized the oil and gas assets, the ports of Lagos, the bitumen of Ondo, the limestone of Benue that had been allotted to Dangote to become Africa's richest man. Even when the port of Lagos had been given to him in part, he's been licensed to do a refinery that will process crude for me, while I'm barred by that constitution from even buying crude and processing for myself, which I have the capacity to do. You saw that Biafra ran for 3 years. Petrol was being used in the place. People were processing it. It's not nuclear science. And so all of that are occasioned by that constitution. The corruption we cry about, the constitution creates avenues for massive corruption and protects the beneficiaries of corruption comprehensively. The question of the economic assets that could have been basis of people doing things for themselves. 68 items on that exclusive list. Your security is compromised. Your economic assets are there. You can't even elect who will govern you in a federation. Look at what happened in Imo. What are we expecting from that court in Abuja now? Because everything is controlled in a central form. So those who are hoping that they are building democracy, those who are hoping that P2B will come and all will become well, I am sorry for them, because whether it is ignorance, the Bible already condemned them to death.
All right.
The Bible says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. Those we are telling, those who do not know, and we're telling them that this is the monster that will consume both you and your mandate. What happened to Abiola's mandate? Did he not win election? They consumed this, they swallowed his mandate. He went after the mandate in the belly of the monster. He got into detention. Then he got killed. We're on that same trajectory now. What we need to do in terms of specifics, what we need to do is to accept that we have this problem. Those mandates, both the one of Tinubu and the one of Peter, those mandates will have to be reinvested into solving the problem. If they're not willing to reinvest it, let me also announce to us that the mandate of the one of Peter Obi, that mandate was a hijack. It was the South and Middle Belt that worked together. Anybody can pretend that is their own cup of tea. It was the South and Middle Belt that worked together to produce that outcome. So it was the alliance we built to deliver freedom to our people that was hijacked by the elders in the name of South and Middle Belt Leadership Forum to now go after power using the mandate for freedom that had already been secured, for which reason we launched the force majeure in 2020. And so if they have now gone to secure that electoral mandate for power, and a bigger thief turns up in the arena to hijack it from them, they are like two armed robbery gangs running away with something that belongs to us. We are going to get into that arena of that fight, and we will be after our original objective. No mandate that can become power and authority over the entirety of the territory called Nigeria will come from that constitution going forward, will come from the charade of February 25th in 2023, no matter how anybody wants to look at it.
All right.
That's our position. Let us accept now. It takes doing the kind of thing Frederick Clark did in 1990. Make an announcement, acknowledge that this problem is there. What they are doing now is they are defying all of us, saying, what can all of you do? We own you. We're in Abuja. You can't come to do anything to us. That's their body language now. But I know a day is near that those who have been tormented, those who have been slaughtered in the Middle Belt, those whose assets have been seized in the Niger Delta, those those in Yoruba land who are fed up with how Nigeria is dragging them into the pit, they are going to get on the street and challenge the people who are, defying them, the people who have hijacked their sovereignty. Anybody, like I said, anybody who is prepared to defend and uphold the 1999 Constitution, and all the political parties subscribe to that Constitution, that's where they all become guilty. They all subscribe to that Constitution, therefore they go to election under it. We began to shout since 2003. In fact, before the one of 99 happened, before they conducted the election, before they introduced the Constitution.
Tony,
we allowed that part.
Tony,
then we go to 2003, we began to mobilize to say, let us not start by shooting down the Constitution, let us start by organizing the replacement. By the time we finished in 2006, we went to court in 2007, we continued to mobilize the nationalities in the formations. There are 300 and something language groups. Are they going to become 300 and something countries? No. Therefore, all this work that the government refused to do since after Aburi in 1967, the owners of Nigeria have done it. But a few political merchants from the regions, the people whose sovereignty have been hijacked. In the East, you see the kind of people. There's always an Uzodima, there's always an Uzokalo, there's always a Rochas, all kinds of people. In the West, you saw them. Tinubu now leading the pack. In the Middle Belt, you see them sitting as chairman of party everywhere. You see, they have chosen to work with the enemy to uphold the constitution that enslaved the rest of the people. And what we need to do right now is to acknowledge those 5 points of proposition in that constitutional force majeure proclamation. First, to acknowledge that there's a dispute, that the union is now disputed. To agree, to commit to jettisoning that constitution wholesale. Not question of amendment. There's nothing to amend. We have not made any constitution. That's our charge. The third, suspend everything about the election under that constitution, including the one that is now in controversy. We will not accept even this one. The fourth, work out modalities for a transition. We listed what the mandate, the composition, the time frame, and all of that. These are things that can be done in one meeting. It won't take more than a few hours if people come down from their high horse. But if they insist, like the leaders of Yugoslavia did insist when they came to this same bus stop, they refused to accept that there was a dispute until their country went up in flames. But there was also the Soviet Union where 15 countries emerged if they couldn't find common ground. There was the Czechoslovakia that they agreed on something.
Tony, hold on. I'm concerned about people sending comments to me. People have had a lot of these things you are saying. So the question is, why do you think that people say you make sense? What you said makes sense. Well, why is it that people are not embracing it? Why is it that majority of Nigerians are not on your side? What is the reason? Tony, can you hear me? All right. Tony cannot hear me. What we're going to do, actually, I want to get people to come in and ask some questions, so that will help to hopefully will help us to get it not to be just one person talking. I want it to be interactive, because we've had him on the show several times, and people write back, and part of the complaint is that they want a specific questions answered and specific action from Ninas. So we are going to get everybody in, and then let's see what questions you have for him. That will help us to probably streamline the conversation that we're having. I believe that he's trying to join us again. So let me welcome the people who are in the studio. Please, for this period, you just ask him a question, and then you can give room for other people. In fact, let me just bring just a few people, because part of his challenge is network challenge where he is. He's in Nigeria. So when there are a lot of people in the studio, there are difficulties with his line. So I'll just bring a few people in, and then he will take questions from them, and then we go on to bring more people. That's if he's all right. So Via, welcome to the show.
Wassalamu alaikum, Jama.
Yeah, Prince Akwachi, welcome to the show.
Oh, good morning.
Yeah,
good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Prince. If you welcome to the show.
Good morning, Papu Doka.
I like that. Whenever you call Papu Doka, I remember I'm somebody's papa. Sometimes you forget. Mama Echo, welcome to the show. Okay. So while let's
thank you, sir.
Yeah, let's give room also for Tony to come back. So please, if you are trying to join us, don't just stand by first. Let's get Tony to come back, and so that he could take your questions, and then I will let people go and let you join. I know a lot of people want to be part of this conversation.
How many Rastafari we get for house today now?
All right. So
the fake ones in our one.
Okay. So let me while we wait for Tony to rejoin us, let me give you a take, everybody, on what he's been talking about, and what do you think about this movement, Ninas, and what they are proposing? Ovie, let's start with you.
Ninas anchor their hope or their struggle on what UN can do. So I wanted to ask two questions. I wanted to ask him about if he know or understand that the UN, as we know it, is an instrument of the United States to actually pioneer what they presume to be the world or the current world or the world leader. I mean, an organization that excludes pretty much half of the world, which is the continent of Africa, from the security circuit. Then you are now looking up to them to come and see. I don't understand. And two again, when I see
wait, Ovie, where did you see that Nina is hoping that the UN will? Is that part of what he said, or did he see it anywhere else? I don't remember hearing that.
oh, they are the well, I would say the foundation of their struggle. I understand is some of their main hope and support is from the UN. They visit them up, they always draw inspiration that yes, at the end of the day, first major they call it Rabbi. I mean, so that's one aspect I think that I'm seeing. Whenever they try to all those I was like, these people actually don't understand how the current world order works, or are they just trying to play on ignorance of a majority of Nigeria? That's one. Two, again, when I see him going around, all I can hear is that what I hear from the other side is Neo Yoruba Ronu. There's a saying, I mean, there's a group called Neo Yoruba Ronu, right? If you pay attention to that, they will give you history. They will start by telling you there was 66. A man called Akintola was not able to become the number one because of the election was unallowed and could took place afterward. Then again, they will from there tell you about 1993, what happened to the Abiola's election when he was notified. Now you another man, come fast forward to 2023 is Tinubu, another Yoruba man you are talking about. So all I see at the end of the day, if let's say things want to go south, so things want to go sour, we'll see maybe nothing less than 5 million Nigerians will die. And trust me, 99% of them will poor people like me and you on the street. So when the man they talk all those things, when you ask me a very concrete question, what is the action on ground? How do you get to all these things you are saying? It couldn't actually articulate anything. You just keep going on and on and on and on. That's to tell you, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he said that I will need to follow the money. Where's how do they survive? What is giving them that fire to keep going? Money must be involved. So that I think that would be another question that I would have.
All right. Hopefully, we try to join us again. I know. Let me go to Prince. Prince, what do you make of Tony?
For me, pretty much, it's kind of like I believe what he's saying, but then my own is, what is the solution? Because we're not gonna, it's not gonna be easy to just grab the constitution and just throw it away. There should be something, at least something in the interim that we could do, and then later on, do if there is need to change, then we'll change or do any other thing. That's what I can think about right now.
Okay, Ify, you're next.
Nigeria is a very complicated country, honestly speaking. I don't even know where we're going to start to fix Nigeria. So, listening to him, my question to him, just like Prince Akwashi said, where do we go from here? Even if we fix the constitution, there are some certain part of the country that will still feel marginalized. So, I don't, honestly speaking, I don't know. Sometimes I try to make sense of this country called Nigeria. It still doesn't make no sense to me. So it's still going to be very difficult to have one president to unite the whole country, speaking different languages. I don't know how we're going to do that. So let's see. I would like to hear what his opinion. But this idea that Tinubu will not be president, I just want us to understand. Tinubu will be president. We need to stop all these things, you know. Let's see what is going to happen. I'm not a fan of Tinubu, but I don't know the mindset of people, you know, saying that he's not going to be sworn in unless he is dead before then. I'm not praying that he died, but as long as he's alive, he's going to be the next president.
All right, Dan.
Yeah, greetings everybody one more time, Anyway, I was listening very carefully to Tony, and he's pointing to one direction. And that direction is the same direction my own principle. I don't know. My principle is Shore. I know many people put him down because he had no money. He looks very young. Nigeria believe that when somebody be old man, now that time they go respect her. But if you see, listening carefully to Tony, his arrow was pointing to one thing: revolution. But when we talk about revolution, who go throw the first stone? Now who go come out? Or now death? My brother Rastaman, he said that only poor people will die. Big man, they fear too. You understand? In fact, the big man has a lot to lose than people like us. We don't get anything. You understand? But my own point of revolution is not only violence. Revolution is not violence all the time. The IPOP, they brought a system, they call it sit at home. Some people had another one, they called it civil disobedience. So there's a lot of ways. Revolution is not only that people will die all the time. Nigeria cannot be divided, number one. Because the problem of Nigeria is not we, the Nigerian people, Yoruba, Igbo, Bini. That is not our problem. We get along, especially in the diaspora, where nobody know where you come from. You be Nigeria, you be Nigeria. We get along, with the move. But the problem is this few. I call them very few. Sometimes they don't even reach 2%. We grab power with gun. They say na military. Okay, military don't go. Now na civilian. But they have that gun power. So my own thing where Tony they talk, where I understand from Tony's point is that you will find out that he said it clearly, but he didn't hammer it, or people are saying, how can it happen? He's beating around the bush. He has said it before. But if you listen carefully, you will find out the basics of what he's saying is revolution. But in which form that will happen is what most of us have not decided. My own form is civil disobedience, sit at home. Because people are just suffering and smiling now. Some people say to eat, they no fit eat. We just they look because we are scared. We are scared that they will do something bad to us, or when we come out, they go kill us. But if we say, okay, block everywhere, don't go out, sit at home. This big man too, like one man said, when you don't see people to rule, then you start to feel ashamed of yourself. But when we continue to move with them, okay, go pray, it go better, it go better, it go better. Nigeria is like that. That's my point for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mama Echo.
And when we talk about revolution, there are two types of revolution that can occur: a peaceful revolution and a violent revolution. But the truth is this 1% that is holding us captive, they can't do nothing without us helping them. So we that are helping them, we are their problem. And even when we look at the population of all that are helping them, they are still few. They are few. So it is high time we decide what we want. I keep on saying it. There are only two tribes in Nigeria: the tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. And in the tribe of the oppressors, they don't use their children to commit the havoc. They still enter into our own camp to collect some of us that are idiots, to come and do the dirty job of killing us in the camp of the oppressed to satisfy their ego. They make them master over us. They make themselves more Nigerian than us. And like my sister Aisha will always say, there is no Nigeria that is more than any Nigerians. What do we want? Is a question we should start asking ourselves today. Because until we identify what we want and ask ourselves, how do we get what we are looking for? Those who were crucifying Showore, Shebuna don't see. Una not see. Obi, I tell her for him face. Me, I know they support you because of what you just said recently. How dare him tell my children that he knows that some people can't infiltrate them? Now I made that they abuse all these elders that provoke our children to anger. That is something I know Showore will never say. So when Obido they come tell Una now say, Una not get right to talk to those when he provoke you people to anger. Una come after her. You begin to talk like this. So Showore will never do that. So those of you that did not understand Showore, Shebuna don't see.
They see.
Now don't see. Who is them? Did the Bible that I just manage to put daddy? If not for not call you daddy. The Bible when you read, it not tell you say, Father, do not provoke your children to anger. When no more talk, did Adeboye come to say anything? No.
Mama
when they burn people show up in Lagos, did he come and say anything? No. When Tutu begin to incite people before the election to do everything possible to give them the ballot paper, did he come and say anything?
Mama Echo, hold on.
Let me finish my matter.
No, wait. Mama Echo, wait. There should be other. We will talk about this. We are not. We are not yet discussing general topic. You went off the line. So Tony is back. Let's get back to the conversation. We talk about these things. I know the topic we want to talk about. When we get to that point, we talk about it. Let's just give Tony another hour and a half, and then we can go into the usual show with you on Saturday. Okay. All right. So Tony is back, and let me now give opportunity to each of you to ask him direct questions. Let me start with you. Go back to Ovie. Ovie, you start.
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. I don't know.
You said I should ask him a question, or he was gone.
Yeah, no, yeah, and the studio is full now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take out some people. I'm sorry, so that there will be room for him to come in. So please, if you are trying to join us, please don't. I will get to you. We'll get to you, and when we remove people who are already in the studio, we want to make room for Tony to come back. So those who are outside trying to join, please don't. So that they'll.
Doctor, let me sign out. Thank you for the time.
Okay, Dan, if you want to, yeah, thank you. So please, if you're outside, don't Prince Akwachi, please don't try to join again. Let's give room for Tony to come back in. All right, Mama Icho, please understand what I'm saying. We are going to go into details on this topic, so you'll be able to air your view. But let's make room for. Okay, all right, Tony is back. All right, so okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. His camera may not be on because he's having.
Okay. Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Noise coming. I don't know where that.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me see.
Okay.
If you are not on, please can you mute yourself, please? If you are not on, mute yourself. They're not speaking. That's all. Go ahead, Ovie. Go ahead. You can hear me.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Tony, Nina seems to have a revolutionary ambition. Now, if we want to go by that, let me go by what Mama Esho defined as two types of revolution: peaceful revolution and violent revolution. With the way the country is in terms of awareness of what you are trying to achieve, there's no way you can achieve a peaceful revolution. Why did I say that? 60% of Nigerians have no idea what you are talking about, because you seem to represent the indigenous people of Nigeria, to which I am one. Now, how do you carry out your ambition successfully with the level of knowledge that is on ground in terms of what you want to do, without these same people coming to take advantage of it again, even if you get to that point?
All right. Thank you, Ovie. So, Tony, if you can hear us, you can answer Tony. You can answer Ovie, Tony.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
And my answer will be to say that all these fixations about definition, revolution is only a certain, is evolution at a certain speed. Evolution at a certain speed. And evolution can take, 50 years. It could take 5 years or 5 months. It could also take 5 minutes. You pick up the gun, blow off the head of whoever, and the situation changes. But what we did was to find out the nature of what our problems were. We researched how we got to what we were in. How did the British manage to lump us all together? And we took from the Order in Council of 1913 through the constitutions of 1922, 46, 54, all the way to Lancaster House. We then came to 60, 63, war came. Then how did we come to 79? Having traced all of that, we saw that there was an agenda that had been, empowered by constitutional arrangement. And then we had to work out, because we're not anarchists, we had to work out the mechanism by which we can go to the root of the problem, carrying everybody along. Those who pretend in the days ahead, those who pretend they didn't hear what we were saying, in the days ahead, evidence of what was done with them, which they suppressed because they were looking for some benefit for themselves. The church leaders, for instance, the ethnic nationalities, we didn't leave anybody. We went to them, starting with the Oba in Benin of the time, who was the one that went with them to Aburi. He was the one that took the minutes of Aburi meeting on the side of the federal government. We went to the Ijaw territories. We went to all the places, the Yoruba territories, the Middle Belt territories, before we even convened the conference itself. And then when we finished with the Pronaco and we had a draft, we again were not in a hurry. Elections were coming and going. We told them it was only going to get worse. And you can see it now that Nigeria has become the poverty capital of the world. Killings are increasing. Corruption is growing in leaps and bounds. And it is that constitution that is the reason. And so, if we have worked out all of this, if we have gone to the people who ought to be leading their people in this campaign of liberation from bondage, because under this constitution, you may think you are a citizen. Under this constitution, you are slaves. The slave has no right at all, including the right to life. How much more right to property? And if we have done all of this, and people are pretending they have not heard about it, whereas we took the trouble to go to them, they are the ones who are being dishonest with you, to pretend they do not know what we're talking about because they are in the refuge camp of renegades called Abuja. Many of you cannot get to where they are. And it's sounding as if, just a few people talking among themselves. That revolution Anybody can call it whatever they want to call it. That constitution is what we have identified as the enemy that has to be brought down, the monster that has to be brought down. Whatever happened to the apartheid constitution in South Africa, for which it was brought down, will happen to this constitution. More especially because our signature is sitting on it as the authors of our damnation. And we went to court to say, we never met, we never agreed as claimed by that constitution. And if we have done all of what we did to create the consensus first against that instrument and then against the ones who imposed it, because there were people who also imposed it. It didn't happen by accident. And then we didn't look at what wrong they had done in the past. We went to them and sat down with them to say, this thing is going to blow up on the streets. More things are going to be destroyed. And the country itself may go down, apart from the numbers that have been killed already. Can we do it this way and not that way? If Obasanjo was engaged, Yaradua was engaged, Jonathan was engaged to the point where he put his life on the line to solve this problem. That was how the conference of 2014 came. It was because Jonathan sat down, he had the discipline to sit down. He was invited into that discussion by those who were shooting in the Niger Delta, who had now found in what we were doing a solution to their problem. And they went to him to say, sir, our fight is not about how to rule over Nigeria. Our fight is how to recover our land to begin to reconstruct our society. It became a quarrel between them. Eventually, we had to come in to present to the president what the problems were. And then he took a plunge after consulting, said, let us go and discuss. They convened that conference. It was on the floor of that conference that these same people that are now parading as APC, it was on the floor of that conference that they took the decision that they will not visit the foundation of the problem. It wasn't the mandate. What Jonathan mandated them to do was to go to the foundation of the problem. Some of us will remember that when the mother of Governor Sullivan Chime died and she was being buried in Nnadi, Jonathan was at that event and he spoke so clearly about what the problem was, because that was the period he had received the brief after the back and forth with us. And he said that the problems that had now brought Nigeria to where it was were at the foundation in 1914. And in some of the things that were done around 1960, at the time the British were departing, that if we have to solve the problem, we have to go to 1914 to find out what the British did, and 1960 between 59 to see what happened. And so, when that conference eventually got convened, you saw the vehemence with which that alliance.
Tony, can you because I have a lot of people who are waiting to ask you questions. Can you make your answers within 2 minutes?
Okay, all right. I hear you. Yeah. I hear you. The one-line answer to that question is that no matter what it takes, no matter how long it will take, we know where we are now, we know where we started. That constitution will go down. And all of those who subscribe to it, that will be the dividing line. Are you on the side of this constitution or you are not? Eventually, people like me may not even be at the venue where that question and answer will be happening. Those who have been slaughtered, those who have been rendered so miserably poor, those who have had to flee the country may be the ones leading. But the people who are identified on the side of that constitution will then explain to them.
All right.
The political parties, without exception, all of those who contest elections under this constitution, pretending they did not hear what we are saying. In the days ahead, we are going to bring to the public space what transpired with every one of them, the politicians, the church leaders. We're going step by step. We're not in any hurry. They've done elections in 2020, in 2003, did another one in 2007. Even after we had gone to court, they still went on in 2011, 2015, 2019. It's not the number of people who know what they know now that were there all the while. The number has been increasing, and let us pray that that critical mass is not attained in the midst of, this kind of stupidity that is still on display. people are pretending that our sovereignty now belongs to them because they are blowing siren. Next question, please.
Thank you. Mama Hecho.
Tony, my question is this. We know our problem and we are looking for the solution. Your language seems to be towards revolution. And I know there are only two types of revolution that can happen. A peaceful revolution and a bloody revolution. Looking at what we have in our hand, the situation in Nigeria, out of these two, which one do you think we can use as at this critical time to achieve what we are asking for? Thank you.
Thank you. We have a constitutional force majeure proclamation dated December 16, 2020 that contains in black and white exactly what we ask people to do so that we can, including government, the owners of the sovereignty, the government that is managing, so we can go to transition, not given to academic fixations. You know, this lazy kind of go read Karl Marx and read Engels and then write some. We are dealing with the practical situation we are faced with. And it is not a matter of what we call it. That constitution is the source of all the problems. We have built a consensus sufficient to enforce against that constitution. Those who are being tormented under it are going to say to those who are upholding it and going to elections under it that this far, no more. We were thinking that between 2019 and 2023 was enough time for those who were talking to listen. But apparently, they are not prepared to listen. But they're also the ones who are suffering from it, who are now listening. And what we set in motion to be done does not depend on government doing it. Sovereignty belongs to the people, from whom government derives all its powers and authorities in section 14.2a of even the constitution that is bad. They admitted that much. And it is that sovereignty that it is on account of that sovereignty that the people make a union agreement, committing their lands and their people. What we have now departed from all of that and was done by imposition. And then they found renegades from our midst to form political party, the APC here, PDP there, Labour Party there, all of them political parties running elections under this constitution have now decided to join that enemy that imposed that constitution. But we are talking to the nationalities. It's not only, yes, we speak for the nationalities, but we identify the stakeholders, all of those who could be said to be people who can talk to the rest of their people. If we went to the church leaders, for instance, and they agree with us in private, and then they come to public and begin to mobilize for PVC, we will not bother with them. That will be just another election conducted. They will swear in if they get there. Even among themselves, there are many things that will stop them. But our eyes are on the ball. That constitution will not remain basis of union, will not remain basis of governmental authority. There are two different things. If you go to that preamble to that constitution, you will see them very clearly. There are three things we must sort out, except we want to go to Somalia before we come back to Lagos. When we say we the people, who are that we the people? The we the people that can make constitution are we the Ijaw, we the Yoruba, we the Ogoni, not any other we, not any group of gathering of people you find in Oshodi market or in Ochanja market. It must be the owners of the sovereignty standing on their ancestral space, discussing among themselves to be in union. That is the meaning of we the people. Having solemnly resolved to live in unity as one indivisible country is now the point at which they are committing, having identified themselves, committing themselves to union. Then do hereby make and give unto ourselves the following constitution. is where they are now making out the articles to govern that union. Those are the three issues. Every other thing everybody else is thinking is the problem that needs to be solved. And it's not matter for National Assembly, because that National Assembly is also a creation of that constitution. The
Okay,
people who are saying, okay, oh, we go, we amend, all of us will be well. They are wasting their time. The National Assembly is joining in that confiscation of our sovereignty. They are committing treason against all of us. All of those who are swearing to defend and uphold that constitution are committing treason against all of us. Quite apart from the killings that are happening, quite apart from the impoverishment and the expropriation that has happened. I saw a comment. Let me quickly take on that. I saw a comment that I also want to respond to. Some people are thinking
Tony,
we are
you are
waiting
not
for.
answering my question. No, you are not answering my question.
No, you are saying I understand your question. Let
You
me
are
understand your
specific.
question.
It's giving us the problem. The problem is the constitution. We need a constitution that says we the people. And we
Yes.
are saying the only way to achieve this is through revolution. And I said
Hold it there. We
Wait
are the
now,
ones making the
And I
proposition.
said there are two types of revolution.
No,
A
hold
peaceful one
on.
and a
We are the ones
bloody one.
making the
So
proposition.
which
Won't you
one
allow
are
us to
we
explain to you
using
how it has to be
and
done?
which way do we achieve it? Be straight.
Let the people those people who are being mobilized to go and vote, we were telling them not to go to vote, to insist that we have to go to transition. That's what we asked them to do. And whether they've done it now or they will do it tomorrow is a question of the dynamics, managing the numbers of those who agree to remain slaves and those who insist they will not remain slaves. You have seen some of them. You've seen some of the people who say they cannot remain slaves. Some of them began to blow up facilities all over the place. We were the ones who asked them to keep their guns and their bombs aside. You saw them in the Niger Delta. You saw the ones doing Biafra. We said to them, there's a mechanism that will land us in referendum instead of behead me, I behead you. The ones in the Yoruba space. And so the populace, what we told them to do is a civil thing. It's a democratic thing. Let them stand up and say, we will not go to another election under this constitution. That's all we have invited them to do. If they are not prepared to do that, I am sure that by the time the Fulani get to their space, like they are in the places they are now, they won't be discussing election when some of them have been beheaded. That's the alternative. If they do not want to solve this problem, that constitution admits those who are coming to slaughter them, those who target their land. We have defeated that constitution. We have delegitimized it by these processes, which we have carried to all kinds of places. We are not waiting for when the UN will come to do anything for us. We are saying that the owners of the sovereignty are in a position to use their brain, to use their God-given head to decide among themselves that this constitution cannot remain basis. And we identify the election as the point of expressing that rejection, to say, we will not go to another election under this constitution.
Okay, Tony,
once they do that, nobody is going to be able to draw governmental powers from that constitution. But if they leave it all aside and go and vote and then begin to cry the next day when corruption comes to their space, or when killings come to their space, or when infrastructure fails, or when they now have to flee for some reason or the other because of electricity and the other things.
Tony, let me stop
round
you.
and round.
Tony, let me stop you.
Right.
We have to get the answers in 2 minutes so that we get other people to be involved. You mentioned something that I'm interested in. You said that when the Fulani herdsmen when they get to people and then they will now listen to you. I want to invite John Abba. He's from Benue State, and he states he has IDP camps and people who are actually dealing with what you're saying. But they went out and they voted, and they are looking forward to their new governor and their new president. John Abba, you have a question for Tony.
Yeah, and please keep.
John Abba, we can't hear you very well.
You can't hear me?
Okay, go ahead. Try again.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead with question.
Okay. Please, good morning.
No, Janaba, you have to log out and come back in. We can't hear you. It's breaking up. Okechi, welcome to the show. Any question for Tony? Please go straight to the question, and let's hope that Tony will answer in 2 minutes, and we get other people to come in. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I don't know whether to call it Dr. Tony or Mr. Tony, but thank you so much. I really appreciate your effort over the years. I've followed your platform. I've listened to a lot of your talks. I was privileged to be under one of those middle belt forums that you held. And I have followed you, really, to be precise. And I quite agree with everything you have said so far. I agree with the fact, because I've raised it here on this platform before, and I said, if anybody thinks P2B is going to change Nigeria, it's going to be mere impossible, because the constitution itself holds your hands bound. You can't do nothing with that constitution. I totally agree with that. And until that is changed, I don't think anything is going to, any meaningful development is going to come, and things are not going to change. Now, here is my question, because if I have to go along, I'll probably be just talking about what you've already said. My question now is, when you started this race, you started with a lot of people who believed in that. Chief among them is Mr. Asari Dakubo. And today, some of them have lucrative government contracts and all kinds of that. And they've decided to be on the other side, and even carrying some of those people who attended the meeting with you along. What's going to be your strategy to try to recruit other new people or bring them back to the table? Because only when you have more people that this thing can actually be achieved quite easily. And I agree with you. It mustn't be by force. It mustn't be by revolution, like Mama H.O. has said. It can be peaceful, because civil union was much bigger than Nigeria, and everybody was peaceful about it. So what will be your strategy now to bring in new blood into the fight, or those people who are with you before who have now gone to be with the government? And then secondly, how will you be able to just one more. How will you be able to bring in, the leadership of most of these communities are also being hijacked by government? How will you bring those people into this to understand once more, to hear you and have a buy into this movement? Thank you.
Thank you. I just happen to be the spokesman of this movement. Just because of the nature of what you have to do, every step of it can translate to treason. Like we saw in Obasanjo's time. We merely announced we were going to have a meeting of the owners of Nigeria, and he jumped on TV, national TV, to say that will be treason. And then we fought it out with him and had the meeting and got an outcome, which were built up, upon. Having said that, I can assure you that many of those who did all of these processes are still intact. There are a few who left the discussion and started doing other things, including Bola Tinubu, who was very much a product of Nadeko. That was how he became governor in Lagos. And when we were doing Pronaco, he was also the only governor that facilitated for a Nohoro. Of course, he was hoping that we'll go with him to his political empire until the time came to move either in our direction or in his own direction. It looked like we parted ways, and he had gone on in that other way. Asari was one of those called the people who, when you talk about the Nohoros, the Ojukos, the Shoyinkas, and all of those other people who laid the template, other people had joined, and the door remains wide open for the nationalities. The owners of the sovereignty are the ones who really have to stand up to decide to end their bondage or to continue in that bondage. We placed a plan they could have embraced to end that bondage on the table. Somehow, maybe they were distracted. I don't know what else might have happened to them, that they left that opportunity, to end their bondage and went to renew it. That was what they did by going to vote under a constitution that guaranteed all of what they were trying to run away from. The ones who were being slaughtered have just gone to vote in this election for the continuation of the mechanism by which they have been slaughtered. The ones whose assets have been detained in the Niger Delta have gone to vote for the continuation of that constitution that sees their assets. That's why I said maybe when some more calamities, befall them personally, they will wake up. In the Benue, the one of IDP camp, we knew that these people were coming closer to that area. We went to raise alarm with some of our partners in the project in that area to say, let us hasten up before they get into what they are planning. He came to sitting with Governor Autumn. You saw when he launched what he launched. But somehow, wisdom came for people who want to be senator and governor. They forgot that they have been encircled. Why did the people who are doing the killings slow down during the election? Was it not the week after the election that they resumed the killings on a scale? We told them that will happen. If you go with them to election, you are going to reinforce that constitution. If you listen to us, we are going to be able to stop them from standing on the power of that constitution, on the mandate of that constitution to hold the monopoly of guns over you. So it is a choice that has to be made by, we have 200 million people plus who are in trouble. How many are the politicians? If the rest of the people refuse, they sit on their hands. And when it was time to mobilize to vote, everybody was active. PVC. At the end of the day, for a battle that required AK-47, you've mobilized yourself to go get PVC. Where are we now? When Fulani come closer to their communities, I'm sure sanity will begin to prevail some more.
All right, thank you, Tony. Igbo Basics, you're next.
Yes, Brother Tony, I don't know whether to call you Professor Tony or I know that.
No titles at all. I'm satisfied with Mr. That's even a big title.
Yes, I used to think that you were related to Jackie Nnadi or Tony Nadi of Chicago, but I guess not. But anyway, I have followed your activities quite all right. I even had a number of yours that ended at 448. I actually came to New York trying to catch a glimpse of you, Tony Nadi, in an event that was organized in front of the United Nations. And that day there were two events, one in front of the UN and one further down, one by the IPOB group, one by the Yoruba group, and it was all kinds of stuff. I did not get a chance to see Tony. So just to say that I have followed what you've been doing, and all I can say to you is Jisike. That's one. I won't say Jisike, you talked about the force that produced the current mandate that we have in Nigeria as far as the elections are concerned. You talked about that came out of the Middle Belt and the South.
Yes.
It's actually on the 4th of January of 2001. I was in Oka, where those groups, the Middle Belt Forum, the Ohanese refused to come, but Ohanese was eventually represented by World Igbo Congress, World Igbo whatever, but Anakwenze of California. So I have followed that particular group, including the Adebanjo and JP Clark and the rest of them who constituted that particular group you are talking about, the core group. One thing that I seem to have noticed is the common betrayal, like Okechi just talked about. There's a common betrayal all the way from Aburi, because the things you have done is very noble. Let me just be upfront. It's very, very noble. And you keep talking about this constitutional force majeure, and you talked about the date of December 16, 2020, when things were signed up. Some of us were hoping that your effort was actually getting ready to bear the required fruit. But it always seems as if these things come from in within to dislodge whatever that you have tried to do. So my question to you is, you talked about what you call it, JP Clark, the Clark of South Africa. So the question is that everything you have done, and bearing in mind that there will always be sabotage, and also bearing in mind that any of these players in Nigeria, if you plug oil pipeline in their buttocks, they will begin to spill out oil each and every day. That's a form of the same so-called being compromised. And I don't notice that you have been compromised. I will say that from my own view. I don't know. So who is going to be our own the clerk of South Africa that will make the pronouncement that that constitution is dead because you keep talking about the constitution, the constitution, the constitution. And what, like Okechi said, strategy do you have now to prevent further betrayals like Aburi was betrayed? If what happened in Aburi had been let to come through, we probably will not be where we are today. So the issue is this. Having all this in mind, one year, I always say that if the west of Nigeria can band with the east of Nigeria, the rest of all these things could be history. How do you intend to address these things? Where do you take us from here?
See what I'm saying about?
I talked about Aburi, I talked about the OIC, I talked about the Nadeco, and I talked about all the things that bring about betrayals. Where do we go from here?
You see what I'm saying? That we should go straight to the question. By the time you finish your question, he's gone.
He'll be back.
but we should, as much as possible, go straight to the question so that we get more people to get this opportunity to get him to answer their question. And he has about another probably 30 minutes because I know he's on his way to an event where he's going to speak. So we have to make it short.
I was actually trying to get him to simply go straight to the answer because as a professor, you can teach. That won't do it.
All right.
That's why I asked who is going to be our own declare.
Okay.
He's back.
He's back. Tony, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. I will go straight into saying that principles first. Let us establish what needs to be done. The mechanism by which it will be done, we already outlined. I can bet that most of those who are asking questions now have not read even the closing portion of that constitutional force majeure. And if foreign governments are paying attention enough to invite us, like the US that spent 7 months in 2019 interrogating what we had in our propositions. That was before the force majeure. After the force majeure, there have been actions of foreign governments that were based on what they saw going on from our fold. If diplomats are reporting, are making contacts and reporting to their home governments, we know the kind of feedbacks we get from the people who actually look at what is being done and how they can become a part of it. If the rest of us refuse to look at it, and they are asking questions of, the questions that are already answered 3 years in the open, in black and white. We actually put it in Guardian newspapers as advertorial. It's all over the internet. It's on the website. Why won't those who want this outcome go and look at the exact proposition of those who are saying, let us do it this way and not that way? Because if we went to the 5-point proposition, we will see exactly how that transition, the membership of it, the framework of it, the mandate of it, the time frame, when will what happen? All those things are detailed. And it's just a matter of how many people want to stand up and end their bondage.
So, Tony,
I'm a lawyer of many years.
Sorry, Tony,
I know where the lines between treason, the lines of treason are drawn. That's why the group decided to, saddle me with the task of speaking for them. Because if it comes to treason, I'm the one that will tell the Attorney General of Nigeria where the line is drawn. That's why we are accusing them of committing treason, holding on to an instrument we did not make, overturning the one we made, and crediting us with the authorship of the one we did not make, upon which they now seize our assets, seize control of the guns, and imposing themselves on us, invading us to try to take over everywhere for themselves. And we have renegades from our midst that join them. The task is for those 200 million people, the politicians and all the civil servants and the military, do not even come to 1% of that number.
So
1% of 200 million is 2
I'm
million.
sorry, Tony, I'm sorry. Who will enforce this constitutional force majeure? This thing that you've been achieved.
Those in Nigeria who are being slaughtered, whose assets have been seized, whose future have been sold. If we tell them what to do to end that trauma, and they stand up and do it, those in government and all the military that stand with them do not come to 1%. If they refuse to do it, and they are able to find the way to organize themselves when it comes to election that will give them immediate profit. To tell you that they understand what we are saying, they are very clear, only that most of our people have become dishonest. When we launched something to block the amendment by which they wanted to smuggle Ruga, everybody knew that Ruga meant Fulani coming to their community. And then they did what we asked them to do. We told the state assemblies not to entertain those amendments because there must be what we call what is it that the state assemblies? Concurrence. They required concurrence from 24 states assemblies so that the amendments they were passing will become, will sail through. When we threw in the blockade to say, state assemblies, any one of you that will entertain this amendment to become part of that concurrence, the peoples of the territory should descend on them immediately. The governors, anyhow you are going to organize it, that this concurrence will not happen in Europe because they require 24 states. We have 17 in the south. We have Benue. There may be a few others in the middle belt that will want to. That was how the amendment was blocked. Ruga, Waterway. So they understood, our people understand the one they want to do. But when there's profit to be made, let's go to election. Perhaps we become senator. Perhaps our brother will become governor. That's where the problem begins. Monies will begin to move. And then people will begin to... But the balance of the population, we have to ask them, what have you done in the midst of all of what you have been asked to do? If they are not prepared to do it, then they want to be slaves.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Nii, you're next. Nii, can you hear me? All right, let's go to Olumide. Olumide, you're next. Go ahead. Olumide, we still cannot hear you.
Olumide seems to be having a problem from the get-go. He hasn't been able to.
Yeah, we can't hear you. All right, Prince Akwachi, you're next.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Nnadi, and then other panelists. Yeah, Mr. Nnadi, my own thing is, first and foremost, I presume you're a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Go on.
Okay. So my thing is, if we are noticing that whatever these people are doing is either to enslave other parts or to kind of like, deprive people of their, what I mean, livelihood. I don't mean, taking everything to themselves, but in such a way that these things lead to, I'm kind of like trying to find a particular word that I can use for it. Is there no possibility that since people are lawyers, you guys are lawyers and you have other to take them to, even if it means taking them, to cause something that could cause a genocide, is there no possibility of start filing papers in ICC current, as at this moment, or do we have to wait until it happens before the papers are being filed?
Everything that needs to be done in court has been done. Those for whom it's being done are not interested in their own salvation until they get interested sufficiently. We went to court in 2007 to say that the constitution is a fraud, and the Attorney General of the Federation of Nigeria joined the issues with us in court. He had no answer, and he wrote it in black and white and filed before the court that he has nothing in answer, where we said that the document is a fraud and cannot remain basis of union or democracy. And so from that point on, we tie their hands from being able to accuse us of treason, because who are now the ones accusing them of treason for putting our signature on a document we didn't make. That is as far as the Nigerian court is concerned. There's really nothing else we need to do in court here. The mandate of the ICC is limited to matters of genocide and crimes against humanity. And if you recall, Buratai has been taken to ICC by those who had to do that bit. What we need to do is action. It's a political action that has to be taken. It's not a few people. You guys are doing this. So everybody else sits on their hands, put their two legs on the table so that the professional agitators will go and behead the monster and bring home on a plate for them. It's not going to happen. Those who are in that misery have a role to play. The same way they mobilize themselves to go to vote. At a time we were shouting from the rooftop, if you go to vote, that constitution will be sustained. The P2B that said that the engine of the Nigerian state is knocked, and therefore we should not be looking for driver, rather we should look for a replacement of engine, became the one that was inviting them to come and board his vehicle, where he was now the big driver that will come and change everything. What are we to do with that? If we didn't engage him, if we did not engage him the way we did from 2012 on this subject that made him come public in 2021, we would have been some of those thinking that if only he was told. He knows that that constitution is the problem. He then started his campaign by saying that the constitution is not the problem. If the rest of those being mobilized to come to reinforce the life of that constitution will prefer to go that way instead of the way we ask them to go, I believe a bit more of the suffering may bring them to a better reasoning. More will happen in terms of suffering. They are talking about subsidy now. They will remove petroleum subsidy. What is the meaning of subsidy? You lock down petroleum and refineries on the exclusive list. A country that sells 3 million barrels of crude oil every day does not have petrol to function at home. And the Naira that is struggling against all kinds of things now have to suffer, have to pay for the gross inefficiency imposed on us by that constitution that put refineries on the school. That's the only reason we don't have petrol. And there's nothing that is going to solve it. No amount of subsidy. What is the meaning of subsidy in the circumstance? Paying for the inefficiency imposed by the constitution. If those who are going to live in that misery are refusing to listen to the task of, to the instruction on how to take down the source of their misery, then I believe when that subsidy is removed, their suffering increases, they will look for answers. If it is about security, we are telling you, the only reason Fulani is coming upon you and killing you is because of that exclusive list. Again, that same constitution. If they refuse to listen and go to election to revalidate the life of that constitution, of course, it is their choice to be killed some more. That's why we say when some more of them are killed, they will begin to look for answers for how to extinguish the source of that killing. As it is for refinery and the killings, so will it be for infrastructure, so will it be for election that brings Hope Uzodinma from 4th position to become governor. And you see what he's doing in the place.
All right, thank you. Nii, you're next.
Thank you, and thank you for the error. Like this last time, I had to leave the studio instead of unmuting myself. Thank you, Tony. And thank you for the efforts and your activities. I've followed you quite a while now, since 2020, and I've learned, and I've been transformed. If you are not informed, you'll be deformed. I've been informed by the campaigns of Ninas and Tony and his group. I know better than I used to know. In 2019, I participated actively in the election that I saw was bought and sold. And I said, never again. And I stumbled on Nina's campaigns. And I read the constitutional force majeure. I said, this is the way.
But 3 years down the line, the effort and also the consumer force majeure, the declaration had not yielded any substantial results. And I can understand. I think the questions being asked, Nina, as Tony, I think they are not meant for Tony to answer. I think the questions are for us. Those who are interested in the just and egalitarian Nigeria should ask ourselves how we can help this noble initiative of Nina's see the light of the day. If you believe in that constitutional force majeure as much as I do, and a few of us here had confessed to it, or to its nobility, I think it's an initiative that should leave the elites, space to the mainstream. They said leadership is by followership. I think the revolution I believe in is civil disobedience. If these folks who are political merchants look at their back and they don't see no one validating their illegality every election cycle, and people are asking for a new constitution that will give them a fair share of the country, I think we will still be coming here all the time and be discussing and be disputing energy. I think Tony had done his bit, and we should just support the initiative in any way we can. Because some of us who promoted Yoruba Nation and some people who promoted Biafra Nation, we're not surprised at the outcome of the election. We knew what this was going to be a child of an election, because you cannot build legality on illegality, and you cannot be following the same path and expect a different result. That's madness. So I'm still very, very confused at the level of the majority of Nigerians believe in this constitution, because this is not a constitution. This is just a fraudulent arrangement that the Nina's initiative will have actually dealt with if that initiative has the support of the people. Power belongs to the people. There's not so much the courts can do. There's so much the UN can do, or international whatever of justice can do, without the people saying, you know what, give us our power. These things belong to us. It's not just, it doesn't belong to a few political merchants who are criminals all over, across all the tribes. I think Nigerians need to get to that level to say, you know what, a Tinubu, you're just a Tinubu by name. If you die today, in the next 50 years, if you don't do anything significant, you'll be forgotten.
All right, Nnadi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tony, you want to say something? There's a comment I have here that's connected to what Nnadi was saying. Someone was saying that the Biafrans, for instance, were able to get people to go behind them. The people fighting for Dua Nation, they have people behind them. Even the Boko Haram people have people behind them. So why is Ninas blaming the people for not supporting them in large numbers, when the fault should be on how Ninas is selling the message or not being able to convince more people? So what do you say to that? Tony, are you still there? Tony?
Tony's buffering. He's trying to come back in. Yeah,
okay.
There he is.
All right. So
sorry, I was muted.
Okay. All right. So go ahead.
Right. I was saying, Rudolph, you are the chief witness to what transpired between us and the Biafra movement group. We went to the grassroots at the beginning, long before they were formed in 2013. We got people meeting in Aba, Onitsha, Newi, Abakaliki, Sapele, Wari, all of that lower Niger territory. We paid for the places. When Wazirike fell out with Nnamdi Kanu over whatever was their difficulty, 12.
Tony, we can't hear you anymore. All right. While we wait.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead. Tony, go ahead. All right. So we're still having difficulties with Tony's phone. I know he's on his way to somewhere, so he's probably having connection problems. We just couldn't fit him in any other day. We would have preferred when he's sitting down in his office. But let's hope that he will join us again. And I will encourage Tony, if you are listening to me, log off and try to join again. Maybe that will help with the. Oh, okay. Tony's here. Tony, go ahead. But we can't hear you. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Something is wrong with the connection. We can't hear you. Maybe you can try to join again. Try to log out and join again. We can see you quite all right. And so, Nnadi, let me ask you why Tony rejoined, since you agree with Tony and you are in. What don't you think that, like what the comment I read here from somebody, that people feel that you are probably blaming the people for not embracing. And in fact, someone else also made a comment here saying that is Tony trying to wish Nigeria bad, that the worst things will happen so that people will turn around and support Ninas? Is that the approach?
I think they are still talking from lack of understanding, and that's what I will say. If you all agree that 1999 constitution is a problem, then
can you hear me now?
We will have taken a step in solving the problem. I think Peter Obi was being dishonest, wanted to be politically correct by saying 1999 constitution is not a problem. I think it's wrong.
Okay, Nnadi, hold on. Okay, Tony is back. Let's see. Tony, go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, good.
Okay. I was talking about this question of not being able to sell the message to the masses.
Yeah.
We sold the message to the masses, but dishonest elements came in, hijacked, took advantage of some of the things that they knew we would not do at the time. We are inside Nigeria. We have a process we were driving. We went to those who are fed up with the union to say, if we go this way and go that way, that constitution will come down. If you want your Odua Federation Republic, you can have it. If you want whatever you want to call the eastern side, whether it's Biafra, but let us do first things first. Take down the constitution that confiscates our sovereignty. And then we go through the process to where it becomes referendum. It is when we get hold of that ability to decide for ourselves that will then decide whether we want to be in any federation with anybody. And if we can't find common ground because of Sharia and feudalism, you can then, everybody, the whole world, at no point will you commit an offense. What then happened was that those who knew what we were doing as the solution to the problem invited Nnamdi Kanu to come to sit down with me so that we can put him through what has to be done. All those things were given to him, and then he turned it upside down, went to his radio in London and began to broadcast to those same people that we were working for the Fulani, that they've engaged us to stop them from getting Biafra. And he concocted all kinds of lies, knowing that we were not going to answer him at that point. Because if we did, the system will be more than glad to lump all of us together, and it becomes basis for him just sitting out there and defrauding our people all over the place. That's what happened to that one. It was also structures we set up on ground that IPOB was constructed upon. To this date, many of our people do not know, but there are people present in this meeting who do not only know, they were part of how it was done until they realized they were being misled. That's from the eastern side. I'm sure some of us saw when Ayo Adebanjo went to TV several times to say, we must solve this constitution before we go to election. What changed? That he became the chief endorser of Peter Obi that was going to go to election under that constitution. Dele Faroti made the same thing. You saw Paul Adefarashi when he said Nigeria is a scam. We can't proceed to another election except we solve the problem. What changed that he became mobilizer for PVC? I could call 500 names like that of people who know the truth, but for some reason changed, thereby dissipating our energies that were spent on coming to. They didn't just wake up in their homes and began to say what they were saying. They said those things because we came to them. And when they begin to talk, their congregation, the people who look up to them will begin to drift towards them. That's what happened. Look at the middle belt. Did we not see Jonathan Asake's name on the list of our signatories? Some of our signatories were not the ones mobilizing for PVC. So where did it now become our fault that we did not get the people to follow us? Those who could do some of the things we will not do for the safety of the project. There are things we're not going to say. If anybody is stupid enough not to realize that there's a covert part to this kind of operation, then that stupidity will catch up with that person. But it was not for nothing that those who are carrying weapons all over the country decided to submit to what we were doing. In the days ahead, those who will enforce in a manner that we may not approve of will become angry enough to do things about what they are seeing. We won't say more than that. We'll continue on our campaign, on our trajectory. We have a roadmap that is clear, measurable. The only thing is that the collateral damage will be higher because of the dishonesty of people we can identify. And when you hear the names of some of those people, you'll be sorry for the country, for the people of this land. People you thought had any content at all, but they're empty. Some of them general overseers of the churches. Some of them big political leaders, empty characters. They are.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Olumide, let's go to you. Let's try you again. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rudolph.
Okay, good. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be part of your platform. And also, I want to thank Dr. Tony Nadi for the work you've been doing all these years. I've been following you all of this while, and you've been very consistent. You haven't wavered one bit. And I'm also aware of the fact that because I've been following the Yoruba movement too. The Yoruba, I'm one of those people clamoring for a Yoruba sovereign state, because I don't believe in that entity called Nigeria anymore. I just believe it's an illusion. And for those of them who are still back home in Nigeria or abroad thinking that the union can still work, the way it is currently constituted, are just deceiving themselves. Because those of us who are living in civilized society know how civilized society work. We know the way things operate in the different parts of the world. It doesn't have to be USA, it doesn't have to be Canada, it doesn't have to be UK. We know all other small civilized countries that are working. But what I'm trying to say is that I think Dr. Nnadi, I think one of the major challenges again is the messaging. I mean, I for those people who are enlightened, who are educated, they get your messaging, they get where you're coming from. People like me, I was led to believe when your group was still working with Professor Akitoye, I was led to believe that you were the fifth columnist. But by the time they finished the Nigerian election, the presidential election, we got to know that you were actually betrayed, and then that is why I say you've been very consistent, and that man called Professor Akitoye was actually the supposedly head of the Nigerian Yoruba self-determination group, was actually working for Tinubu to help him get the presidential ticket. But it's unfortunate that things went the way they, because I know you tried to bring all the groups together. But I just want to say, don't give up. Whatever good is going to come out of all what you're doing is going to require perseverance. Nelson Mandela had to go to jail, and he didn't realize his dream of a free South Africa until so many years after his imprisonment. So don't give up. It's not going to come easy. Somebody was asking on the platform, why hasn't the Nigerian state arrested you? If what you're preaching is, if what you're doing is genuine, and I told the person is very naive, because you've not been a threat to them at this point. Because the moment you start to become a threat, when your message starts to eat home, and they start to see that change is imminent, that is when they will come after you. There's still much work to be done. That is what I'm trying to say. We have to reach the Nigerian elites, the educated elites. Our traditional rulers are very key. The people revere their traditional institution, but the Nigerian state seems to be a lot smarter than, I would say, those who mean well for the country. That is why those who wanted to go through OB were hoping that through OB they can initiate change. But like I said, the Nigerian state is smarter. They know that the moment Obi wins the election, the change is imminent, but they make sure it lost the election. So we can't keep going every 4 years to do this election. Dr. Nnadi has been very clear. The people, power belongs to the people. And you people keep asking the same question over and over and over. Mama Echo, Nii, all of you keep asking, what are we going to do? He has told you, see, power belongs to the people. We need to galvanize. The people need to realize that the power belongs to them. You understand? Yeah, I mean, he has said it. That
excuse me.
That constitution can be. Listen, let me. I didn't interrupt you when you were talking. So, what he was trying to say, which I agree with, I think we have different groups all over the world and inside Nigeria who won't change, but the situation is the modality. So, Dr. Nandi, I think that is where you have to, where your group has to come together and find a way to galvanize all these different groups together to see how we can harmonize what everybody wants. And then two, I disagree with you on the premise of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I'm Yoruba. I follow that guy. That guy has been.
You don't know him. You have never sat down with him.
No, Mr.
You don't know him. You have never sat down with him.
Let me talk. Where I disagree with you is the fact that this guy means well for the Igbo people.
I am informing you that I dealt with him for 7 years, coming to the conclusion I reached after dealing with him for 7 years. Rudolph Okonkwo is witness to what I'm saying.
See,
he's a criminal, and if you want to go with him outside our view.
I'm not saying I'm not part of his group, but what I'm saying is I've listened to him talk, and I haven't faulted anything this guy has said. Everything this guy talked about in the Nigerian state is true today. That is why they kidnapped him. That is why they went for him. You understand?
You don't know where he got his information from.
Okay, hold on.
You don't know what transpired. Leave that matter. You have been informed what happened.
Let me leave that. But like I said, I disagree with you on that premise.
You are at liberty to disagree, but it doesn't change the truth.
But whether you like it or not, he has followers who believe in him. He has Igbo people who believe in him. You understand?
Where's the Biafra now? Where's the Biafra now?
There's no Biafra.
I wish it is in your village that they are beheading people all around in the name of looking forward to a republic. Why are you not killing soldiers in your place? Why are you not killing policemen in your village?
There's no Biafra. But did you know that
what is the meaning of Biafra in the circumstance? Where's the boundary of that Biafra?
Why do you think the Fulani people are not killing people in the southwest and southeast? Because a few people have resisted. That is why. Look at Benue today. They are killing people every day. See, if you allow peaceful,
you have made your point. You have made your point. the important thing is let those who want to be free.
Tony, hold on. Nii, I will just.
Roro, I
Thank you.
just want to finalize by
No,
saying that.
Olumide, hold on.
I want to finalize by saying that some of us we want change, but it is the different ways that this change will take place that we all differ from. Like going to election every 4 years. Some of us believe that will not really bring true change to us. But I believe, and I agree with you that constitution is fundamental. We all need to sit down. All the indigenous ethnic groups have to sit down and judge. We should not be afraid of talking and judging. And if anybody decides they want to leave the union, respect their will and decision. If anybody decides they want to be part of the union, let us form a document that will be agreeable to everybody, that we will all be proud of, and not one ethnic group foisting itself on the rest of the nation. That is just my belief.
All right, thank you.
That's just my own contribution.
Thank you, Rudolph. My response is to Olumide. Contrary to what you said, I am on the same page with Tony, and I believe power belongs to the people. And understand this message very well. Then my question to you made an allegation that the known leader of Yoruba Nation for Self-Determination, Professor Akintoye, was actually working for Tinubu to become president. That's a big allegation. Do you have any evidence?
Well, my only evidence against that I believe is him coming out to congratulate Tinubu after he won the election, after they declared him winner. He came out if there's video online, to come and declare for him coming online to congratulate Tinubu. That's enough evidence that it was working. And there are so many evidences online. I follow the Yoruba movement. There's a split now between the Yoruba movement. Some of them believe that Tinubu will help them achieve that dream of a Yoruba. They believe that by seizing power, that they will control federal parastatal to control and deliver the Yoruba dream or ambition. I don't know how that is possible for them, with the vice president of a Boko Haram sponsor being his vice president. So there are some of us who believe that the war that they are afraid of, instead of them standing up and speaking out, the Yoruba elites coming out with all the Yoruba traditional rulers and elders, joining forces and joining hands with those who mean well, other ethnic groups in Nigeria, to say, let us have a round table talk now and discuss the future of Nigeria before any election. Rather, they thought by going to election, they will achieve that change. That is where some of us disagree with Tinubu and his gang, and we believe that Professor Akintoye at some point changed his mind and supported him on that struggle. The evidence is so much. That is why he was part of Ninas. That is why he left Ninas too.
All right.
Was part of Tony's group. That's why I left Ninas.
I think I disagree with you, but it's fine. It's your opinion.
Well, I've been following it. That's your opinion. I mean, Tony too will be a witness to that.
If I may chime in on Olumide.
Hold on. Okay. Tony is back, and I want us to continue the conversation. But let's welcome Master. Yeah. Master, please. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want.
Go ahead. Okay, I think we'll stay here. Go ahead, Master. Master, we can't hear you. Master, we can't hear you. I don't know what's going on with your connection. We can't hear you. Let me go to Mama Echo. You had a chance, and I wanted to get more people to be involved in this. So go ahead, but just a question, please.
Tony, I think I want to disagree with you that people who are oppressed knows what you are just saying. You have meeting with a group of people that you think they are representing the people because of who they are in the society. And all the people you just mentioned, you feel they have the numbers, and they are representing these people. Until you come to Dr. Damage's show that I met you for the first time, I never knew of you, I never knew of your organization. And that is applicable to a lot of the oppressors. So I believe your message has not really got into the grassroots. And until we get the message to the grassroots, we will not move forward. Because the group of people you refer to in your dissing, today they are here, tomorrow they are here. Sometimes they sing the song of belonging to the oppressed group and fighting for the oppressed. But it's like when some envelope exchange hands, they dance to the other way around. And here we are today. And if we don't do something, this fire will consume everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Tony, if you want to respond. Tony, can you hear me? Okay, he can. Ejike, welcome to the show. Ejike, do you want to make a comment or you have a question for Tony?
Can you hear me now, Dr. Damages?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm going to stop my camera. Probably it's a bandwidth issue so that maybe you guys can hear me. Is that okay?
Yeah, good.
All right. The question I really want to ask Mr. Tony, he talks about 200 million people, and I think he's referring to the whole population of Nigeria. But the indigenous population is referring to, and I think he's including the Fulani Hausa people in that 200 million. Now, the question I really want to ask him, clearly, what is his thinking? What is his plan about the Hausa Fulani that are also within the people one can say are also oppressed? Because I'm sure Tony is aware that not all the Hausa Fulani in Nigeria are actually enjoying or part of any clandestine plan to enslave another tribe. So what does he think will happen to these people? Or he doesn't really care about these people. He only cares about the only indigenous people he's talking about. That's my question.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Okay, Tony.
Yes.
Can you respond?
Yes, I heard the question. Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, the name spells out everything, puts a map to the matter. If the Fulani has any portion of land that belongs to them, they will have to stand on that land when they just stand on their own, and the Berom stand on their own, and the Yoruba stand on their own, and the Igbo stand on their own. The Hausa are indigenous people. You saw them, you saw their statement, their recent public out, and even the letter they wrote to Tinubu, I think it was yesterday or so. You know, they are indigenous people, and Ninas is dealing with all the indigenous people. The Fulani, there's nothing like Hausa Fulani. That misleading narrative and nomenclature has come to naught now, because the Hausa has stood up to say we were overrun by these people. They are killing us. They are killing us in Zamfara. They are killing us in Kebbi. They are killing us in Katsina, everywhere. And so the Fulani are the ones coming from Mauritania, the people of Akim Baba Ahmed, the people of they come from Senegal. You saw when Rufai said he went to 14 different countries to give them money to stop coming to kill in southern Kaduna. And so there is an active invasion. If anybody wants to pretend about the Fulani conquest agenda, such people could pretend. But the owners of the land, the ones who are being overrun, the ones who are being killed, are not going to join in that pretense. It is within the context of that agenda that they were able to impose the constitution they imposed. And they found renegade elements amongst our people to help them to sustain that instrument by going to election every 4 years under that instrument. And so the Hausa will be supported as indigenous people to get back their land. The Fulani, if they can point at where they belong to, of course, they will stand there. If they cannot point, then they will have to be, they will have to look for who can accommodate them in the places they've been hanging around for since 1804, 200 years. And so it is very clear that all the lands in Nigeria that were lumped together in 1914 by the British belong to one ethnic group or the other. And the instrument of the UN under which self-determination can be pursued requires you to be a distinct nationality in your ancestral space. Everybody else is nationalities distinct in their ancestral space. The only ones lumping themselves with other people, Hausa, that has now become Hausa Fulani. The Hausas, from the time they were conquered, became slaves to the Fulani, and they are fed up with that. And Ninas, they have the sympathy of Ninas. They are being guided on what to do to liberate themselves. It's as simple as that. Everybody stand on your father's plot. That constitution that tie everybody together is going down, and people are going to be discussing the way out, the way moving forward, based on standing on their own plot. Those who do not have plots will have to negotiate where they will stand in whatever will emerge. If we can't find common ground to continue, of course, we will then have to disperse, since we cannot discuss since after 55 years. That's the answer for that one.
All right, thank you, Tony. Forefathers. Forefathers, unmute yourself.
You're muted.
I'm not. Forefathers, go ahead.
We can't hear you. We cannot hear you.
Oh, all right, Forefathers. Okay, Forefathers, go ahead. I don't know why I'm muted.
It's interesting. It's not showing that you are muted, but we can't hear you. That's odd. You may want to go out and come back.
If you can hear us, go ahead, ask your question.
Who's next? I think Mama Echo, you wanted to ask a question.
No, she did. We can hear Rudolph clearly.
Oh, you can hear him?
And I can hear you.
Yeah, but I couldn't hear Rudolph at all. I cannot hear Rudolph, but I can hear you.
Yeah, I just want Mama Echo just did her questioning, and I just wanted to chime in. One of the things that I believe has been at the bottom of this whole process. If you declare Biafra, I will declare Oduduwa. This goes to Tony, because I'm clear-eyed as far as this issue is concerned. The current stalemate we have in Nigeria, which is the election that's just come and gone. Some people that I knew that we are vehemently opposed to Tinubu, immediately they said that he's now president-elect. Some of them have actually gone home. And I started looking at them and said, what happened? So until the issue of if you declare Biafra, I will declare Oduduwa as major force. I'm now seeing it coming in the form of if you declare IPOB, I will declare what's the name of Saridokobo. And I haven't quite pinned down what is coming out of the middle belt. So maybe Tony can address that, because until that particular block of betrayal is pinned down, we will continue to go like a merry-go-round. What do you have to say to that?
Please, moderator, what was the question of the lady? I didn't hear her.
All right, so I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Tony, I don't know if you heard what Igbo Basics his question, but I think I want to go to.
Yes, I heard him. I was just asking about, so I could take the two together better. Let me treat the last one. The question of betrayal and non-betrayal, these are renegade elements from all the sides. The rest of the people, what we need to do now, even now with the election that is now in logjam, we told them not to go. They've gone, they're in that logjam. What we can do to overtake them in that logjam, since they were doing it in negation of what will solve the problem. They all know more than you do that the constitution is the problem. They have what they are looking for themselves. Some want to be senators, some want to be president, some want to make money, all kinds of things. Not that they do not know. And so those who are not part of that sharing with them and who want that liberation for their own people, all we need to do now is to stand up in whatever form we can to say, this constitution is the problem. we will not do any further business under it, particularly elections, and even the one that has now gone into coma, because there's no way they're going to resolve what they have now without going through some exercise. Whether they order for rerun or they order for runoff or anything because from what happened on the 25th of February, there's nobody that can assume presidential mandate and find Nigeria to govern with what happened and under that constitution. This is the time those who want an end to their bondage, an end to their enslavement, must stand up and say, you know what? Election will not solve this problem. Ninas is right. Transition now. If we launch that, if that campaign were to go on now, this election will be overtaken, that constitution will fall to the ground, and we will go into transition. But if everybody sits back in their homes and hopes that a few people will go and behead the monster and bring home to them, of course, those who are holding all of us hostage will continue to, have their way, because these hundreds of millions, almost 200 million people have decided to be docile, many of them decided to be dishonest. What is there in saying, when you say Ninas is right, it means you now have embraced that proposition for shutting down any further business under that constitution, including the union that it forced on all of us. That's what happens to it. That is what will bring these people who have been carrying on in brigandage to their knees. Is it too much to ask people who are being killed, people whose assets have been seized, people whose future have been sold? Is it too much to ask them to stand up and say to the hearing of the international community? Because that was what we told them was going to happen. That our people have rejected this constitution. They are going to say they won't go to another election. There will be a logjam that will now need to be resolved by referendum, because that's the only way you're going to resolve the referendum. The logjam has happened. What are we doing with that logjam? We're waiting for court, forgetting that it is their court. Like we were waiting for Yakubu, forgetting that it was their institution. How many we said let's not go to election? We went to election. We saw what happened with the election. At the time we were telling them this thing will go this way, they didn't believe. Now they are pinning their hope in the courts. What will court do?
So
is it not their institution?
Tony,
all right, hold on, Tony. Forefathers, do you have any questions for him, or should I go to
I disagree. Hopefully, I don't. Okay, let me ask. Let me ask this thing. I think, how is it that your solution seems to be all wrapped up in the Constitution, and ultimately, in terms of disintegrating the country, is your lookout, when clearly the direction of travel indicates that we should be empowering the people directly? We should be taking power from the center, putting it in the hands of the people, not in the hands of regions, because clearly we all know how a lot of our brothers in the southeast and many parts of the country dislike their politicians. So it means that the problem we have is in the politicians themselves. It's not because of north, south, east, west, and all that stuff. It's because of the politicians. So you want to take power from the politicians and put it in the hands of the people. So are you not creating a diversion? Are you not blocking the people from realizing that truth by talking about division, when you know full well there are people that are alive today that fought to keep Nigeria together, and they will never disadvantage themselves to allow that to happen? So are you not distracting people?
We hear you. We do not require their permission. Self-determination is an inalienable right. Sovereignty is an inalienable right. Somebody may impose himself on you. That is called suzerainty. When the British were here, it was a suzerainty suppressing our sovereignty. Eventually, we regained the part of that sovereignty, but we mismanaged it. And a local suzerainty, the caliphate, jumped onto it and imposed a constitution by which they're holding the entire place, now killing off the owners to take over what is left. And so it goes back to those owners. And when we talk about constitution, unfortunately, most of our people don't understand the meaning of constitution. They think it is that document that is painted green, white, green. Constitution simply means what it says, to constitute. In the campaign we launched, we did not mark the end point in terms of defining it that it must be Biafra or Dua. We're only saying the owners of the sovereignty will have to decide what they do with their sovereignty. If they want to federate, let it be by their own volition. That is the meaning of self-determination. Where a self-determination, campaign organization to say that those who are to be in union should be the ones submitting themselves into that union, should be the ones determining the terms of that union. Both are now imposed on them as at now.
Sorry,
That constitution that says that we, the people, having solemnly resolved to live in unity as one indivisible country, that is a false claim. That is the claim that has to be resolved. Do hereby make and give unto ourselves the following constitution. That's another false claim. We have not agreed on these things that are written in our name. So we're inviting those who are suffering in that bad arrangement to join hands and insist that all businesses under that constitution must now abate. And if if the people in government are not coming to agreement, they are less than 1%, including the army and police. We have 400 and something thousand policemen. All the armed forces, army, air force, and navy put together come to 300. At most 300 is something thousand. All the civil servants, federal and state, put together. Count them. So they do not come to 1% of this 200 million. If we have a template by which those who are suffering can embrace some action that they can really take, is there anything standing between them and saying that Ninas is right? Because that Ninas is right means all of what we have proposed. If you say that is what you prefer and that you are not going to tolerate any further drawing of power and authority from that constitution, it becomes the issue. It becomes a logjam that can only be resolved by referendum. It is in that referendum that you now begin to decide what you want to do with your sovereignty.
The premise of all the stuff you said is inaccurate. You said they took over the country and governed the country, but they are not, because clearly all other parts of the country are even more developed. I was looking at some villages in the southeast where they talk about the prettiest villages in the southeast. Yes, they are more developed than the north. And when you that implication one is false. And you are educated enough. You know that you shouldn't be telling people something like that. Like some people are ruling over us and imposing their will on us. No, not one inch of the southeastern land has been taken over.
Can you hold it? If you want to take over the session, I'm going to another meeting. That is what the Constitution does. It is the Constitution by that exclusive list that took the oil and gas assets of Niger Delta, that took the waters of Lagos and the ports on it, that took the bitumen of Ondo, that took everything, that took your right to elect who will govern you and domiciled it to them. They are the ones who took everything and codified it in form of Constitution. And they say you were the one who did. We are trying to bring you out of that prison compound. We have compromised the gate. We're asking you to stand up and walk through the gate, and you're arguing blindly.
I'm not arguing blindly. The people actually voted for their
It is the Constitution that is the problem. It's the Constitution that empowers even those governors to do what they are doing. The Constitution grants them immunity. They can steal all the money. You can't stop them.
Then why don't you transfer power to the people?
That provide the avenues by which they are able to steal.
Forefathers, hold on.
Forefathers, I have a question for you.
No, hold on, everybody. Don't ask forefathers any question. No, hold on. Let me get to other people. Christian, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. I want to ask Tony Nadi, even though I understand what he's talking about, that is his semantics are very interesting. But each time he comes on your show, he keeps calling Nnamdi Kanu as a criminal. And then Nnamdi Kanu has been in Nigerian custody for many years now, and he hasn't been convicted. Is it right for him to continue to call him a criminal? And then again, he says that about millions of people that are following him are stupid. Is that what he's saying? And again, let me ask him, is what Nnamdi Kanu asking for, is it not the same referendum that he's asking?
Okay, thank you, Christian.
We hear you. We hear you. The matter is straightforward. He was doing what he was doing with Wazirike. They had a problem. we mediated in that problem up to the point they now fell apart finally in 2012 because we invited all of those who are talking self-determination, whether they were in Niger Delta or they were in Yoruba land or they were elsewhere. There are some people in Middle Belt. We invited everybody to say, let us look at this template. If you have a better template, let's have it. But none of them had any better template, and they began to embrace what we had. Now, when it came to him, and there are 42 different other Biafra organizations in one name or the other. There was the Biafra Zionist movement of Benjamin Onwuka. There was the one of Bilie. There's the one of government in exile, Nekwachi and Co. And so we engaged every one of them to say, what do you mean by Biafra restoration? None of them has a map, because once you call it Biafra, it includes the current Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Rivers, Bayelsa, which is 2/3 of that Biafra of 1967. And if you sit overseas and you say you are restoring Biafra, and you've not gone to talk to them like we went to talk to them to say, we have a common problem, let us solve it this way and that way, and embrace it. If you doubt me, get on YouTube and see the solemn assembly of the peoples of the Lower Niger, so that you could see the leaders of the agitation from across that entire space under one roof, adopting what they were going to do together. And so it was on the basis of putting a plan on the table that Nnamdi Kanu rejected 8-point plan of 8-point strategy of what we could do to dismantle that prison that in which our people are being held. You must have a clear map. That was the first thing he said, that we do not need any map, that everybody knows where Biafra is. You want self-determination, you want independence. You do not have a clear map of where the land begins and where it ends. And the Joy is there rejecting you. Urobo is there rejecting you. Anang and Efik are there rejecting you. Everybody. And then, have you discussed with them? No. If you go to the UN or where it will be finalized, if you are talking referendum, are they going to be asking you or asking them? You didn't talk with them, and you say you are restoring the territory that includes their land. What is your strategy about the constitution that that enslave you? It is that constitution that makes you the slave you want to escape from. And
it seems to me that what you are saying is false.
Let me come through. All these things are things that were discussed, and it turned out he had no alternative.
And disagreeing with you does not mean that he's a criminal.
Even referendum, if you allow me, you've asked your question. If even the referendum he now has become the champion of.
My questions. I want you to give me where he becomes a criminal, not disagreeing.
He became a criminal because he went on air to lie to the people who were listening to him that we were working for the Fulani to prevent them from getting Biafra. He became a criminal because he was building on falsehood of saying he had gone to meet Putin, he had gone to meet Trump and all the people who would decide. He has never had any meeting with any foreign government in that manner. Not to this date. If you find any evidence of any meeting with anybody in the U.S. government, in the European, in the UN or elsewhere, I will be happy to see that, because I can inform you authoritatively that there was no such.
All right.
And people are being killed in Aba Onitsha on account of those false claims that Biafra is coming. No Biafra is coming even in 50 years. It is on account of the killings that are happening, some of which he ordered.
Tony,
that we say he is consciously looking for something else that is not liberation for these people, because the progress
and the federal government has never convicted him of all these things you accuse him of.
I'm reporting I'm not telling you what government said he did. I'm telling you what transpired between us.
And you have a right to go, and you have a right to be part of that prosecution.
Trying to extort money from them for something that was not going on.
So why don't you go and provide
I called him a criminal because of what transpired between me and him.
No, right. I'm curious why you didn't go and provide this evidence to the government of his criminality.
I'm not. They are like two. They are two fighting. There's a broadcast where we address the two of them. The Nigeria as a criminal enterprise is in its own wrong. What Nnamdi Kanu did in the name of Biafra restoration is in its own wrong. We address the two. We had to address the two to say, you guys are killing people all over the place. You trying to
Dr.
sustain Nigeria.
Demedis, it's time,
You trying
Dr.
to do an
Demedis,
import and
it's
a
high
Biafra
time
that
you
a
bring
phantom Biafra.
other people to be able to say their.
All right, Christian, thank you. Thank you. Let me go to Mike. Mike, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Damages. So, first, I get confused a lot. I wonder why a lot of Southeasterners tend to push back with Dr. Tony, because I followed Dr. Tony for years, and to me, out of agitations that come out of like the Southeast regarding, because I've never been clear as far as what the South people want from the side, whether what Biafra is, what this and that is. But he's the only one I know that's always been clear and precise about what he wants, where I can't say, okay, I'm confused, And when it comes to talk to others, because of course the others are agitating as well, like they want different country and things like that. And they find it easy to work with them. Like when it comes to the Yorubas, they find it easy to work with us. When it goes to the South Side, they find it easy to work with them because he's clear about what he wants. You understand? He makes it clear. He's not trying to. He doesn't give us the deceptive rhetorics that would just get us confused. And I believe if the Southeasterners would have put the same kind of energy they put behind Nnamdi Kanu behind him, I think we would have gotten somewhere by now. To be honest, we would have at least got some. Now, but the only part that I want Dr. Nnadi to explain to me and also make me understand where I think I disagree is that, as far as constitution goes, like people don't make like throughout the history of the world, I've never seen where the people make constitution. It's usually the powerful people that make the constitution. The powerful of the society are the one that comes together to decide the constitution. There's no way they go to the people. They don't even, and the only way constitution can be changed by any other person beside those powerful people is when another group of people become more powerful and topple the powerful people. Then they can change constitution. But as far as constitution goes, the powerful will always be the one to make the call. And besides, there's even no way they can even say they want to sit down with the entire ethnic group to say, okay, how do you want constitution to be? So that's where I think the constitutional approach, yeah, it's a good way, but is it possible that we can use the powerful people to change the constitution? Yes, but the only way we can do that is to work with our elected officials to make that happen. But as far as just agitating it and calling it, I don't think they will listen to us or even get to that point. So that part is just where, I think, maybe you should re-strategize, Okay.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you what it is. Constitution making is not the business of people in government. Have you ever heard about memo and articles of a company? Okay, maybe it's off. What the memo and articles is to a company is what the constitution is to the country. The memo creates the company. The owners of the company come together to say, we will form this company. And then they go into an agreement of how they will run their enterprise. That's the one that's called articles. These are two different documents. One creating the entity and the other
Now,
defining
the
the
main point, the owners of the company, not the employees or the followers of the company.
Yes,
The
that's
top people of the
exclusively
company.
the right of the owners of the company. What you have just suggested about powerful people writing constitution is you are suggesting to us that those who have found their way to power in Nigeria are now the ones who have to write our memorandum and article of association, which is what the constitution is. And so, have you ever heard about referendum or ratification? Even the U.S. constitution that was written by normally one person will make a draft, then people will begin to adopt it and ratify it as what, but it must be their decision. That is why their constitution has survived for over 2 decades. It was the decision of those who were coming together to come together. They then began to write the articles which have amended only a few times, 20-something times in 200 and something years. And so the question here, our own situation is that we went to Lancaster House and agreed to be in union by the time the British were leaving. And the terms of that union were settled, a federation. It was toppled in 1966 when the soldiers came calling. We have endured it for so long and we're seeing the damages that have come with it. Nigeria has become a laughingstock in the global arena. And we say, to the extent that people we know, including Absalom Abaka, and Obasanjo that did the one of 1979 for them, wrote something that now took our sovereignty from us and put our signature as the ones who authorize our own damnation. We pinned it down there to say, this instrument is the only reason I am my space is defined as Nigeria. And people can come to that space from everywhere to kill me and take my assets and hand over to their own kinsmen. Throw our borders open, bring everybody to come and kill people to take the balance of the land. And we say the owners of this sovereignty do not require the permission of all those people to reject that instrument, because that immediately creates a logjam that has to be resolved. And that resolution will only be by way of either we dissolve the union forthwith, since it is only that constitution that brings everybody to everybody else's space.
Dr. Tony, let me
If
say
you
one thing.
remove that constitution, there's no Nigeria.
Dr.
Yoruba will be a
Tony.
country of 60 million people from that moment.
Dr.
Yoruba
Tony.
will have guns in their hands to defend themselves from any Fulani that comes into their space. As it is for Yoruba, so will it be for Igbo, so will it be for Ijo, so will it be for Berom. And so it is that constitution that creates all these conditions we are trying to escape from. And since they put our signature on it, we say we didn't make. We're only asking those who are suffering, whether you are being killed or your assets have been detained, we're only asking them to stand with that decision. It doesn't require anybody in government. It doesn't require any powerful people. If we create the condition that collapses the constitution, then we go into a meeting for how to resolve it. But if we can't work with a plan, they will pluck us out in bits and pieces, as we have chosen to go. Those who want to do PDP, those who want to do it. The power to make constitution is beyond the powers of National Assembly and government.
Tony, thank you.
Damages.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let me get Justice. She's been trying to join and several times.
I just want to say, Agui Ronsi was the one that first made the constitution. Dr.
You are wrong. You are wrong. You are wrong. You do not know what you are talking about.
Well, I just want to ask Dr.
It
Tony.
was Gowon. Agui Ronsi was already dead for almost 1 year before they toppled the federal constitution we had.
All right. Justice, can you hear me? Justice. All right. I don't think she can, but she's been trying and getting messages that she wants to say something. Okay. Maska, go ahead. You wanted to say something. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Go ahead. We can't hear you, Maska. Okay, Mike, go ahead with what I think you have a...
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, Dr. Tony, I think we all remember what happened, you know, the constitution we had from independence, which everybody kind of agreed on. I mean, they came together, the different regions came together to actually draft that constitution. And even this referendum you're talking about, referendum was part of that constitution. And that referendum was what the Midwest, they used to create a Midwest region from the Southwest, the whole Southwest. And we all know for a fact, it was when Agui Ronsi took over that he changed that constitution.
Can you hold it there so I can tell you what happened?
Go ahead, Tony.
Soldiers in the middle ranks decided to topple the political order. They didn't get to government house. Nzogwu and co. Agui Ronsi was the most senior of the military officers. He was a general officer commanding. It fell on him because the government had been decapitated, the federal government and two of the regional governments. Everywhere, the government had lost its composition. And so the Agui Ronsi, as head of the army, had to step in with his colleagues to stabilize the situation. He appointed 4 regional governors, to become the military council that will decide as supreme military council that will now take over the functions of the decapitated federal government and the parliament of the time. Decree number 34, the one they cite as did not touch the structure of the Federation of Nigeria, because those governors that were appointed still went to their regions and were in charge of their regions. The only thing it did was to create a temporary, governance structure that was now being done by the military in place of the civilians. And the problem that led to that collapse of January of '66 was between the regions and their ethnic, there are all kinds of things that they were dragging. The same kind of thing we see now, where one side wants to prevail over all the other sides. It was only in May of 1967, 27th of May, by decree number 14, that the structure of the Federation of Nigeria was tampered with for the first time, where the 12 states were, the 4 regions were broken into 12 states, and the federal government began to take over the assets of those regions. Ironsi was killed on the 29th of July in 1966. The events of January happened. He tried to stabilize, and then they killed him 6-7 months down the road. It was in the May of 1967, the 27th of May, by decree number 14, that Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon broke the 4 regions into 12 states. That was the day Nigeria departed from the federal structure that brought us together. The temporary arrangement of military, holding the situation together to stabilize before they go back to whatever else will happen, did not tamper with the regions and their structures at all. It was still a 4-structure federation, 4-region structure of a federation. So all these false narratives that are being peddled all over the place, they banish the teaching of history for people not to know what happened. But we know the records are there. If you want to see the copy of that decree, Dr. Damages will send it to you. In fact, I wish we could be pasted in the comment section, so I could paste it right now. But I'll send it to Dr. Damages and the article by which we explain this for the umpteenth time to the public.
Okay, Tony, thank you. Tony, thank you. Send it to me. I will share it if I get it.
There is the decree 34 is the one that abrogated the federal structure in replacement for the unitary system.
No, you have
How
not.
can you say that
not
they
ready.
didn't do that?
Decree number 34, the one they call the unification decree, only created a temporary governance structure to stabilize the situation that has gone bad.
He could have allowed the second in command to take over.
See, forefathers.
Okay, hold on, guys.
He doesn't let people say anything.
Forefathers, hold on. Let me get Justice to Wayne. Justice, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Brother Tony, for all that you are doing for our people. And thank you, brothers and sisters. We've been listening to you guys, and sometimes we just want to get annoyed because we are in a case where somebody saw that we're hungry and he went and made some food for us to eat. Now we're asking him to blow fire from the food so he can put it in our mouths. I think we have come of age where we can use the resources available to us to get the result that we want. We can't continue to cry foul. The Nina's proposition is how we want to view. We have so far to make it a bullet point, sort of, for people to understand what we need to move forward. The question that we have here is that, are you happy about what's happening in Nigeria? Are you happy to leave your ancestral home to be hiding somewhere in New York, or in my case in Houston, acting like all is well and hoping that you can go and hang in a cozy hotel for Christmas? We have a solution on the table. We are begging everybody. Not what is the English? We are not in a competition with anyone. All we are asking is for people to and compare it to other ones and see if we are making superior. Our people are dying. We can no longer be in a position where we are saying, it's my turn. Oh, I want people to see me. We are tired of seeing people. We want our people to live a decent life. I don't know what other people want. As a mother, I want my people to be able to sit in their living room, praise their phone and order Uber and pay for it. That's the life that we are looking for our people. So let's stop all this antagonizing and this and that. You're not doing it right. As of this point, I have spent my time to review all the documents in terms of getting our self-determination. Right now, this one offers us the superior argument. If you have something that is more superior than what Ninas has on the table, put it out there for your sisters and brothers to follow. We want to end this madness. We want to be able to enjoy our Yoruba brothers and sisters as a counterpart and not be sabotage ourselves. We want Africans to thrive. We want to stop having war, because every time there is something good trying to go on, somebody will get an agent, and it will be one of us. They will be answering our names. They will come on and destroy what is going on for our people. And our people are still confused about what we need to move forward. People are here talking about Nnamdi Kanu. One that hosted Nnamdi Kanu when he came to Houston. Nnamdi Kanu told me that his plan is to keep this, because everybody knows we have problems in Nigeria. He's not saying anything that we don't know. What are the solutions on the table for our people? We asked him, what is it we need to do? Even to go and lobby Congress, Nnamdi Kanu sabotaged it. He refused. He told me that his plan is for our people to get killed like Somalia. Then he wants our land to be reduced to Somalia so that the UN will come in. That was his strategy. Didn't say, what, me? If you are following that POB, I was the one that was announced to be assistant national president, and I refused. But nobody knew why I refused. Nnamdi Kanu is not our people. We are not here to be doing oh yeah, we have passed that stage. People are dying. There is hunger in the land. We are not going forward. We are very smart people. We are hanging all over the world, helping to build economies everywhere, and we cannot do anything for ourselves because we are busy antagonizing each other, trying to see who is trending, trying to say, we should stop all of that. Go and review the NINA's information. If you have something better, please put it out there. We want the blood to stop. We want the sufferings to stop. We want our children to stop dying at the Mediterranean Sea. We want our brothers and sisters to stop cleaning old vaginas in London, because that's the only job they can get. In our land, it's at old age. But because my brothers and sisters are trying to survive, they are not taking jobs where they are washing private areas in Western world. Let's stop this madness, brothers and sisters. We can do better than this. For the first time, let's put our minds together and decide we are the same way you guys galvanize to do obedience. Let's galvanize to say, as of this time, this is what looks like it can get us out of the hell that we are in and get all the results we desire. Let's work together and make it happen and stop asking questions. Enough of the madness. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Justice. Buddy, the next.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, yeah, over time, it's always a kind of consternation for me every time that we have Dr. Nnamdi here. They usually say a lot of stuff that is very difficult for people to comprehend. So, over time, you should his approach at times is a kind of it makes us to pushing us away, because this forum for him should be a kind of advocacy forum to tell us what they're actually doing. They've been on it for more than even closing to 20 years now. What progress have they made? The same accusation is passing on people that hold on to power. The same accusation is on his neck too, because he wasn't voted for. People are right there in the National Assembly as of representative. People voted for them. They have the sovereignty of the people. That's why the constitution that is talking about that. Oh, the constitution might be 40. I agree with that considering. Let's assume people that are there right now, let's work with them to fashion out a new constitution. I think that will lead us to somewhere. Rather than say, we want to dismantle everything. If we say we want to dismantle everything, I suggest to you here, it will be like a broken pencil or a broken chalk. Once you throw it, everything will continue to be breaking. So we have to be very careful what we call for. At times, this constitutional renewal of a thing or the new constitution might not even be a silver bullet. Might not even solve our problem. We could remember the case of South Sudan. They clamor for a sovereign state. What happened thereafter? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. What next? When we broke everything down. Dr. Nnamdi shouldn't be the one to come over here and say, hey, there's nothing like Hausa Fulani. It's for Hausa Fulani to tell us that. We shouldn't advocate. The last time I was here, I told them that people he's working with, they didn't have that sovereignty, that authority of the people. He came there, he mentioned of Dr. Professor Banji Akintoye. Professor Banji had the sovereignty of the Yoruba people to lead them, to speak on behalf of them, to give them the direction. No. The constitution that we have right now, given the people the pump up.
Dr. Damages, can we go to something that can justify this time we're spending?
Okay, buddy, can you go to a question? I understand it.
And the question is that, for as far as been on it, what progress? How far have we gone?
Okay,
that's the question.
All right, Tony.
Okay, we have made no progress. Next question, please.
That's the issue. You see?
No, we have made no progress. Next question, please.
Convince us. Talk to us.
No progress. No, next question.
The same stake that you have is the stake that I have.
Okay, all right, buddy. Thank you. Let's go to Nathaniel. Nathaniel, welcome to the show. Nathaniel, can you hear me? He tried very hard to come in, and now he can. Nathaniel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
good afternoon. Good evening.
Welcome to the show.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. I thank Mr. Tony for all the exposition. But one thing I would like to tell every one of us, if we continue to joke with these guys who hijack Nigeria and with their collaborators who own those countries we are staying, and we think nobody's behind these guys. I work with the shared company for 5 years, at least the last 5 years before I left Nigeria. The evil that destroyed our environment, those companies that are responsible are from these same places where we are, whether it's France, Britain, America, and so on. And when we kind of try to find solution to Nigeria problem, and we are a bit soft, we don't want to let them know that we are part of this movement to liberate ourselves. We can never be free, because as we are talking, I think they said Tinubu is not in Nigeria. Where is he? He's in France. So who is meeting with? So the next buyer is negotiating with the next buyer. So how will violence not continue in the south? How will these people are not trying to implement Sharia? Let me tell you, they may be our brothers and sisters. If they are in collaboration with this nation where we are, and they don't want us to be free, it is time we have to engage them. Anywhere we find them on earth, let's naked these people, because the horror they have collaborated with this company, with these nations we are, to make sure that Africans, we indigenous people, will never raise up our head, is too much. And if we fail to do that, we will say, oh, let us negotiate. There is no negotiation that is going to solve it, because the bottom line is that US, UK, and the rest of them, they are the ones that are behind this, our notorious leaders.
All right.
They are the ones. So please, every one of us, let every one of us be engaged. We have to free ourselves. And let me quickly make this point before I go. If we think that it doesn't concern us, what happened during slavery and colonization is going to happen again, because once we are old and we drop dead, our children, they are going to continue in America. They are going to continue in Britain. But identity crisis will come up, because there are a lot of racist people that are taking over power around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Mama Echo, you have any question for Tony? I saw you raising your hand.
Tony, my question to you is this. If you have the power and if you have the authority today, what will you do for us to actualize what you are bringing in our front?
Thank you. So, Tony.
Whatever will transform immediately to a transition to solve this problem. For instance, election has happened. Everybody is saying, I won, I won. Some are mobilizing to go to recover mandate. The ones who have been announced are mobilizing to go to be sworn in. Atiku is there drawing his own blood. if we decide to stop all of them, because whoever emerges amongst them is going to swear to defend and uphold the apartheid constitution that make us slaves. And so we can stand on that ground to act together, to say this constitution cannot be basis of any governmental power or authority, cannot even be basis of union. We have to make them see that we will not remain in this union defined by this constitution, or continue to take instruction from people who are drawing power from that forgery of an instrument. Once we do that, it will be a logjam situation that will now, of necessity, have to be resolved by referendums. And if nobody is coming to the mechanism of resolving it, we will go unilateral, because on account of the collapse of that constitution, guns will be in our hand the same moment. For the people who are saying, no, we need gun, the shortest route to having gun in your hand, and we tested it out when we sat down with Autumn. Autumn asked me, what do you say we should do? I said, send a bill to your state assembly. Let them pass that bill, sign it into law, and issue firearms. The constitution that forbade you from doing that is what we have defeated. He did it. You saw when he rolled out the military, the force they formed to begin to defend their people. Of course, because the other people who were supposed to replicate the same thing, the other governors who were told the same thing in the same period, he was isolated. They surrounded him 360 degrees.
So, Tony.
So that's what we need to do to stop them, to say to the hearing of the outside world that we're no longer going to, recognize this instrument as basis of union and basis of democracy or anybody coming to govern us. If we're not willing to do even that, because it offers us the protection we need from their gun.
Tony, let me reframe the same question, but somebody else asked it a different way. So let's say that you have 50 million people following you. We know that this election had only 36 million people voted for these candidates. You have 50 million people following you, and they will listen to you and follow you. What will you say to them? How will you, in practical steps, he says, step by step, this is what we're going to do today, this is what we're going to do tomorrow. How do we get to the ultimate goal that you have? If you have this number of people following you, 50 million people.
We have it in black and white, printed, step by step. It is a 16 step material.
Tony, hold on. People don't read anymore. This is the country we have, not just Nigeria, all over the world. So you,
it is that ignorance. It is that ignorance that comes from people not reading at all.
Yeah, I know.
If we have something that they need to do, and we have written it down and placed it where they can find it.
Tony, do you know?
We're taking it to them where we can find them.
Tony, hold on. You know why Trump doesn't read prepared speeches and all these things? And he communicates well. I think every leader in today's world, no matter what we think, I write. I know people don't read. We have to adapt, and especially if what you're pursuing is very important to you. So just forget about, you are here and you're talking to, I think we have about 600 people watching in different platforms, or 700. Convince them. This is the question this guy is asking you, step by step. You have people already following you. The issue is not about people not buying. People are following you. You are leading. What do you tell them? What do you do today, tomorrow, to get to that outcome that you're looking for?
Let them, wherever they are, the same way they were shouting about the obedient and PVC, let them stand up where they are and say, we will not operate under this constitution any further. They have to say it to the hearing of everybody, community after community. And the ways and means, all of the details of what they need to say is already in print, circulated. The websites, they can go to at the click of their phone. They are going to see all those things if they choose to come to do what needs to be done. It's in detail.
Yeah.
Let us reject this so that we can create this logjam and get to so transition. It is in that transition. What else do we do than how we have written it out? And those who want to work with it are working with it. Those who are determined to pursue other things for themselves are making sure that the ones who look up to them to transmit that information further to them are not hearing it.
All right.
And so it comes back to their suffering will increase to the point where they will go. They know that this information exists. We have to go house to house and tell them day to day what to do when they can click their phone and begin to do it the same way they did about election. Did anybody go looking for them everywhere every day?
Tony, the parties, especially the obedient movement, they had groups meeting. They had people they sent out to local areas, and they went and talked to people. They didn't do it from a central place. They didn't just write something, and people were mobilized. So is that not necessary?
We went out mobilizing people.
All right, James, welcome.
We went out mobilizing people. We went out mobilizing people before the criminals stepped in, whether they were doing Biafra or they were doing Nigeria to be Igbo president. And it's come to the point where those who believe that they want to, those who really want to be free, should take what they have. The first step is to say to the hearing of the whole world that constitution cannot be basis of the union. They have to organize the town halls, share the information that will enlighten other people, because we can't reach everybody at the same time. It has to become the dominant, demand from amongst them that election is not the way to. It's not leadership that will solve their problem. It is the constitution that is the problem. They have to come to where they are the ones saying it in all kinds of places, and everything they need to be able to do that is already in place. It is when they do that it then becomes the issue to be resolved, because politicians who are inviting them to come to inauguration or how to win election the next time, everything will come into question for, is it really what we want to do? If they refuse to say so, and they pretend they are not hearing what we are saying, they sit in their homes, it becomes something that they prefer to go to election and renew their enslavement.
All right, Tony.
We have these things listed. We have it going around as flyers. We have people organizing town. As I speak with you, I'm heading into another town hall of Yoruba people right after I drop the phone with you now.
Okay,
there
Tony.
are people who are already doing the work. The ones who do not want to do the work, but who want they want change. They cannot define the change they want. Let people define the change they want. If that change is to end their bondage and not to change the next neighbor that can become governor so that they can go and share, that's what some of them are looking for. That's why they are not able to understand that the constitution that makes them slaves is what they need to take down.
Okay, Tony, let's get a few more people in there before you disappear on us. Ejike, welcome to the show, and quickly your questions so that we can get other people to talk. Go ahead. Ejike, you are muted. Unmute yourself. We have to move away from Ejike now. Ejike, what's going on? I know you've been trying to speak for a while, and that's why I'm giving you. Okay, go ahead, Ejike. All right.
Am I coming out?
Okay.
Am I coming out?
Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. I've been listening. When you started, I wanted to speak, but lost it again. Very interestingly, if I may ask Anthony, first of all, can I ask Tony? Tony, did you vote in this election? And then in the previous election, did you vote, please? If you answer it, I'll ask you another question. I have about 3 questions to ask you, please.
Dr. Damages, I have only 3 minutes left. Please, can we go to another? If you have listened all this while, we said in 1999 that this constitution cannot be basis. Those who believe
No, not what I'm saying. Sorry, I said I was coming in and breaking off. I couldn't, it wasn't stable, maybe my internet, and I was driving. Sorry about that. What I meant now, just going straight forward, did you vote in this eletion?
So, Ejike, we don't
that
have
question. I will not take that question. You're wasting our time. Let's go to something more useful, please.
Let's go to
and before I drop off, please, the NINA's website is www.nina.org. ninasvoice.org, ninasvoice.org, all written together. And the YouTube channel where we can see many of more than 230 videos of how this process is, the things that can explain things to people. If you pick any 2-3 of those videos randomly, you can actually have a town hall in any location of the world to say, this is
Tony,
what
you
these
have
people are saying, this
advertised
is what
yourself enough.
what
I
we
want
need
to
to do.
ask you a question, and you are not allowing me, and you are talking.
You
We
are
know
asking
you
me whether
exist
I
on the
vote
internet.
in a
No,
constitution
no,
that
no.
I said we have to bring
Allow
down.
me to ask you.
You can as well go and ask Mandela whether he was voting in apartheid constitution.
Anthony, can I ask you one question? You are
Ask
bullying
the question
everybody
and
here.
stop wasting everybody's time.
No,
Ask the
no, no,
question.
no.
All right, I have to remove educate. We're going to talk about the rules in a few minutes because we can't have this kind of thing going on. Oyewowa, you are the last person. Ask your question. Go ahead.
Yeah, Chukwuwa, thank you very much, Dr. Dameji. Please, I have only one question to ask Tony Nadi. Tony Nadi, please, my question goes like this. Which map did Ojukwu fight with in Biafran War? Thank you very much.
It was the map of the eastern region of the time, and he announced it on the 30th of May that it was that territory that he was now declaring the Republic of Biafra. It was defined. The whole world knew where it began and where it ended. And he didn't just go making that announcement. There were consultations that culminated in the Consultative Assembly in Enugu, where Frank Opigo was now the one suggesting the name by which they can, declare Eastern region a country of its own. That's how they came about the name Biafra. There were consultations involving all the nationalities in the territory. And they came to Enugu and agreed among themselves that they would draw a line because the killings did not spare them too. That was the map.
All right.
What's your next question?
Thank you, Tony. Let's, who is, Okechi, go ahead. Okechi, go ahead.
Yeah, one question. Mr. Tony, why is it that you people who are in the front line find it easy to call leaders of other groups criminals? I remember that in the struggle in South Africa, it wasn't only Mandela that was in the forefront. And there were several other things that went on behind. Why didn't any of those ones call their leaders of different groups criminals? Because you've been calling Nnamdi Kanu criminals, bearing in mind that he also controls the law. Why did you do that? Yes. And then, secondly,
hold on,
sir.
One at
Secondly,
a time.
hold on, sir.
Just one question. You can go to. Tony, go ahead.
The people, there's no one person we called criminal. If we did not sit down with that person and the person did something that amounted to crime, including shedding of innocent blood,
all right.
So, Damage, can you allow me to finish my question now if you can hear me?
I said one question. You should have picked the one that you liked. We have other people who are here to say anything. You've been here several times. Ikololai, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Udo.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So I don't know if Tony is still listening to us, but if he is, you can ask your question, hopefully.
No, I don't have, well, it's a question anyway, or as much as an observation. Dr. Tony, it's wonderful listening to you. You sound quite a very knowledgeable person. But do you think you have a problem with humility in your extreme knowledge, which could bring you enough followers? Because, I mean, you've literally fought with everyone that has tried to reason with you.
Okay. Tony, are you there? Tony. All right. So, I know can get response.
We can't hear you, Dr. Damage.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Buddy, can you hear me? Okay. All right. Mama Echo. Okay, Mama Echo, go ahead. What was your question? Tony will try to join us again. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think in as much Oga Tony, you have a good cause. But not carrying people along with some of your language is. People may disagree with your view, But when you are trying to find solution to a problem, you don't take yourself as Mr. Right and every person are the people that supposed to. Personally, I use the word we most of the time so that people will know that I'm saying I am part of it. So situation you now like bring solution and the people you are presenting the solution to, you seem to use a language that make them to feel they are the one not doing their part. Whereas you as a person has not bring the people to be part of what we are talking about here. You seem to segregate yourself from everything and make the people the problem. We can't solve our problem like that. I always use the word we are the people that contribute to Nigeria problem, and we are still going to be the solution. So when people disagree with you because they are coming from a different thought and you call them criminal, you won't solve this problem because these people you call criminal, they still have another group of people that believe in them and they are going to be part of the people that will work together. So I will say every one of you that have these groups you lead, your group, Nnamdi Kanu's group, Samekpa group, Mayegu group, everybody, we have to find a way for us to work together because we are all feeling the brunt and we all need to work together to solve this problem. So let us not be calling some people criminal, this and that. We have a different view. We are looking at the problem and we are looking at a solution from different angle. So for the fact that we are looking from it as a different angle does not make these people criminal. Even some of the things they do may have criminal minded. I know most of my children are into Yahoo Yahoo, but if you see me defended today, you will think, oh, I don't know they do all these things. But the truth is this, we have a problem that we need to approach holistically. And in doing that, everybody needs to be involved. So for all these different group of people you have issue with, I think it's better we humbly bring them together instead of trying to be arrogant in the way we address them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My assumption is that Tony has to go, but let's have a recap of what's going on. His people are watching, and the organization, I know that they are watching, and many of them are here. So, Okechi, go ahead.
Okay, now just to complete what I was trying to say, you see, we must come to a place where we are mature enough to be able to handle someone else's view different from ours. And I give an example of myself. Most times I've followed Dr. Damages for so long. He doesn't seem to say good things about Trump. And I'm so one of those who like some of the policies that Trump put forward. I've never for one day say I will not come to Dr. Damages because he doesn't. No, it is his view. And I'm entitled to my own. The same way when you come to this struggle, remember I said something here very important some time ago, that none of these people who are involved in serious struggle for the freedom of people have same mind. You can't be sane to be doing what they are doing. You think Shore is sane to be living in the lion's den? He can go out anytime in Abuja street and not come back? You think somebody that kind of person is sane? Let's cut these people a cheese for crying out loud. Okay, it's not easy. If it was easy, Dr. Damages, I won't run to America. I will still be there. So those people who are there, they have what I do not have. Okay, they are more brave than I am. I can't come here and begin to call any of them a criminal because I don't know the circumstance in which they were operating at the time they were operating. Not to say that I'm giving them a leverage to become evil and all that. Secondly, now Nnamdi Kanu has been in prison. This is 2 years going. What has become of the movement? Those who say he wasn't doing it properly, those who condemned him and said, "Oh, this man is insulting everybody doing this." Now, have you noticed that since he has not been broadcasting, the movement and every other thing concerning the East have gone down? Everything has gone down. Those who said he wasn't doing it properly, where are they now? Where are they now? Secondly, if that movement he established was not there, I'm telling you, Dr. Damages, the East would have been something else. It's just because of the fear of the Eastern Security Network. And I say it, I beat my chest and I say it because I was there, I did a lot of stories. Nobody in Igbo land is even an abomination to behead somebody.
It's an abomination. If you hate somebody, you will, there's the rituals that you go through and your community is much more than you trying to even do it. So now he was saying that the Biafran people are behaving. No. That means that you don't even understand what is going on in the East. There are a lot of people operating in the East, but that's another day. So what I'm trying to say here is that if I don't agree with your system, I don't have to condemn you. I can say, look, I don't agree with you on this point or this point. Look, people talk about South Africa. Do you think Nelson Mandela is the person who started a movement? No, his name is Steve Biko. He died in prison. Steve Biko was the founder and the leader of ANC before he was killed in prison by the apartheid regime. So
No,
you are dealing with.
Okay, I don't think so. He was killed. He was a young student. He was a young student. He wasn't the person that started.
Yes, I'm coming now.
I'm sure it's not.
At the time the movement started, okay, he was one of the leaders of ANC. If you say he's not a leader,
not even ANC, he was
go back to the history and check.
Student movement, you know.
He was one of the leaders of the freedom fighters in South Africa. I mean, maybe I'm not getting the name correctly right now. But all I'm saying is that it wasn't one movement. There were other people who were by the side, who are also bringing their own, whatever they understand to be the movement. So we all can be in Ninas. We all can be in Ninas. We all can accept Dr. Tony. We can all accept what he's doing. Okay? But he can do his own and we'll do our own. Thank you very much. Someone who like to see justice done for all.
All right, thank you. So what we're doing now is feedback. What is take from what happened? So
I've not comment about Mr. Tony, Dr. Nnamdi.
Go ahead, DQ.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mama, good evening, ma. Hello, Mama, can you hear me? Mama Echo.
I hear you, Vicky.
Yeah.
Vicky, you don't want trouble today.
It's not trouble. I specifically want to greet my mama.
Mama, don't forget
He's
you.
our
Go
mother.
ahead.
You carry, are they hungry for Gbegiri and Amala? You carry one for me.
Yeah. I said I should greet Mama. So everybody just, anytime I mention Mama, everybody just have something in their mind that I want to look for trouble. I'm not looking for trouble.
Every time my children they fight.
Thank you. You be Jehovah Witness. When they pursue you every day, they see they come back. You be Jehovah Witness.
Mama got your back.
You know, I just listened to my mama spoke now, and I'm interested. I love her reading the pattern of flow this night. So that interests me.
We are together this afternoon.
So,
you know, we're on the same page.
So that is why
you win Mama today. You win her. You win her finish.
That's why I just have to jump in to appreciate my mama now that sometimes one of us cannot be on the same page. We can come across differently sometimes, but we are still the same person. We are still the same Nigerian. Even though some of us have another passport, but all of us we are still Nigerian.
You go tell me how I go take talk to Ifi, make Ifi become my friend to Abeg.
So I'm just Dr. Nnamdi, 1 second. I just want to use this opportunity to the way Mr. Tony is sounding. If you recall, when Simon Ekpatu was on this program, is similar in the sense that anytime anybody that has contrary opinion tries to make a point, they shut them out. They try to next question. It's like this activist or something. They have some similar something pattern, and which I think maybe that is what my mama too was into. So that's why when some of us,
the truth is, if I really want to restrict that, it's common with the Igbos. It's common with the Igbos.
When some of us, our son, are trying to see things differently sometimes, she start cursing us and making it look as I said, no, it's not like that, Mama.
You are seeing things differently. Yes. When you are being inhuman to the death of our people.
No, I'm not inhuman, Mama. We are just discussing the reality.
No,
Nigeria is happening to all of us.
You have CM here. Yes. Who is grieving over a niece that went to the store, and you say those kind of things. If you were in his shoe, how will
Mama,
you feel?
But that would not make anybody to start cursing anybody. That's the point.
Because then, you are not feeling the pain, and I like people. Mama, I don't like people who are inhuman.
Mama, don't make Dr. Damage's show. Your today's appearance on this show was good. It was wonderful. In fact, this is the best
I
show
don't know,
so
say
far.
now you they pay me for being good and bad for this.
Give to me.
No, I'm not playing you. But I'm just trying to emphasize and make everybody to see that this aspect, Mama, you have really done well. You preach You know peace. the way Baba The way fight Mr. Dr. Tony. Damages this morning. You know
No,
the yeah.
let me
I now
No,
find out to see this.
Mama
I
has
don't
always
dey
been
create now.
fighting me because my position appears to be like as if I'm supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So any position I take, even if it doesn't relate to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they quickly bounce on me as if I'm supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I made a simple position in our last show about Irrespective that this procedure could have been done in Nigeria. But immediately the tempo on the platform was people condemning Ekuremadu, condemning him, blaming him. But I just come in to chip in and said, this procedure could be done in St. Nicholas. There are so many good private hospitals in Nigeria now that they do this thing regularly. That was my position. But that my position seems as if I was canvassing for Ekuremadu. And my mama again, as usual, start attacking me again that I don't have human feeling. All these things are not about necessarily human feelings. Then I mentioned again another point that there can be a diplomatic way that if it's an American citizen in Nigeria, that maybe the government can. All those points I'm trying to make is appearing to Mama as if I'm defending Ekuremadu.
Not
So
really, because
everything
you are
looks
not
like
making the same point for ordinary Nigeria. So
no.
ordinary Nigeria issue has come
No.
up, and you never made
Mama,
this point.
no, Mama, the show is have your say. That's what Dr. Damages, maybe Dr.
But why you
Damages
don't
is the
have
one
your say
causing this
when it
problem.
affects the common people? Now only
I'm
politician
having,
when tip for that you dey
I'm,
have your say.
I'm having my say, Mama. But thank you very much, Mama. Let's maintain this tempo. This tempo is very interesting. Let's try to engage in this format. Then Dr. Damages, maybe you can try to bring the other Yoruba on. I think there's this another Yoruba agitator or similar to Mr. Tony, so that maybe we can engage him too.
Who is that? Tell me the name.
That one don't dey
No,
prison
I
now.
know
The one
some.
for London.
BDQ. Is it the one that you sent to
No,
Benin?
that
Is
one
it
dey
the one that you
prison
sent to
now.
Benin?
I don't. I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's Adeyinka. Adeyinka, does he say something like that?
Prison now. Adenka is in
Uh-huh.
So let me.
Okay. That one is gone. That one is gone. So we don't have. Yeah. So we don't have anyone. So we don't have anyone agitating
We
for
get
us,
one.
Yoruba.
One man went to Mo.
Oh, one man went to Mo is not agitating for us, Yoruba.
All right.
One man went to Mo. It's just another version of Dr. Damage's show.
So let me say this. Today part of what may be going on is that today we are going to announce rules and guidelines for this platform. So we're waiting for Mr. Show. Whenever he's ready, he will come and announce it. There's a panel of moderators and other people who drafted something that will guide us. So Mama Echo is already preparing for the new guideline, and she passed the test today so far, I think. But
absolutely,
Doctor, you make mistake. Doctor, you make mistake. You would have put Mama Echo part of the panel. You make a very big mistake. So that we have not discuss her for the other room before coming out.
Before coming to the open platform.
No, maybe they leaked information to her. I don't know. I don't trust all those moderators. Maybe some of them.
No, the truth is this. Before I came to this show today, I have a meeting with some of my staff, and everybody was giving me their different name when they don't give me. Now they say, everywhere when they go, now they give me title when they pay for. So I don't call everything that they call me now title, free of charge. Dr. Damage, you not get title, reach me.
No problem. So let's quickly go around and
no, on a serious note, every day you learn.
Hold on, Rachel. Let's quickly go around and get your take on what just happened, so that we can move to the regular topics. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, Doctor, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, my take on Tony Nadi, I've actually followed him for quite a while. But it seems to me, it comes across as somebody who thinks that all he does is good, and every other thing that the other people are engaged just the wrong thing. And he doesn't seem to answer questions. You know, a number of questions were thrown to him. He never tried to answer them. And again, but the things he talked about the Constitution or some of the historical issues are correct. But it's also part of the problem of Nigeria, because Nigerians think that the problem is just the Constitution and the and leadership, but it goes way beyond Constitution and leadership. Actually, a lot of people think that that Constitution or the First Republic was truncated by the military. I come to have a different thinking about it, because if Nigeria was practicing a constitutional democracy and the Constitution was somehow suspended, then anarchy was brought in. And so, you know, if you look at it from the EZO blackboard, I don't know if you know what EZO is. When I was studying in primary school, they had EZO and blackboard, and I look at the EZO as the EZO that with the 3 legs and then the pin as the constitutions that united to form the federal constitution. So if one of the leg is removed, which was what actually happened, or what Tafawa Balewa did, so he introduced the anarchy that swallowed Nigeria or truncated the First Republic. But it seems that we don't go beyond just what the white man said, that the that the Nigerian constitution was truncated by the military. We need to go beyond that. That's my own thinking. But from what he is saying today, basically, he should, next time when you invite him, it might be good also to invite those people that he call criminals. I know you have interviewed Nnamdi Kanu, but Nnamdi Kanu always give you straight answers, and the way he approaches issue, he approaches his own arguments. We tell you that he understood what he's doing. As one Tony Nadi, he's just one man squad. That's what I think he is.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. The reason why we do this is that one is that our guests could come back later and watch it and get feedback from people.
Yes.
Because it's very important that they hear what people think about what their performance. And also there are people are watching, everybody, people have their own people, so they can pass across the message. All right, let me go to Ebere. I'm sorry, I don't think you were able to speak. I don't know how that happened. I know you've been here for a while, but welcome to the show. Go ahead, Ebere. Can you hear me? Unmute yourself.
Am I coming clear now?
Yeah, good. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, nice to have you.
Dr. Damages, good evening.
Yeah, nice to have you, man.
How are you doing?
Good.
Yeah. This is my first time being in your show.
Oh, we're still composing the music for the first time, people. It's
Thank
not
you
ready.
so much.
Once it's
Welcome to the show.
We play the music.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
I greet everyone, really. It has been long. I've been following you some years ago.
Thank you.
It has been long, and I see the good work we have been doing. I'm very grateful, because if there is no platform like this, I don't think people will know some certain evil going on in Nigeria. So special greeting to you. Whether you are doing it right, whether you are doing it wrong, but a lot of people, millions of Nigeria at least they have learned a lot from your platform based on different idea, different solution, different talks, people you bring in to have a lot of discussion. So I still greet you again. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
I would like everyone to please pay attention to understand what I'm going to say this evening. Let me just say this to Mr. Tony Nadi. Yeah, it's not an easy to be talking against maybe revealing some certain evil going on in Nigeria. I appreciate him based on he can speak out. But the issue is that let us see this thing in a way. When you look at all these people, all the people in this platform, many people have been condemning what Mr. Tony has been saying. Mazen Nandekali is a criminal, he said this and that. Now let us look at this in this way. For example, we call everyone, oh yeah, let us vote. Tony Nadi, Mr. Tony Nadi, Mazen Nandekali is getting it right. When you look at all the opinion going on here, Mr. Tony has been voted out. Now he needs to ask himself a question. Is he getting it right or is he getting it wrong? I have appreciated him based on what I'm doing. I picked a point for one of our brother here. He said that there is no freedom fighter that is pure genuine. I think what I mean by genuine is that it's not an easy task. So in a parable in Igbo language, they said, if anyone open his nyash, you must see a shit. That means I, you, everyone in this platform, nobody is 100% perfect. But if somebody like Mazen Nandekalo offered and sacrificed everything belongs to him, including his life, to do this, and when you look back, you see the kind of energy, strength people are giving him. Go on, we are with you. Mr. Tony needs to understand that aspect is mentioning Mazen Nandekalo is a criminal. He get it totally wrong. Let him correct his mistake. Now, I will debate a little. I would like Nigerians to understand what is going on. Everybody should pay attention, please. If you go to Imo State, when you look at the history in Imo State have suffered a lot. I said this in a platform to Mayegu, and I want to repeat this here, so Nigerians will understand what is coming to them. The governor in Imo State right now, let me put it in a government in Imo State right now, they are trying all their possible best, like the one they are trying to give Nigeria now, the president they are trying to give Nigeria, and a reasonable person need to look, reason, and watch a kind of calamity coming to them. I want people to pay attention in Imo State. The party the Nigerians trying to hope on, please give me some
one more minute, because we want to get everybody.
So the point I want to give, the party Nigerians are trying to hope now, like Labour Party in Imo State, where you go deep and see what is going on in that Labour Party, it has been hijacked secretly. And if you are trying to give us, if that the party trying to give us a retired soldier, this is the worst thing that will still happen to Imo State people, because they need the strength to pursue the present government there now, because that one is a big problem to Imo State. So I'm begging it, I try to let people know to pay every attention in Imo State, what is coming. And let me just conclude from this. If Nigerians don't want something in a way, this is the best idea I'm giving. Mazi Nnamdi is seriously sick. It's not a word of talk. Eventually, if that man die inside prison, inside that detention, what we are seeing here today, nobody. When you remember what is happening in Nigeria, you can't even have the strength to come and talk here. As the obedient are trying to do what they are trying to do, let them focus to release that man. All this long adjournment, it may warrant the death of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but my prayer it will not die.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Barry.
I thank you. I thank everyone in this gathering. I greet Nigerians, and I want to greet you specially, Dr. Damages. And please, I had some certain talks, but it's not something I will review here. Some people are trying to criticize you in one or two ways, but I tell them something.
It's all right.
You are not you are not that kind of person, because what you are doing here is not an easy task.
Thank you, Bella. Let's go to.
I have a lot of things. To reveal about. But
hang on. We can come back to you next. Let's go to Paul. Paul, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. And Tony Nadi is the topic of the day. And I think the way Tony Nadi is going, it's just like, let me put myself, I am very, very controversial. And because I am very, very controversial, it's going to be hard for me to stand up and say I want to champion the case when I'm so controversial. When I know the thing that I'm talking about, if I do my own survey independently, I know the people are not buying it. It's just hard. You understand? That is one. The product that I'm about to sell, the people are not really buying it. It may be very positive, one aspect. The other aspect of it, character is important. It's like many of us going through our financial issues. Some of the things that make us have financial difficulties, problem with our finance. It may not be money. We may be making the money, making the 6 figures and every other thing. But character towards your funds. If you don't have the good character, how you manage money, money will go. So it's not math that make you don't know how to manage your money, but it's your character. So Tony character, the way he curses, the way he does things, I don't think that will take him far. That's not how to do it. You have your own. Everybody have their own. Go and sell your products that you can find a way to sell that product so that people can buy the product. And if you want to be somebody like Showore, criticize and stay there. Like me now, I can criticize. I'm not ready. I do so many things from where I come from, particularly where I live in Lagos. And my parents relocated back some 22 years ago. That makes me started going to my country home. Because of that, people started knowing me. I also contribute my little. But I know, no matter anybody tell me, come and run for councillor. I don't throw away money. I know. I don't throw away money. So Tony Nadi did not understand what he's doing very well. He can criticize the government because it's a good thing to criticize the government. It's like the fourth realm of the government, the watchdog. That brings checks and balance of the government, which is a good thing. But say you want to sell this product with the way you are going and with your character, you are not going anywhere. You are just wasting your time. It becomes figment of imagination. It is what you think, you sleep, you dream, and you wake up. It still remains the same. That's all I will say for now.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Ikolala, you are next, I believe. Right.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I actually came in when I listened to Dr. Tony, as you guys call him, for a long time, and I realized that what Paul has just said, he is making a very big mistake there, but it's not peculiar to him. Yeah, I have noticed most intelligent people sometimes are frustrated by the least intelligent of us, such that they get angry at suggestions that doesn't they think you should understand. And we can see this most times in, because if you look at your best way of researching this is look at the best science program on YouTube and look at the number of view. But look at Big Brother and look at the number of view. And it has nothing to do with Nigerians. It's anywhere reality shows like that are hosted. The views are higher than programs that are quite knowledgeable. So people want to be entertained, they want to enjoy. So he has to find a way of adding that to his message. But if he has done that for over 10 years now and he is not getting the number of followership he wants, I think he should start looking at his method rather than being frustrated at the people. So that's what I wanted to tell him before he left.
All right, thank you so much. I could sense that frustration too. Triple Man, welcome to the show. Triple Man, can you hear me? All right, it doesn't look like he can hear me. James, welcome to the show.
I can hear you. Oh,
okay.
I hear you.
Okay, good. All right, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
All
we
right.
can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much for having me on your show. I've known you from the days of Harry Reporters and the rest of it anyway. I'm happy. Thank you for the good work you're doing anyway. It's only Dr. Damages that would give you the really genuine have your say, where he's patient with everyone. And thank you. I've never seen that anywhere in some shows. In fact, the presenter will do the more talking than the people invited. But Dr. Damages is the only one who give you the opportunity to really express yourself the way you would want to express yourself. And thank you for that. We shouldn't take advantage of that. I can see also you have built a very beautiful family congregation here with regulars. Well done. Anyway, to what I want, to my contribution, Tony Nadi has a good cause, but with a mixed narrative. And you could see that almost everyone, virtually everyone, is really on the other side of agreement with him. And especially when it comes to the issue of other people's struggles. With regards to Nnamdi Kanu's issue, I wanted to say a few things to him while he was here. Nnamdi Kanu lost everything, in the sense he was calling him a criminal. And I think such kind of proclamation should be guided next time when someone would come. And you're saying, my point is this, you're saying, Tony Nadi was saying that Nnamdi Kanu is a criminal, a man who has lost virtually everything, for his struggle to free his people, a man who lost his parents in the process. His parents died in the process and were buried. And he was attacking his own. We all know with 28 men dead on that day. And you still have no heart or empathy to look at what he's gone through. And you are saying that he's a criminal. And you could see that right now as we speak, Nnamdi Kanu is languishing in prison. That's still a criminal. And I kind of like the question someone was asking him. If he's a criminal, why can't you now bring evidence and help Nigerian court to prosecute him? And he just dilly-dang on that particular question. So A man who is a criminal is in DSS custody for over almost 2 years now. Second missionary journey, the first one was almost 2 years before, and he is a criminal. And and this put a huge question, as to why people are living ninas. People are living ninas. People, no matter whatever reason he was trying to give, a lot of people are living ninas, according to him. Again, in numerous occasions, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has called for referendum. Tony Nadi is calling for referendum. Nnamdi Kanu has been to United Nations. We all know that, and he's refuting it today. Tony Nadi claimed he had been to United Nations. The same thing with the European Union. And Nnamdi Kanu is asking for referendum. He's asking for referendum, and yet Nnamdi Kanu is seen as a criminal in the side of Tony Nadi, and he himself being a free bird in Nigeria, without anybody disturbing him, But I know that, as we all know, that a freedom fighter has only 3 destinations, and he must choose one, which we know is prison, is exiles, is grave. Tony Nadi should tell us which is his location. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, thank you. So just to hurry up this process of review or feedback, let's keep it to 2 minutes, everybody. Just 2 minutes so that we can quickly go around. Buddy.
No, thank you. Yeah. Like everybody has said, let me make my own contribution to on the issue of Linux. I think Mr. Nnadi or Mr. Nnadi is suffering from the hangover of military. So, he lacks decorum for civil conversation, and he's not a Democrat. He didn't allow plurality of opinion, He believes that all they have, not just like tolerating volley, he might be knowledgeable. No matter the mountain of your knowledge, you should see from other people's perspective as well. So, because that will really help him. That's why I asked that question. He has been on it for a very long time. And if you look at his age then, if you look back and look at how he was, his look then and his look now, you will see that a lot of water has passed under the bridge, and he hasn't achieved so much on the issue of, because he's so biased the way he's pushing it, and he's even not sincere with himself. And the most toxic thing about it, he has skewed knowledge of history because he wanted to push a certain narrative. He has been to so many places talking to people, the way he said those things to people, and immediately touched about the foundation of the country, which is the Constitution. People quickly buy into it. Immediately people see back and reason over it. They take their back. He has been to Ade Farasi, he has been to a lot of people. That's the issue. He should sit down one day and reassess himself. I think if he reassess himself, he'll be able to determine whether he's really making progress or people are really buying into it, or why people are not buying into it. Because my suggestion to him was can we make do with what we have? You're talking about the people. And the people as well, democracy is at the center of the people. So if people like Obi can go out there and canvass for vote within a very short time. Political party go out there, they canvass for vote. Why can't him adopt the same strategy, market your product, convince people? He was given the opportunity. I think this is the second time on this platform, and he fatally, he wasted that opportunity. Nothing takes him in convincing us and tell us that if you call yourself a leader, you should be able to convince us and show us where you're actually taking us to. The same problem, what's the name of this guy? Sunday Igboho had with the government. And we saw it from the beginning that this is the way it's going to end. Mr. Linas as well, Nnamdi, is towing the same part. Because he doesn't have the greatest stake than any of us. The same stake he has in Nigeria is the same stake that all of us has. So he has to be very careful, and we encourage him, if we change, to reach out to as many people as possible. Talk to him. Don't despise people. That's very wrong. And he's so evasive. He didn't want to answer any question. And this is the kind of leader we are pushing for. Is that the kind of leader that will be telling me that we have any constitution? No, I don't trust that kind of people. So whoever their members are, they have to sit him down. Either they have to change him if they want to go places. So I think that's it for now.
All right, thank you, buddy.
Dr. Damages, let me just drop so that I can leave the stage, please.
Okay.
Just 1 second, please. Thank you. Thank you very much again for this opportunity. Mr. Tony, I see him as the agitators. They have some common characteristics which I see in him. They are very bold, assertive, and then they come across very strong. The few ones I know, that is what I see in them. People like Mazi, Nnamdi Kanu, Mr. Tony, Igboho, and even the IPOB, the president of IPOB in diaspora, Simon. So they have that, they come out that strong that if you are not sharing in their line of thought, they shut you down. Can we move on? That question is not for me. So is still not so. I'm not surprised that the way you come across. So that's just my own point generally. So that's just what I said I should contribute. Mr. Sho, how are you, sir?
All right. DQB.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
If you
I will
listen.
just be watching. Sir?
Yeah, but I say it would be good if you listen because show is about to perform a show.
Yes, I will be watching. I'll be watching. When the topic changes, I will.
All right.
We are not agitators. We are waiting for May 29.
Yeah.
We are waiting for May 29.
All right. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
sir.
James, go ahead. James, go ahead. Unmute yourself, please.
So I would like to say that most people that are agitating, like I don't like to mention his name, Adeyinka grandson, you see them saying a lot of very direct words, trying to instill violence. I believe that our country is a very, for a change to happen, it must happen the way Peter Obi is going about it, in a kind of subtle manner, challenging the narrative. I'm not saying he's a saint, but given Nigerian context, he's doing it the right way, and he's emphasizing the fact that you can only make change using this subtle method by constitution. All these other people, even Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, most of the time, I find it hilarious though, the way he normally talk. He will abuse this, abuse that, and even Adeyinka grandson, the way he talks too, he's always talking about violence. If he has gun, he will shoot Obasanjo. He will shoot. Anybody that is agitating for good governance should remove violence. Violence should not be part of it, either verbal violence or physical one. Those are the things that is peculiar to them. I know some of all these freedom fighters, they tend to want to do that. Mandela is a clear example. He was leading the action part, the youth, and he became a change man in the prison. He kept on forgiving everybody. I remember this Adeyinka grandson one day, he said he was abusing everybody. He's going to shoot this, he's going to shoot that. That is not the way forward. And even the way he attacked the Igbo, I don't like it. The problem is not tribe. The problem is not segregation. The problem is this elite that have gathered together to make the masses poor. People should understand all these things. What is happening in Biu is what is happening in Anambra. Some people corner everything, and they know themselves. They give themselves stuff. So that's just what I want to say to this thing about this man that came to talk. I saw the way he was talking anyhow. You cannot win this battle with violence because these people, they are well-rooted. The elites, they are well-rooted in everywhere. Thank you, Dr. Damage. It's nice making my contribution.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's go to someone who is in Nigeria, I think in the dark. That's my Victor. Welcome to the That's how we know it. Don't worry.
Dr. Damages. You want to have me?
No, not you. Not your fault.
You want to have Nigeria? Remember, we are all Nigerians.
I know that about it.
I know. So you sabi me. Now it's on the video, so.
I know. I just.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Over here is evening. All right. All of us, we've actually spoken well. You know, our agitators, I have issue with them. One issue I have with them is that they have good intentions according to what they professed before us. But unfortunately, the manner in which they go about it has always been the problem. And anyone who comes out as an agitator should realize that he is coming out as a teacher. And the people he has come out to convince are like the pupils or the students. So you have to make yourself to be on the same page. For instance, even Jesus Christ, when he came down to save humanity, he came down to really understand the problem of people he cared for. Having listened to the guests that came in, he has issue with humility, and he's not the only one. All of them I've known, starting from the days of Wazirike, the Nnamdi Kanu, they have this problem of being full of themselves. You are coming to people to encourage them to. You have an idea you want to sell to them. You end up abusing them. And somebody rightly made mention of politicians. These politicians, we look at them somehow, but when you now come out and begin to attack even the people you are trying to solicit for support to actualize the purpose for which you have come, you keep despising them, just like the man will just attack anybody who asks a question. If you are coming to convince me that this is what we can do to make headway, and you don't allow yourself, you don't give room for me to understand what you're doing so that we can be on the same page. When I ask some question for clarity, you now what kind of behavior to attack me? That will not take us anywhere. That's the issue we've been having with all these agitators. And when they start with all these views, we buy them. But at long run, they destroy everything. You know, like the man was calling Nnamdi Kanu a criminal. And I want to believe that he was knowledgeable. Until someone is convicted, you cannot call him a criminal, even if it's someone you caught at the scene of the crime. Until that person is convicted, I judge to be innocent. But in this case, you are calling somebody criminal, and I don't see difference between him and Nnamdi Kanu. So if really we want to make headway, you bring an idea to us to buy. You must make yourself accessible. Don't push me off. Don't make yourself as superior to me because you want me to support you, and you must allow yourself to be asked questions. You need to convince me. And I didn't see any conviction, despite the fact that he has beautiful ideas. What he said is on point. That's what that's what we are suffering.
All right, thank you so much, Victor.
All right,
we can go through with everybody.
Can I just add something to what he said? He says quite a lot of things that are just wrong. Actually, I don't know how to call it inaccurate. Just wrong. It's just not true. He said Agni Rossi didn't create a unitary system. when I just pulled out a document, that the actual photocopy of the document showing the gazetted decree, this is something he should know, and yet he tells his people something else. And when Nigerians, I don't know when we are going to stop these things. We should stop listening to these people. They are there to stunt our knowledge of the truth. They come on, they tell us things, because if they say they care so much about their people, they will check the facts of what actually happened in history and tell their people the truth. But why is it that you have so many of these people showing up saying stuff that is completely inaccurate? They will say Fulanis are dominating the country completely when the South is more developed than the North. Things that are clearly inaccurate and nobody challenges them. Do you know, I'm just looking at a document that Aguiyi Ironsi had to pass because Southerners were mocking Tafawa Balewa that was killed in that coup. They were releasing songs. I can't believe our people. Some of the lies people tell each other, it's unbelievable. When somebody told me this stuff this week, I thought it's impossible. How could this be possible? How can human beings do something like this? The first head of state of Nigeria, Prime Minister of Nigeria just died in a coup. People were releasing songs. People of other extractions of the country were mocking fellow Nigerians. Tell each other the truth. We should be honest with each other. And I was saying this thing 2 or 3 weeks ago, because when I talk to Nigerians, I see they have a false face. And I really hate it. I really hate people that have false faces, because they lie to people and lie to their children and lie. They cause confusion in this world. They lie to each other all the time. How can somebody like that, he's a doctor for crying out loud, I don't have a doctorate degree, and he comes here and says something like this, clearly knowing that he's telling people the lies. They are stunting your knowledge. Southeasterner, you really need to do your own research. It didn't take me 1 week to find this information. When somebody said this, I said, I cannot believe this is true. I had to go and find the gazetted document themselves, showing it, and I have the links behind this thing. Check it out yourself. How is it that you people don't ask them serious questions? These are your own people that did these things, and that's what led to that civil war. People not feeling empathy for each other, not feeling that a fellow Northerner had just lost some of their leaders in a coup. You people were mocking them and laughing at them, that your own head of state had to pass a decree to stop it. It's in hard copy. This is not he said, she said. Somebody had to pass a decree to stop one side of the country from mocking the other side of the country. Do you know how bad it must have gotten? We really need to ask ourselves serious questions. What we are doing to each other in this country. And this man came here today to tell us that Fulanis are dominating the country. We created this poison in this country. This is our stupid tribalism. We created it ourselves, and we keep lying to ourselves every day. That is the document. They go to this in section, this in decree 44. Scroll down, you see there. Right there. They had to pass a decree to stop people from mocking fellow Nigerians that have died too. They have just been executed by coup plotters that were overthrown. That is it there. That is it right there. So that you can see for yourself. I couldn't believe it when somebody said it. I said, how is it I didn't know this? Even till this week, I didn't know about it. I said, I have to find this document, because this it's impossible. Whoever passed a strong law like this to prevent people from defaming other people, because I never thought Nigeria had a hate speech law before. But that is as close as it comes to a hate speech law, where you had to stop other fellow Nigerians from mocking other Nigerians that have died in a coup. And when he released this stuff, it was June 1st. By July 29th, there has been a lot of deaths in Nigeria, and he too lost his own life. Because Nigerians just lie to each other and they don't want to come together. And that's why I think that man is wrong. It's not just only not rude to people, not answering questions. It's also wrong. And I fear that these people, they create a lot of them in the Southeast, and they come and lie, just like our leaders. They lie to us. They are not telling us the truth of all this. I'm hearing this time.
Fathers, I know you are angry. Let me just say one thing.
Annoying.
Yeah,
because I had a serious argument here with CM 2 weeks ago when I was telling him he was dismissing the South too.
Fathers, hold on, Fathers. I want to show Dr. Damages something. You see, I forgot to send you this interview that I had with Tony Nadi. I will send it to you. I just want to play just like 1 minute of what he said about what's his name, Wazirike being compromised. And do you guys want to hear it?
Okay, play it.
Okay, let me play it. Hold on. I don't know where I am. It's just the network is messing up. Hold on. It's my. Oh, come on.
Just send it to me.
Okay, I'm gonna send it to you. Okay. So he said that Wazirike is compromised. That is why Emekesiri and then what is his name, Mazen Kanu went and started the indigenous people of Biafra. The indigenous people of Biafra. You see, I have talked to Tony Nadi like 2 or 3 times. Okay. Can you guys hear it?
But he's compromised. Wazirike is a compromised person. All you can see him now, but now, didn't involve the ideas for today. Wazirike, who got up and then when he had solved this problem, will pull over. Government will be present in government for the matter. When you have a man to get one in a happen there, or one day have to see them here.
Can you summarize what he's saying?
Can
you summarize what he's saying?
Okay. He is saying that Wazirike took money. He didn't say specifically. He said that he got the ones he had and he went out and started enjoying himself. And then when they asked him what are we going to do about this struggle, he will tell them there are other people who are doing it. So I'm going to send it to you so that you will hear. It's about an hour plus. This is the same stuff that I sent to Mazen Kanu. I sent it to Simon, but when he still has brain, when he was still his brain was still good, not when he was compromised by the Nigerian government. And he doctored it. And when I asked him to that this is not what I sent to you, why not play the whole stuff so that everybody will listen to it and you can analyze? He said I should not tell him what to do. I said, okay, should I come and debunk you? He said I should come. When I get to his platform, he blocked me. He sent me away. So I didn't have the time to, So what am I trying to say? You see, Tony doesn't have a strategy. This thing he has been saying this one thing he has been saying for 20 years. He doesn't have, you can't be saying something and you remain on that thing without having a different approach to make that thing work. In the same audio, he said that Mazen Kanu is a criminal and all that. And there he said a priest told him that they are going to kill Mazen Kanu. They are going to waste his blood. They are going to waste all the IPOB structure. They are going to destroy it. It means he knows something. You see, it's just pure jealousy because he doesn't have anything to offer, even Nigeria. So when you come to the issue of what he's saying about the constitution, I agree with him in some certain areas because I have been saying it. This constitution is horrible, and I know it's like a thread that was, a noose around our neck. Until that noose is taken out, And then every ethnic nationality, what I'm talking about is not Igbo, Yoruba, every ethnic nationality in Nigeria must have at a point, must have to come at the table of brotherhood and discuss a way forward. Are we staying as Nigeria good and fine? Far more better. We rebrand Nigeria that is normal, not abnormal. Because from what forefathers have said now, he's bitter. But when you go back before the incident of that queue, you will discover that one side of the eye has been at the receiving end of every hate in Nigeria up to today. And that one eye has been saying, give us a referendum, let us renegotiate this country now. They said no. Allow us to go. They said no. So what do you want to do? But remember, if there is anybody or any ethnicity or any group in Nigeria that wants one Nigeria to stand and have paid the price, it is the Igbos. Really, take it or leave it. The Igbos have paid the ultimate price with their life, with their blood, with their livelihood, with everything they had. So nobody should take that away from the Igbos. But what am I saying? Tony Nadi should stop coming here and running big marolin. If you ask him questions, he will not answer. Every question that I ask him here, he will dodge it. And when I put it to him, he will say, no, it's not like that. But how is it? He will tell you, I will give you documents. I said, okay, give me documents. There's something I wouldn't want to say here, but I will say it. I will say it to Dr. Damages. He mentioned one particular individual, and I said, okay, do you have a document that shows that these guys are criminal? Do you have the document that said? He said, is there in the internet? What is internet? I have searched and I've searched. You have none, and you are calling these people criminal. Come on, guys. We should stop listening to Tony Nadi. Thank you so much. I'm going to send those clips to you. You listen to it, and then you do your justice. I'm very happy that we are. See, Dr. Damages, if we, all of us that are coming to your program here, if we can begin to say, let every ethnic nationality in Nigeria come to the table of brotherhood and renegotiate Nigeria, I think we are going to make an impact. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you, the priest of peace.
Doctor, let me say something because I've been.
Yeah,
I think.
Let me go to Janaba.
Oh.
No, doctor, don't do this. Doctor, don't do this. I have been here because if you do it, I will just pull out. If you do it, I'll pull out. This young man has come in and talk. I shouldn't have talked. If you do it, I'll go get away and I will be watching online. Because this is not Dr. Who is Dr. is just like me. He can't say anywhere you want to go, let him go. I'm here. This is my turn. That is why Nigeria no good. I will talk.
Okay. All right. Hold on, Janaba. Hold on. So what I wanted to do initially actually was just for the people who are here to say something to just weigh in because we are too behind in time. And
that is why I have stayed long.
Matt and Janaba, you are the only two people who are here to say anything. So Matt, okay, go ahead. You came before Janaba. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, my people. Good evening, Dr. Damages. I really appreciate this time that you have given to me. I wish you are going to still give me the time that you have given to anybody because I don't want when I'm talking in the middle, the bell will ring because a lot of people have been talking and they have been talking so long. Okay. Now, I want to start from our brother Tony Nadi. I want to appreciate his work because it's not easy. What he's doing is good. But I want to still tell him that he's afraid of going to prison. He's afraid of sacrifice. You know, he comes each time he wants to sell his ideas. He wants to bring in
our brother Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is baby. Nnamdi Kanu is a man standing for all Igbos, and which every one of us knows about that. He has paid the sacrifice of, losing parents, losing loved ones, and, keep paying sacrifices still in the prison. I don't know why his name keep coming up when they talk, they say he's a criminal, because I've never seen federal government holding someone who loved them in the prison. Because if he's so much, a criminal like the way they call him, I'm not sure that the federal government will hold him in the prison where he is right now. And Dr. Nadi, Tony Nadi should also know that the way I take him is the way I take the other of our brother, which I don't want to mention his name. He's already lost because he has joined the queue. He come out once in a while when he feel like coming out to speak. Based on he has taken something, from the people who always know how to bribe. But I want to say to myself and to forefathers, listen to me. What I'm going to tell you now. I don't know your state. I don't know your state. I don't know your whether your tribe. But when you talk about the southeast, the southeast. Man, you should know where we are coming from. These people we have come a long way. We have paid the price, both human sacrifice, material, whatever you can name. We have suffered in that country. So when you see any of us sounding the way we are sounding, is because we want to get ourselves out of the hook, which has been on our neck for years. You should understand it, because if you're an Igbo man, I think you will be the worst. Even the way you are sounding, you will be. If you're an Igbo man, you will even react more than the way we are reacting. But I'm not saying that everything that we do is perfect. But at times you should understand us where we are coming from. You, as a man, you were in Nigeria when they killed Igbo pregnant women, they bring out their children, put them on top of the women, almost thousands, put them on the train. Do you know what they did to my father in the north, who had become a limited man in the north? Do you know what they did it to him? Is it because someone doesn't come here to lament? You know what they did to my father? Is it everything that someone will come here to be shouting? Do you know I am his son, and I heard everything they did to him in the north. He told me, this is a man that has he has in fact he has made it. A day like this, they crush him, and all the things that he put in the bus to take to the east. The Hausa man that was supposed to drive to the east took all those properties and left my dad with nothing. And sometimes you people, you come here, you think that we are just here talking because we are talking. We are talking because we have suffered it. They ship them with train to east, to Umuahia, to Aba, for us to see. And we saw it and we got provoked and we started what we started. And you think that easy? Imagine you in your village as you are in UK. May it not happen to you. Something like that happened. And you are there, they show you what a neighbor or neighboring village is to your people. How will you feel? Even though no matter how calm or how cool you are, will you just also keep calm? So we have done what we have done. Whether we did it, it was right or wrong, but we reacted because of what we have seen. Understand? So you should understand it that way, because it's not easy to bear seeing your loved ones being killed that way.
See,
so when we are agitating from the side of blood, from the side of blood.
Can I just respond briefly? See, I was the one that said I don't even know how Southeasterners put up with Nigeria, because I can't imagine being part of a nation that was involved in the kind of stuff that happened in the Southeast. So I know. See, I was in River State. I saw the properties of Igbo that were seized. This is not distant to me. I saw it, and even people in the South, they were the first to want to secede. It's not distant from me. Why I really dislike what is going on is because there doesn't seem to be any effort to truly fix it because of so much lies.
I understand. No, I understand. I understand that. I understand it from the side of when you talk about Tony Nadi. When you mention about Tony Nadi, I would accord with you, like they say here. I will agree with you. But you see someone who physically, spiritually, mentally involved in trying to, salvage, liberate his people, and you come here, you have the audacity to be calling him a criminal. You are sitting in your room in Nigeria, nobody is coming for you, and you say you are agitating for Igbos. I tell you, you are not agitating for, you are rubbing mind with the federal government, because if you do, you would have been behind bar by now. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is that when you see people agitating, I've not come here in this show to tell you that this Biafra war affected me personally. But I'm telling you, affected my father, the one that had me. My father, he affected him. I mean, both, because I don't know where would have been. I'm telling you what happened. He escaped his life. Because he's a yellow man. When you see him, you will automatically know he's an Igbo man. He looked like a white man, because if you see him, because you will automatically know. You don't need to. He escaped. He escaped.
Let me ask you something then. What do you think that decree that Agwin Rosie passed, Decree 44, of people mocking other people that their people just died? What do you think he was trying to stem? Why do you think he was
trying to calm? He was trying to calm situation.
Okay.
He was trying to calm.
Were laughing at people that were killed.
The right thing.
And
yes.
The argument I had with CM here, just about 2 or so weeks ago, was about him dismissing the South. When I told him that this in Isaac Adakaboro, one of the reasons why he did what he did was because he felt that the Southeasterners were dismissing them and all the rest of it. And he refused, even in this modern age, he refused to even acknowledge that. He had literally dismissed them. He said they don't matter. He literally dismissed them today. Why do you think this carries on till now, where people are not self-aware? If their own son, Agwin Rose himself, had to pass a decree to stop them, why is it that they are not self-aware? I said this before about this Abel syndrome, where you are righteous in your own eyes, but you don't see what is going on around you.
All right. Let me say the final word. Let me say the final word. Forefathers, I'm not, if you watch the way why I'm trying to say this, because I have heard a lot of people on this show say things because of when they come in the side of talking about what caused the war and all that, they think maybe it's because Igbos, they just want to be the way they are, or they feel like they derive joy in speaking the way they are speaking. No, it's because of what they have seen. It's because of what they have seen. So Nigerians should accommodate this, and that is why we, our brother who just speak before I came in, said something. Let's dialogue. Everyone has been affected, both the north, both the south, both the west. Let's just come together and think and say the things that we want, we need to move Nigeria forward. Now, for you people to still know what is going on in that same country, today, I read in the north, they are dictating that they want to add to their Sharia law, road safety, control, whatever, in their Sharia law. I tried to send it to Dr. Damages today for you to see the kind of country that we are living. If they should add up that one, this is what I'm trying to, Road Safety Commission law. They want to add it up. He spoke even eloquently today. They are clapping for him. They want to do what? Add it up in their own Sharia law. I don't know if we have 30 constitution or 50 or 70. I don't know which constitution we are following. Is it Sharia law or is it the law of the land? I don't know which one. So it's for us to see that country will need their law.
Matt, thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to point out something just happened now that made me think that the new rules that Shaw will read to us after John Abbas speaks. There's something missing there. There's something that Matt did it was unintentional, but I think he was trying to make something very clear by talking about graphic details of certain things. I don't think we addressed it in the rules, because what could happen is that this could be picked up by YouTube, and they will strike this video. They could strike the channel. I know it's not intentional, but that's something that as we do these things, we learn. The reason is
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's just I'm trying to point it out. Sometimes there are videos that people send to me. They wonder, why am I not playing it? I'm not playing it not because it's not worth playing, but I know the implication of playing such a video. So for example of something that we try to be careful, because it's not in our control. All right, John Abba. Yeah.
Dr. Rudy, thank you for having me once again. Must have fought a good fight and take the place and say that is how Nigerians behave. It's okay. We are all Nigeria. The issue of Tony and all of us as a Nigeria, home and abroad, is that we are a very gullible people, and somehow we are all tribalistic in nature. And it's affecting the whole country, and it's affecting all of us. Tony never answered a question because he don't want to go to jail. Straight question: are you asking for revolution? He will go around it, and he says, he's trying to stay home. You don't want to go to jail because you've been in this business for years, and you keep on talking when you ask him question. That's why I was trying to tell him that time when I come online that just go for the 2 minutes and answer my question, because my temperament after some minutes expired. Except I take medication. If not, I can't be hearing somebody saying things over and over and over. It get me off. So, and that's what I've been saying for 20 years. So it's a strength to create a talking point and you stay on it. If anybody says something, you put the person. I think it's a strength for him, but not for me. And we all have to calm down. We all have lost. And the change of Nigeria is on the pathway of the changes that had begun for so many years. I think it's gradual. We don't want what happened in Somalia, Sudan to happen in our country. When it happens, it's going to affect everybody. Some people think that's the best way to do it. I don't believe that. I believe that there is a dialogue, and we continue to strengthen our democracy, where all of us can have a say, and who we want to be to represent us, whether in the local level, to the state, to the federal. We continue to push that, and that is going to be gradual. But if we allow the elite, now that we are now, what is reigning now is that you just agitate for something, and as far as people started supporting you, then you started making a little money, and you become a god. And that is what have kept us. When religion comes, somebody will say religion to you, and then we all become religious, and then they tame us, and then they make money and go abroad. Now agitating is anybody can agitate from the north, east, west, south, and now we don't even have Nigerian that we all clamoring for. Rather, we have few people who claim whatever they claim. And in the long run, we are all going to be hurt if we don't have a dialogue. And talking about Fulani, talking about House. How many federal workers from every state, whether from the east in particularly, go to the north? Go to Abuja and speak of their country or speak about or agitating to their people. Because when they get there, they also become a part of the system. And the elite, like I said, the elite in the north is not different from the one in the south, or different from the one in the west or southeast, whatever you call it. So I'm a obedient guy, so I will stay where I am now that the bell have rung, but stop kicking me out.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just, before show comes on, let me just announce that tomorrow on the show on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have a presidential candidate. Oh, it's no longer a candidate. In the last election, Prince Adewale Adebayo will join us tomorrow to talk about how to own our politics and save the republic and tackle our real enemies, poverty, insecurity, and unaccountability. So he will join us tomorrow at 11:30 New York time, 4:30 Nigeria. So if you can join us, that would be interesting. He's a lawyer. He can talk about all the legal issues involved in the court case at the tribunal and any other topic that you have for him. And I know you wanted to say something, but you have to wait when we are so behind. I want to invite Show to do us a favor and talk about the guidelines and the new rules.
Hey, our class prefect don't come. Oh.
I'm scared of him too.
Good evening, Rudolph, and good evening, Mama and everyone else on the platform.
Doctor, you want to zoom it? Doctor, you want to zoom show?
Yeah,
so that we can see it very well.
I'll zoom him. He's the star of the show now.
Show on the show. So the guys in the chat section, I salute as well. I hail you. So I won't take much of your time. Looks like it's frozen. Okay, you guys can hear me. Okay, so I won't take much of your time. I'm just going to go through the rules and the regulations that have been put together to help us, manage this show better. I think the show obviously got a lot of attention leading up to the election, and as you can imagine, it's not just Nigerians who watch it, and even if it's Nigerians, we deserve the best. So this, has been put together by a group of people just to help us. So see this as our constitution. If you don't like it, go to court. Okay. Just joking. All right, so I'm going to read this. It shouldn't take 5 minutes. And if you have any issues with it, please it is directed at Dr. Damages. He can take it. It has a thicker skin than I do. I might react. All right. So on Have Your Say 24/7, we do not start all the conversations that you hear. We make all the conversations that you hear fizzle. For that to happen in a safe, decent, and appealing manner, we have made the following rules. Note, we do not make the rules to stifle opinions. We only make them to enhance the conversations. We believe that your right to have your say ends only at the point where the right of others to have their say begins. These ethical rules and codes of conduct are similar to what commentators on public media worldwide adhere to. They are standard reminders that responsibilities come with the opportunity to impact the world with our views. Even when we treat others the way we want to be treated, there's still room for conflict. To minimize this kind of disputes, we shall enact the following rules. The consequences of violating these rules is that the moderator will take the violating panelist backstage. In extreme cases and repeat occurrences, the moderator will remove the panelist from the studio. If the panelist continues to violate the rules in subsequent sessions, it could lead to a suspension for a period to be determined by the moderators. If the panelist continues to disregard the rules after the suspension, an outright ban may be enforced. An appeal can be made to a panel of reviewers. Our paramount goal is not to punish, but to preserve and protect the dignity of our co-panelists, the sanity of our viewers, and the integrity of our platform. So I'll read out the rules. They're like the 10 commandments, because I think it's 10 of them. So, number 1, panelists shall show respect to guest and co-panelists at all times. Please be kind, polite, understanding, and aim for healthy and constructive conversation. 2, eating, sleeping, or lying down while in the studio shall not be permitted. So, is Victor still there? Drinking water, coffee, tea is allowed. For those who like stronger stuff, like myself, you can have them, in your mugs. It would class as tea. Number 3, aggrieved panelists should refer any matter of concern to the moderator rather than take matters into their hands. No personal attacks will be tolerated. 4, bullying, cursing, even if it sounds like a prayer. Am I true? I'm looking at you. So bullying, cursing, even if it sounds like a prayer, shall not be tolerated. Panelists shall refrain from the use of derogatory and or vulgar language, words that are universally regarded as foul language. So when you're in doubt, think of words you will not use while talking to your revert, the GO. Words like, the ID, IoT, ST, UPID, FC, UK, and the rest, okay? The use of such profanities would attract an automatic removal from the stage. Number 5, panelists should be ready to provide the source of information that they share. That's a very important one. So when you're pulled up to ask, where did you get this from? Please be ready to provide the source of your information. So do your research before sharing information. We do not want to be purveyors of fake news. Number 6, as a panelist, your camera must be turned on at all times, with your face showing at all times while you're in the studio. Now I can imagine right now the comment section is probably typing a particular name. But yeah. Number 7, you shall wait for the moderator to call on you to introduce you when you join. Though minor interjections may be permitted, mainly to clarify matters, but sustained acrimonious interruption will not be tolerated and shall be considered an intentional disruption. Disregarding the moderator's request to cease is considered flouting of the rule. Number 8, panelists with loud background noise from the TV, radio, being at the party, your children being in the background, will be put backstage until they're able to sort this out and find a quieter location. Number 9, for consistency of form and aesthetic appeal, you shall not switch off your camera while on air or go off the screen. Panelists can reach the moderator via the private chat to request to be put backstage at any point for any reason. Number 10, thou shalt put on appropriate clothing when coming on air. Nudity is frowned upon by all of us, as tempting as it might be. And lastly, we strongly discourage joining the panel while you're driving. Please stay alive and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shaw, for a wonderful job, you and the team, including moderators and external people who've been working on this for days. It wasn't something that was done overnight. There were a lot of arguments, and we are going to put it out and find a way to get it to everybody in, if you want to see it in hard copy. So, of course, we will continue to review it. We will hear what people think about the rules. We'll see how it's going. If we need to amend, modify, we will do that. And then we are also going to appoint, we are talking to a few people that will be, like a board, people that will review things. So it won't be that just the moderators will ban you, or you don't have any opportunity to say, I want a review of what happened. So there will be some members of this, all of us, we'll pick few people who will play that role. So this is not about one particular person, or, this is, we all own this platform together, and everybody is involved in the decisions that we're going to make. But the goal is...
Is there any rule for the chat? Because someone is already calling me on there. So where do we start?
We are going to get... The chat is a different ballgame. We will get to that, because there's something about the chat. We can... Let's deal with this one first, and then we get to the chat. Because someone has to be there monitoring. I'm not there. I'm not watching everything going on there. And I haven't found, we'll get to that. But let's do this one first and make sure this one is there.
At least room there for me for chat to go talk with Nnamdi. No problem.
Yeah.
No one block me here. I go chat, go pour my right there. Then those when they provoke me, when it come to my children, they're gonna match on a break. Because I go leave studio, go meet una for chat. I can just let you know.
All right. So any
Doctor, about the children own, I want to add something.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, when we make these laws, we have to consider we are living in a world. Like, I don't work the same time my wife works. I have to take care of the kids. And if probably I'm with you, see, I'm carrying my daughter, I have to carry her. I have to answer it, but I'll make sure that she didn't, she doesn't disturb. But saying that we don't have that opportunity. Because we are, I want you people to still consider it a little bit, please. It's
okay.
Just
Matt,
for
Matt,
just because of the.
Matt, can I tell you something quickly? See,
tell me.
I don't work weekends. Apart from when I'm on a project and we go live, and if I have to support over the weekend, I've not worked weekends for like 15 years. Saturday, Sunday, I don't work. But see, there are times I don't join this show since I became a regular last summer. There are times I don't join. You know why?
No.
When I have daddy duties, I watch, I comment. I'm itching to join. I really want to, but I've got a 2-year-old who doesn't get it. There's no, I mean, yes, when you tell him stop, sometimes you understand. Sometimes he just screams. You've had him in the background occasionally. So it's quite tough. So I think what you might try to practice is, I don't think the rule is we don't want to see your child. If your child is sleeping in your chest or something like that, that's fine. But the minute as a child, when the child is behaving like a child and they're, it's noisy and all of that background noise. For us who are watching it live, there's a way we can understand what's going on because it's live. But I always say, because I watch a lot of YouTube, if somebody is playing it back who is not live, the minute it gets noisy and all of that, honestly, they'll stop it because that's what I do. I'll just stop the video. If Dr. Damage's show is not giving me what I need, I'll go to my Ego. I discovered my Ego about a week ago. So I've been there twice. Mama Icho, yes, I have a word for you. I saw you on my Ego. You sat where there was this light, the street light that is black, changing colors. You give them a very nice background. You don't give us that. Why don't we see the background like when you come here? Anyway, jokes aside, so that's what I would advise. If the kids are quiet and all of that, there's no big deal having them around. But the minute they start, interruption and no interruption, when the kids are being kids, then you probably just mute yourself or excuse the stage. I want to join every Saturday, but there are times my late one won't allow me. That's my advice.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Okay.
Nee, go ahead.
Thank you for the code of conduct. I think it's going to, help in a lot of ways. Back to the issue of Dr. Tony Nadi.
Sorry, Nee, we're still discussing the rules. I think let's quickly tidy up the rules.
The rules are good. I'm sure it's going to guide the behaviors we expect to see on this platform going forward. But I can already see some people already violating the rules. You don't interject people when they're talking. If you want to talk, you can raise up your hand.
Except you are the moderator.
Yes. Okay.
And show,
except that the moderator.
Show is a moderator. Forefathers is a moderator, and Mr. Scribe and Dominic.
Okay.
So okay. Yeah, and yeah, that's very important to mention.
Uncle Nee, let me tell you something. If you want to come when there's Bubuero, Bole Kaja, come after 10 when Dr. Konko has left and Forefather is in charge. This Bubuero, Bole Kaja is free for all. Everybody talks. There's no the headmaster is gone. You can have it's proper have your say. But Rudolph, sorry, on a serious note, I've seen a few things people have put in the chat. I've seen somebody say people might try to circumvent the no face covering by being in a dark room. I mean, you joke about it, or no joke about it, that people in Nigeria, oftentimes they come and it's dark, it's up NEPA. But somebody in the Western world where there's electricity might turn off the light and say there's no electricity. So somebody's mentioned that in the chat already, and which makes a lot of sense. So, things like that we have to cater for. And Forefathers, I think this is for you. The person didn't mention your name, but I can see you've been having a go at each other not a go, but in the chat, somebody said the moderators are not to inject their own opinions. And I'm sure that's not for Rudolph. And it's not for me. So people are adding to the rules.
Rudolph doesn't have his opinion, and I'm not a proper moderator. I do have opinions. And if people are trying to tell some funny stuff, I won't sit there and allow lies just go on. So I get what you are saying.
No, but I enjoy the Forefathers. I forget when we come, enjoy with the feel with the feel the flow.
Thank you. You see, because people have to be allowed to talk. I understand that.
Okay, so my take is that talk about darkness, and it's kind of funny to me because all my UK people always come with dark background. I don't know whether they don't want to pay bills. I don't know. That is one. They also behave like Nigerian people, all the UK guys. Another thing again, Doctor, I strongly believe since we're on the live stream, we see the time on the screen live. Maybe you want to try as much as possible for us to use the time that we are seeing to time us. So now this is 5 minutes, 5 hours, 8 minutes. If you tell me you give me 5 minutes, I'm saying it at 30 minutes. If you cut me now, I will fight you that I still have something to say, because when you are talking, sometimes you don't really know that you've used a lot of time. But the people who listen, know that you've used so much time. And when anybody want to interject or stop you, you feel some type of way. So maybe you might want to think in that direction too, to also bring it so that we'll use the live screen, the time that is showing on the screen, so that we'll use it to time ourselves.
Yeah, it's typically, let me tell you this, even for our guests, I always tell them every question you should be able to answer it in 2 minutes. If you can't answer any question in 2 minutes, maybe you are dragging it too much. But you see how it goes. You bring people here every week, some some people go over 10 minutes answering one particular question. But we don't want to be flexible even with the rules and in a way so that it won't be. There are some questions I always tell them, if you need more time, okay, you can. But the general idea, what the audience can take is that in 2 minutes, you should be able to answer any question they ask.
Yeah, so just like what I'm saying is that, like, if you can be able to capture the time with the person, your time starts now. Like you tell the person now, your time starts now, 5 hours, 9 minutes. The person won't feel some type of way when you even know that you've used your time. That does not mean if you give it 2 minutes, I may prolong it maybe 2 minutes, 30 seconds. That I will not even blame anybody, nor blame you, the moderator, because I've already used my time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. We'll take note of that. Go ahead. Mama Icho.
And I hope people will not be interrupting others when they are talking. Because when somebody is talking and you don't allow the person to land, you interrupt, you cut the person. And that is where I have problem with most of the people here. They know it. So please, for peace to reign, if I dey talk my nonsense, allow me to talk my nonsense for 2 minutes. Then you cannot do your contribution or interjection. Because if you come inside my talk, now problem, I dey talk my own now. Yeah. Then two, if you want give time for everybody, not be saying you go give time for everybody. Some people go do 5 minutes finish before you go remember your 2 minutes. Because now Mama H.O. won't take over. Me, I not go agree that one. So before we start, tell everybody say now 2 minutes. So everybody go maintain 2 minutes. But if you not do that one, and people come there, so one person don't come for talk for 5 minutes, then you can't remember the rule, it not go work. Because every other person must do the 5 minutes before we'll come back to the 2 minutes.
Okay, so what's important also is to make sure that we give moderators a kind of flexibility. There might be somebody here who is new, who has a new idea, something that we will let him talk more than 2 minutes or half.
I put down for rule now. Rule we dey follow now. So yeah, put down for rule. Say if a newcomer,
not just newcomer. Not just. Let's say we're talking about car accidents. Okay. Hold on.
If a newcomer or somebody will get better idea, put down for rule because anything we not there for this rule one won't follow. You not work now.
Mama Icho, you know there are things they call unwritten rules, unspoken rules. So imagine the day Ngoseka was telling us the story about the hospital, the child that died. How do you interrupt that?
Yeah, exactly.
It will be down to discretion of the moderators, which I believe Rudolph trusts them enough or trust us enough to be good judge, of when to stop people, when not to stop people. It might be you that will be saying something that will captivate all of us. See, I saw you at Mayegun, the way you take course hourly. Let me tell you the way they were clapping for you in the comment section at Mayegun. That kind of stuff. Oh, yeah, go on.
ETC in language. So put your ETC there. So this okay. We know say it fall into ETC.
So number 11, continue the rules.
Put them there, we go understand that grammar.
So let me put it now.
Me, I say I dey talk nonsense.
Allow me put it. Allow me put it.
I dey talk nonsense.
Allow me put it now. Our constitution has amended. Number 11. The moderators have been given the power to use their discretion on when to give people more than the allocated time.
Okay. Since you don't
number 11.
No problem.
Okay. We have peace. I'll come back in a bit.
Thank you, too. Sure. Loco P, welcome to the show. I know there's some hands up, but let me just hear from Loco. He's been calling me. Loco, go ahead. Or meet yourself. I thought you are in England, Loco. You're in the dark.
Okay.
Yeah,
No.
No. Yeah.
I'm in the cab. I'm going some in the cab. So I said, let me just quickly pop in so I can say some of my observations and what I think, all of us here should adhere to. I tried to send it over a message. I don't know if anybody received it. But for me, I would say no eating, right? While on live session. Okay, nobody, no eating, no drinking. If you must drink anything, it has to be on a transparent glass or a mug, so you can pass that for like maybe coffee, tea, or whatever. You understand? No drinking of no from any bottle. It has to be transparent. If you want to must be glass. Then no lying down on your bed. Maybe you're lying down, putting your head on your pillow. This and that. No, 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 no. This because if you're on BBC or CNN, you won't do that. So you can't come here and do that. Nobody will take that. No lying down. You must sit upright. The moderation of the show is putting on tie, sitting upright. I don't see why all of us will not do it. You can sit on your parlor, living room, fine, no problem. But lying down, no, no, no way. Then no driving. I'm not driving. I'm in the cab. I'm not driving. I'm in the cab. I'm going somewhere. You can see my hands. I'm using my phone to join the live. You understand? This is that's why everywhere looks dark. You understand? And not driving because it's safety risk. It's safety risk. You understand? You can't be driving and be doing live. You understand? We don't want you to somebody that says something you don't like and you might get upset. Like, hey, don't worry, we're accident. So we don't want that. Please, no driving. What else again? I'm just trying to come up with something quickly in my head. Then don't talking over anybody. I'm not trying to call for my issue, but my issue, please, just try, just hold yourself, try. You understand? Because if you
make them not provoke me. Now that they
no, my issue.
Also tell them make them not they provoke me.
Okay, my issue. See, if I give you bribe, if you not take the bribe, you never commit crime. Now until you take the bribe, now you commit the crime. You get. So if I provoke you, let it be my fault. If you can't join, react to my provocation, you that 12 was 90 guilty. You understand? So just see like show just now when you are sure the one argue. Show just okay, my should continue. So sometimes make you see agree to sit and say, okay, make the person continue. Make it not be like say now you do win everybody for argument. Let me see the win the person. We just want to try because you be our mama, you be our sister. We're like no, only regular mama in the house, more you still leave you. I bet. I know some most men for you they push their button for argument, they don't want to talk. But for me, I know they want to talk. We just take it like that. But for the viewers, when they watch us, when they come to the live, where they want to see this platform to become the same platform, you understand? Make we just try. Make we, they argue over everybody because sometimes it becomes chaotic. We don't fight for one goal. So we don't fight for the same goal, not supposed to argue, talk over each other, and like that. And what else I want to talk against them? Then timing. Will it be okay if there will be on screen time? You understand that the moderator will have concession over if it's running as we are talking, you will see the time counting down. So that if you have anything to say, you will quickly land up what you are saying while you are looking at the time that is counting down on you. You understand? If you can have that, fine. But if you can't, I think all of us here were mature enough to know 2 minutes is 2 minutes. And even if you don't finish it, don't worry. You still have what your thought. It will still go around and you still complete your thought. You understand? It's supposed to be fun for all of us while we're trying to save the country. You get so. Let me stop for now in case because I'm trying to catch everything from my head.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. Paul.
Yeah. So, Doctor, there's something I forgot. I just want to say it may not really be rules, but it's something that you can just do, just add to it. I'm thinking maybe if you bring anybody, just like the way you bring me, if you Zoom me, it's hard for people to interject me. Sometimes when you Zoom people, other people see themselves like they're mute, they are backstage. But when everybody keeps seeing themselves, this is where somebody want to interject me. Like now I'm seeing myself. The rest people just look like they're backstage. They won't talk. Maybe that can also help. It's just my own idea.
All right, that's
makes sense.
That's a good point. But I am okay. Okay, all right. So,
Doctor, as you call Zoom me, I can't really just need to go sleep.
All right. Who else has to add.
Those who are not used to zooming, when they see themselves talking to themselves, they will
Yeah.
wonder, they might lose
Yeah,
focus
that's true.
as
Victor,
well.
go ahead.
But it's a good idea.
Victor, you are muted.
I really applaud you for coming up with this. If you remember, that was a time I said something about it. There should be rules because when some panelists were behaving somehow, and I want to believe that once a law is made and is passed, it begins to take effect that moment. I think the law has been passed, but despite that, we are already violating those rules. That's an observation. So one more thing I want to add, if the rules can be amended, it's a specific term. It talks about being somebody being present on a dark background. You cannot see the face of the person. I wish to suggest that we discourage anyone coming up here with face mask, because in the time past, this face mask issue has become somewhat controversial. Because if the law is saying your face must be shown and somebody is on face mask, so it doesn't make any difference. Any difference. I think it would be right to be specific so that we don't make a law that will have loopholes so that anyone can capitalize on. I think the use of space of wearing face mask should be discouraged, because if you are here and you are here with clear objective, without cost, without having any ulterior motive, when you present, it's not a big deal for the world to see your face, to know who you are. Not that you stand behind the mask and begin to vomit whatever you want to vomit. So that is my um, suggestion. Thank you.
All right. I was thinking that has been taken care of by saying that your face has to show. So we don't have to, because other people can do other things, not beyond just face masks. Your face has to show before you are allowed into the studio. But again, like today, somebody mentioned that our guest, because of network problems, we had to put him with just the audio. So there might be situation like that, but mainly for the guests, like if we invite a visitor to join us and there's a problem, especially those in Nigeria. About those in the dark, I mean, if we know you're joining us from Nigeria and you don't have light, there's nothing we can do. We want to hear from people in Nigeria. We're not going to say, because it's dark where you are, you're not going to be brought into the studio. So these things are, we have to use our senses. We don't want to be so rigid that important voices that we want to hear from, we are not going to hear from them because we want to make sure everybody's on camera. So thank you so much.
So in this regard of this being in Nigeria, everywhere is dark, I don't think it's an excuse that is tenable. Right now I'm in Nigeria, there is no light, yet you can see my face. So that is power interruption does not mean that people in the house are walking in darkness. So I don't think that should be an excuse. If a law is made, let's stand by the rule, whether it is in Nigeria or whatever. Your face must be shown. Let us not compromise, because when you begin to compromise in one way or the other, people will find reason to violate the rules and regulation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Anybody else? Oh, go ahead, Triple Man.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. I think this is a very good idea. Where is Show? He's gone. The man with the radio voice. I think that we should also, when it is ratified, these rules that we are organizing now, I think when it's done with, I want to ask, would it not be good if we can have it on a jingle, since it's not that lengthy thing? If we could have it on a jingle that you could play in like short break time, and and also do have some kind of post it on a link, and so where people can easily go to it and then view it. It's a good idea. Thank you.
That's a good point. Yeah, we'll consider those things. I know that our people are taking notes. Any other inputs? Those on the chat.
Then real quick from what Victor said, Doctor, I really support what Victor said because easily now I can come in darkness. I say I'm in Nigeria. So that's a good idea, what Victor said. People will play on it. They find every loophole, say they are in Nigeria.
Let me
Just
tell
like
you,
as my UK people do.
if you do that 2-3 times, eventually to be clear, that's what you're doing. There was one guy who comes on this show. Each time he will come, I won't see his face. He'll be maybe driving, and I thought he was just that he didn't know. But eventually, I figured out that it was how he wanted to be. He didn't want his face to be seen. So eventually I figured out that was what it wasn't really because of the situation, So and I thought that we should let him know that we don't want that. So I think the best thing is I think what we're doing here is honorable enough that anybody who cares about being part of this and wants to say something should be able to say it without hiding anything about themselves, But people have the right to, for whatever reason, they may want to do that. But then they can find, they can be on the comments or they can, other ways to contribute. All right, that's it. Any other? So, okay, so that's it. We try to implement this moving forward, and unless there are other amendments, the team will continue to, they will continue to look at it and modify as needed. But I thank everybody that worked on it. There were so many people, not just one person. And I appreciate all their efforts. So we move on from there and...
Wait. Sorry, 1 minute. Let me catch up a little bit. Did anybody talk about identity reveal?
What is that?
Forefathers, what you forgot?
What is identity review? What do you mean? What do you mean by
that? There's like everybody in the world will know where you're from that. Forefathers, what you forgot?
Wait. The essence of this war is not about targeting anybody. It's about making the conversation. It doesn't matter. I don't think most people here know where I'm from. It's not about that. So it's not. I don't think, unless there's a particular reason.
There was this Nigerian that was on the panel the other day. He said that in Nigeria, because once they can see your face in Nigeria, and God forbid they know your number, they know where you live, they know everything about you. So sometimes some of these rules we have to be careful, because some Nigerians will be scared of coming online to say certain things because they will be worried that they can be traced and people can recognize them, and that will be the end of them if they say certain things that they are not allowed to say. So I don't know. I just thought I should add that, because there was this Nigerian man that came online and he was saying that in Nigeria, once they have your phone number, that's it. They know who you are precisely. So,
but in today's world, I've said this before. Anybody who wants to track anybody can track you, even if you don't use their real name, even if you don't put them anywhere, you can be tracked. So I don't think anybody. And of course, for people who come here on every day, you should know that they'll be, if you go out there, people will recognize you. If you've been with us for a year, in fact, there's somebody who told me he was surprised. He went to buy something on the street next to his street, and somebody saw him and said, "I know you from the show." So don't be surprised if you don't want to say something you can stand by. Don't say it. If you don't want people to recognize you, then maybe you shouldn't.
Imagine my surprise. Somebody I didn't expect recognized me last week in London here, and I was like, "Oh my God!" I thought nobody was seeing this. So, they do recognize people, So yeah, somebody recognized me, and it was like, "Oh yeah, you have been coming here, and you are on Dr. Damages and all that stuff." So. And so I was really, it's weird because because the world is big and it's about how many people watching this. You would think nobody is watching, they are watching.
No, they are
And
what, and after multiple, you have to also know, many weeks, of what, and people continue to watch even after we are done. So it's very important that, and in the past I've said it, and people stop. It hasn't happened recently. People will come on and say certain things. Then later on, there are people in the village will call them and said, you said this, and we are being threatened by other people because of what you said. Can you remove the video? And I always tell people I can't remove it in certain places. There are places I don't have control over where it goes. So the best thing is to say things that you can, would be a problem for you, So, all right. Okay. So thank you everybody that worked on this, and thank you all for joining and participating. What we are going
Oh,
you have, I didn't see that. Sorry, go ahead.
those of you when they clap, Mama Echo cannot curse anymore. I know they curse, that prayer they pray. So if I not do the prayer for you, I go do them for my house, and God go stay answer. So if una think so, una don't free to continue impunity because rules say make Mama Echo not do prayer for you. You know the one that they do for my secret. So those of you when go purposely come here, come provoke me with my children, I go do your prayer for secret. And they do it for open and they cry. The one I do for secret, una know. Then Thomas, I want to address you and I want you to address yourself. You better, that your score when they do for your hair, match break. Because if you provoke me to anger, I go do your prayer for secret. Did you understand? So don't type nonsense here and try to provoke me to anger. Because if I anger against you concerning the blood of the innocent and their spirit, now secret I go settle your matter with the owner of those blood. Did you understand? So make everybody match their break. Because some people are still grieving till today on this matter. So don't come here and come and be telling me, Mama Echo cannot curse again. I don't curse. I read the Bible. Psalm 27 says, contend with those who are contending with me. So one that they go MFA, go they play, die. Oh, not waiting because Mama Echo the talk and I because Mama Echo na curse. But MFM na prayer. I go settle all of na matter for secret.
Mama Echo, I think just to add to what you are saying, you don't take some of the stuff that has been.
Then finally,
okay.
Me, I know they fear nothing. I know say some of you they carry my picture up and down for Nigeria. If they talk to who for Dr. Damage show, my that but once. Then two, you don't decide. Because of what they talk here, will not decide when I go die. No way. I have an assignment and a mission to complete. And until I complete it, none of you, the Abobakus, can do nothing.
So before you carry on, Mama Echo, let me just say, because I think it's what I want to say.
Our country.
Can I just say something regarding what you are saying now, Mama Echo? I think somehow you seem to be internalizing some of these rules as if it's meant to target you. Don't think so, because what some of the stuff Loco was reading, I can remember Loco breaking some of those rules himself. So so don't think it's about you; it's about other people too. I'm sure I broke some of them too sometimes. So don't internalize it and think that they are targeting you.
I don't internalize nothing, because as you see me, so my mission is now different. I'm on a divine mission. So your rule, you not stop my mission. I have a channel, not because I not get channel. Now because I never get the right people to mount my channel. Now I make it be say my channel not the fortune. So this one I not fit do for you. I fit do one for my channel when I reach. So make anybody think so Mama Echo na waiting. Especially all these people like Thomas. You don't get anything.
Don't listen to them. It's not about. It's not about you.
Now these ones. Now that they cause the katakata when they cause the wahala.
Okay.
Is it when they hide behind keyboard that they are not bold enough to face Mama Echo? You go hide behind keyboard, they type your nonsense. Like somebody I just use the word say, they type nonsense. And they talk nonsense, just jokingly. He carry am for head like Gele when he want to go Owambe party this Saturday. You know, Sabi.
Mama Issue,
I
first
know
way you
that's
know
for
see.
you.
Now right is
Not
right.
correct of you talk.
I say no, not be me, not be me, no, not be me, not be me, no, no, not be me, not be me. No, you, me the vex if you they stress yourself. It they vex me because I don't like making you stress yourself because maybe I do your voice sound. You understand? It be like I dey sit there, you dey stress yourself. I know they like them. That's why I just like okay, make you talk, make you talk. You understand? That's the way the type. If you just they play, if you just want just cause problem,
For me, I
people
thank
don't like
God
that for
for
social
one
media. They're
thing
ready.
that I no go. You see what they thank God for? My talk, my prayer. It don't make some people set their head. It don't make some people set their mind. They're not saying not everything they go carry here, go throw away from my face anymore, or throw away to the public. You are everything you say, you are not even saying it to me. I know younger children are listening to us. And those children, they want to know if this is the right thing. Did you not see the confusion among our children today? That some of them are carrying kelebe to school because they are so confused and they want to become a hero. Don't you see it? Those of us who are in Western world, how many of our children is there for correction center that they are not with us? What did they learn from us that led them to read? So whatever we are saying there, we should remove it from the picture of us who have grown up. We should already put the picture of these younger ones. So when somebody is coming here to come and defend a mandate when they thief, then what are we telling the children? That it is good for them to, when they grow up, they should become a mandate thiefer to rule Nigeria. So let us always put that in mind.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Matt, you have the final word on this and we move to, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Matt.
I'm only just saying it just because of Mama Rachel. You know, sometimes I know, bro Loco, you know, sometimes you don't always, when we come, we refer to Mama because everybody makes the mistake. Like, doctor has just corrected me just not quite long ago. You know, so everybody, like the way I was even raising my voice, which finally I give myself advice. I mean, when I was talking, you know, it's everything is just the same the way things come at it, you know, at a certain time you react to that. Not that you just wish to go and destroy or kill someone, yeah, you know. So sometimes when we are, you know, saying all the time, say, Mama, I hate you, Mama," you know, those things, you know, the more you say it, it's just like where you are just trying to add, you know, add salt to the really. So you just have to, you know, make it to the general since we are talking about the rules because everybody is involved. So that's the only thing that I just want to add on. Anyway.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for this. And those on the comment section, we got your drift. Along the way, when we were drafting this, there was a one line that was actually taken out from the final, I believe. Something about commenting on what people are writing on the comment section when you are in the studio. I always tell the guests when we invite a guest, don't look at the comment section, otherwise you'll be distracted. And I think that's also what I expect. You know, if you're a panelist, you know, sometimes you might start talking and people are wondering, what are you saying? What is going on? But it's something that happened on the comment section that you are reacting to right here on air. So, but like I said, we continue to review this as we go along. If there are things that are not working, we can change it. But for now, that's what we have. And again, thank you, everybody who worked on this, and let's move on to a typical Saturday show.
Okay.
I want to play it.
emergencies when 1990. And then we have been together ever since then. Concerned about the stability, progress, development, security of the country, the future of our youth, people like you, and people who are junior to you, is more critically important than our own selfish and personal intention. We discuss the country, and this country is more important and greater than any one of us, and that is what was discussed. The other part of it is that this is a family house for both of us. I know Ojakad, and we've been together for a long time. That's it.
All right. So there are several issues facing the country. One is picking the leaders of the National Assembly. The other one is the crisis in Labour Party. And then what else? So let's start with the National Assembly. Next week, I will try to see if I can get Audius Okalo to come on the show. It will be interesting to have him. He appears to be one of the people that might lose out in this fight over who will be the next Senate president. So, what do you guys think?
Doctor, you just spoke it. Audius Okalo is losing his funny, and there's one thing I get from the Yoruba people, from what they've been saying from so many shows. I'm not taking it personal to Yoruba people, but this is the strategy that it came. If you go look back, the vote Okalo get to come back in this 10th assembly as a senator, he won. And look at the vote that the presidential candidate gets. It's next to nothing. So today themselves, they just felt, okay, you are using us to play ping pong and everything, So they are doing it deliberate. They do it deliberate. If Audius Okalo are succeeding in giving Labour Party a good amount of votes in Abia State around that region within its local government, maybe he would have been the Senate president. That is exactly what from the place that they are coming. They didn't get any vote. So how did Audius Okalo get all these votes, but the president didn't get none? So they just felt, let it go to South. And Audius Okalo, he may just be whining here and there up to the issues with Lawan, because last minute Lawan become his friend, thinking that Lawan may likely get the ticket for president. So Lawan is fighting to some extent, and I also know that Lawan himself may want to be very relevant. So he may do this thing for some time, then back out. So Audius Okalo just lost it. That's what I would say.
All right, thank you. Where do we go? Forefathers, do you follow what's going on at the National Assembly?
Yeah, I saw some of the drama, and actually for some reason I managed to listen to some of their arguments even within the party. One thing I found very disturbing in the conversation within the party when they were making the various regions were making their arguments was that these people that were called useless leaders and all the rest of it, they are quite intelligent people there. And like that politician, I don't know his name, that was standing next to Tinubu, he made a strong case for the Southeast. He made a strong case for the Southeast. He even got the other people to start laughing and all the rest of it. But all these people are quite intelligent people. And this is when you hear them talk, you really listen to them, you begin to wonder, then why are we in this mess? And this is what many Nigerians don't understand. They think these people, the leaders, they carry a horn. Look at what Tinubu said just now. What was so evil about anything he said? It's like every other person. Until you have to learn how to separate somebody that sounds reasonable for what goal they're actually achieving and what they're actually doing. Because what I saw was the Northwest was saying we should get it because we have 67% of the vote. The Southeast got only 1% of the vote for Tinubu, and they are undeserving. The North Central is saying that we should have it because we haven't had it, and everybody seems to be overlooking us. And they made a lot of good arguments too for why they should give them. The Southeasterner was like, oh yeah, because of a P2B, yes, you got 1% now. That doesn't mean you're not going to get 1% later on. And we too are a major group in Nigeria. You can't just overlook us. And he made a lot of solid points. And everybody had their own point. Personally, I felt like for the national listing, for the greater good, the Northwest should step down a bit. Because we have about at least 6-7 geopolitical zones. Just because you have the number of votes, you just had a president for 8 years. They should step back a bit and for national stability, allow others to partake in this system too, because it's still going to come back to you. You have a big population. You are always going to get solid representation. I think they should have thought about it from that point of view. This thing that we do where it's about, it's a democracy, so we have the number. That's the term that they were using. That democracy is about numbers. The numbers win, and we should just. How about the greater good? It's not only about the numbers. It's about stability. If just because you have the numbers, you're allowed to just choose your own leader, guess what is going to happen in the country? You're not going to have the country to have that number in. So I really think that when people judge in the equity and the ability to share power is something that is very, very important. I know it's difficult in the context of democracy, but those leaders, even in from what I saw anyway, the Northwest leaders, they are putting some kind of ultimatum, like, they will not. They literally put it on. They said if they were not given so and so position, they are not going to vote APC. That's what they were saying. But I don't buy it. I don't believe it. I don't believe their conviction is that strong after they've just had a president for 8 years and they have a Muslim ticket as this thing. And besides, there's a northerner already in as a VP. So I don't subscribe to that. I think that they should allow other regions to have some of those key positions, not central, that people call not central. I like to call it mostly central Nigeria, southeast. They should be given a position too, just because they didn't vote the president in large numbers. That it doesn't mean they shouldn't participate in the national politics. Because if you marginalize them, how is that going to help anybody? I don't subscribe to that. They can also, the Northwest, they can also get other lower level positions in office. But that's my own opinion. I'm sure they would clearly disagree. They just want to hold on to power as much as possible. They forget that. Okay, let me just add one last point. They forget that just because they've just been a northerner has just been in power. If you have another northerner hold a relatively high level position that is close to power, because of the structure that is already on the ground, that northerner's power, that Northwest politician's power is magnified because they've just held the presidency, and now let's say they hold the Senate presidency or something like that. That gives them a reasonable amount of power because they've been wielding power for a very long time. So I really don't subscribe to that. There is the Southwest, there's the South, there is North Central, the other regions. Please give to other areas so that the Nigerian family can feel as if they are part of the system instead of just rule of the majority just governs everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was showing a statement from Shetima where his argument was that we have that he's not in support of having someone from the Northwest being the Senate president, because that would give the impression that the fear some people have about the so-called Islamization of the country. So I was wondering, he didn't worry about that when he was running with Tinubu as running mate, but now that this Northwest is looking for Senate presidency, he's worried about that impression. All right. Who wants to go next? Okay, we're going round. Everybody wants to win. Okay, let me go to Triple Man. Go ahead. Triple Man.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. What the vice president saying is to me, it doesn't make sense. If he thinks that having a Senate president and the House from the same religion is fueling Islamization, he should relinquish his ticket. He should relinquish his Muslim ticket. So they've gotten the main thing, and he is just saying this. To me, that doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense at all. And besides, the Islamization project is still ongoing, and people will come to understand what the country is set for. If, and that is a very big if, this Tinubu is sworn in on 29th of May, and we have a government by Tinubu Shetima. It's gonna be a terrible thing. I saw a video where some immigration office were shown. I think I'm not certain if I'm correct. I think in Lagos, and you see a whole lot of Nigerians looking for passport, international passport. You see, and that's very unusual. That number of people, mammoth crowd. Everyone is getting ready to move because a lot of people, I think, do have an idea of what this Muslim ticket is bringing in if that succeeds. Yeah, so let me just stop here. I am heading to the new rules. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And Sho, I was looking for you. Sorry, Sho, I was looking for you. Thank you so much. You have a radio voice, and that should be exploited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll look into it.
All right. Ovia didn't hear our rules, so he has to wait. Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, good to be back again. I followed the news somewhat. It's quite interesting that the outgoing president is from the Northwest. The outgoing VP is from the Southwest. The incoming president is from the Southwest. The incoming VP is from the Northeast. And according to APC, I think the Senate president is from South-South. You've got the deputy Senate president from the Northwest. The speaker is also from the Northwest. And the deputy speaker is Indigo. Make it not be like I don't give you anything. Take whole body, you understand? It's quite interesting. I mean, people like Ojuzo Kalu, you know, the funny thing is he's a politician. As crushing as that might be for him, he will still, you know, stick to the party. There's not much. He has little or no choice. Do I feel any sympathy for him? Not really. Like someone rightly said, and I mentioned it here before, he was strongly behind Ahmed Lawan because there were rumors that Ahmed Lawan was the anointed candidate that was going to get the APC primaries, APC ticket, you know, to run as president. So, yeah, he's laid his bet, and that's how he's going to lie in it. He's not going to get it. And if you speak, to a lot of Igbo people, they're not even interested. They're not interested in this Senate presidency because I keep asking. So, an average person from South-South, Akpabio being the Senate president, what does it mean to an average South-South person? Not a politician, not anyone who is connected, just a random guy from South-South. What does it mean? Nothing. Akpabio is going to have power, is going to get more money, they'll steal more money. You understand? So it doesn't really benefit you. And I like the stance of a lot of Igbos because they're saying, see, we want the best of us to represent us. It might sound idealistic, some people might say that's not how politics work. But I respect that when they're saying, see, if we're going to put any foot forward, it has to be our best foot and we have to put forward. We don't want such people to be representing us. And people will come here and say, oh, what use of Kanu Rochas, they've built bridges. Now, the bridge that they were telling us that these are the Igbo people that have learned how to build bridges, the Julius Bergers of the Igbo land. All the bridges is built now. Where has it landed him? Build bridge, handshake across the Niger, across the Mongo Park. All the handshake now. What has it led to? Nothing. And this is the thing. So they would always show you levels. I don't feel sorry for him. He will still get money one way or the other. The one that is going to be Senate president, he has case with EFCC. I keep saying it. They invited him 2 weeks ago. Maybe mainstream didn't carry it. The man said he's sick. His lawyer said he's sick. They said he cannot visit EFCC because he's got cardiac something to do with his chest and breathing and all of that, and he's asthmatic and he's got pneumonia. He's got every disease under the sun. But when it comes to going to become Senate president, he's got the energy. These are the people we're dealing with. I wish Nigeria well. I honestly wish, I've said it, I won't pray for Nigeria. I don't have the time to pray for Nigeria, but I wish Nigeria well. People have chosen what they've chosen. Whatever's been enforced on them have been enforced on them. We're still going to discuss it, our president-elect, but I'm almost tempted to, go there, because that's another one that's going to find investors, Abinos, going to look for investors all over the world. Do you think investors are crazy? Investors look for where they can make the maximum profit. If your environment is conducive to do business, you don't need to convince, not even Oyinbo, any human being to invest in your land. Make it conducive. Let there be electricity. Let there be security. Let there be good transportation system. They will come and invest. You think they're crazy for going to Thailand? You think they're crazy for going to India to do these things? If you see, rather than go, and that's to tell you all this one that they've gone to look for investors, is a lie. Because you listen to them, it's gone to Europe. Where in Europe? Europe is a continent. You're not talking to a group of stupid people. Maybe the people in your camp, maybe a lot of them are stupid. I don't know. I've never been there. God forbid I'll be there. What is this going to? Where's Europe? That's so vague. And I've asked a few of my friends who are APC, why do you want to know? And I'm like, sorry, what do you mean? Why do I want to know? You said he's my president-elect. I should call him that. Okay, I've admitted. They said he's stage 5 of grieving. I finally grieved. He's my president-elect. So where's my president-elect? You don't have the right to know. He's in Europe. He's been gone for 4 days. No pictures. I'm even tempted to be his official photographer. Let me follow him around on my Samsung phone and take pictures. Not one single picture of our president-elect going to do deals. We know where he's gone. We know why, but I'll let others speak.
Thank you, Sho. Thank you so much. That's a very, very important conversation. From 29th of May, what will happen? Once he's sworn in, all the blames of whatever is wrong in the country will be on him. For people who do not want to accept that he will be criticized by everybody, people will blame him for why they are. Men will say, "My wife is not pregnant because of you." Everything will be on, will be on him. So I hope that his people are ready, because I saw a tweet by Bayo Onanuga that was basically sounding like it doesn't seem as if they are ready for what is going to happen. But that's another topic. KJ.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Sure, I will not allow you to drive me to where you're going, because Kai. Look, my brother, you see, there's so much to discuss, but I refuse to go to that package. I'll close that box and push it for later. I will come to my uncle, Uncle Ojus Okalu. We are almost from the same place. He's from Igbere, and he's been in, these are the, earlier on I said that there's a disconnect between the Igbos, the younger men, the younger people in Igbo land, and their so-called political leaders. And that's just an example. This was the same person who came out and said there's no need for us to struggle for a Muslim Christian this thing, because there's more, it is, the Muslims have the number. So let us forget it. It doesn't mean anything. After all, Tinubu's wife is a pastor. This is the same person who went ahead, the whole Igbo land, telling Igbo people, and of course my people, that they should vote for APC. Okay, there was no way he could have been able, because everybody. In fact, I spoke to my people in the list, and everybody voted for what do you call it, Labour Party. Everybody. There was no extra vote for anybody. They all had their village. You know how the Igbo land behave. They hold town hall meetings, and at town hall meetings they decide who they want to vote, and that's exactly what happened. Okay, so now, why is he crying? He shouldn't cry. I just like you. I don't have any sympathy whatsoever for him, because these are people who have led, the southeast to this place where we are. Okay, they've been representing us. Only God knows how, for how long, and yet there is no single change. You see, somebody, forefather was saying that if you come to the east, there's development. There's development because we, even as I'm here now, I still contribute to my local, that is my village development council. Every December, the whole meeting for development. It's out of that money they collect that they buy transformer, that they make the roads work. Okay, that they make sure that, because we are from the forest region, make sure.
Okay. KJ, we can't hear you. Can you guys hear him anymore? All right. Janaba, you're next.
Well, I think like everyone has spoken, the if there, I don't know why it's if, is when, and I think that will be 29th of May. The president-elect will become the president of the country. My stand have never changed. I wish him well. I wish Nigerians well. Pray that they have a good team to deliver Nigeria, a country where you use naira to buy naira. Hope that they come up with something quicker than expected, so that the bleeding of the ordinary Nigerians can come to an end. I don't pity any politicians, whether it's Kalu or I don't have any sympathy for them. They hold the Nigerian hostage for so long, and I don't think they are ready to implement anything that will change ordinary Nigerians' life. Um, my prayer is that the country will come, the youth will come to their senses and take their country back. And the only way they will take it back is not by listening to these agitators who are trying to make name for themselves, are trying to make a living for themselves, and some are genuinely out of their own heart, but they are ignorant or poor approach to it, which will not result in anything. But ordinary Nigerians have to open themselves up so that we don't allow this elite to continue playing game with us, or the religious leader or traditional leaders. The rule for them to have traditional leaders in the past is for them to engage with their own people so that they can feel them, they can just reason with them, have some kind of empathy with them. But most of them, they're all crook now. So Nigerian people have to know that the same person that is enslaving you, or the slave master, will never let you go. You have to fight back. And the fight back is with wisdom, is with understanding, articulating, and strategies. It's not going to be war on war. You're not going to toe to toe with them and win. They're going to unleash their army, their police, which is all part of the crook system that have kept us the cancer in the spine. We cannot move forward. But the only way I pray is that let there be a fairness at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Janaba. Thank you so much. Loco, where is Soviet? Okay, I can see you. Loco, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Loco.
Yeah, I'm muted. Okay, you see, regarding the Islamization of the country, I think is what is obvious to everybody. So it's just that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello. Okay, yeah. It's just that when something favors you, you hide under your tricky excuse. and you want to hope nobody sees what you're hiding under. When it doesn't favor you, you will not cry at, oh, if we do this Islamization. Like you rightly said, if you believe that the country should not be Islamized, you should have wrong with Bola Tinubu. You might say, oh, no. Let's adhere to what your predecessor did, which is what's it called, Osinbajo and Buhari having different religion. You understand? And another thing for the Senate people, guys, fighting or crying foul that it's our turn, it's not our turn. During the election period, they were not fighting for anybody. They were fighting for themselves. Everybody knew they were fighting for themselves. So now that the tide is turning against them, not giving them position or allowing them to access power. Now they are crying foul that, oh, now people look at it, they don't want to give us this, it's our turn, they don't want to give us. So meanwhile, when you were campaigning or doing this election, you were fighting for your own self and your forefathers and others. So for me, I just blame Nigerians who fought for their gimmicks and want to start maybe arguing or fighting that, oh, no, it's supposed to be their turn, why this or why not that. For me, they are politicians, they should deal with it. For all I care. My own is just to get Nigerian straight walking, and that's it.
All right, Matt. Thank you, Loco.
Okay. Good evening, my brothers and sisters. I don't know. This issue is like I don't know where to start. But then, Ojo Kanu. Oh my goodness. I don't know. That name. I don't know what to say about that name and his person. That man, he doesn't want to learn. He doesn't want to learn, and he keep making the same mistake. And he forget that we are his people. That he needs to be wherever we are. But he likes to go solo. I don't know. I don't know why he likes to go solo. And each time he tries to play solo and drive us, play us, he end up playing himself. Look at what is going on. I have no mercy for him. I have no whatever they want. If they want to use him to clean the floor, they should use him to clean the floor. That is all he deserves. Because somebody who had no pity for us, we don't have pity for him too. We are here supporting our brother instead of him to be diplomatic and be politically, inclined with what he says. He say things that I don't understand, as if you are against us that are supporting our own, and all Nigerians have, not all Nigerians, many Nigerians have already accepted. I'm just sorry for the youth who voted also for Bola Tinubu. It is not like what we say here. We talk about tribes. We talk about our elders, Yoruba elders. I was listening, but Dr. Damages, I sent it to you. I don't know if you have received it. Yoruba elders and no, not elders, obas. They gather together. When you come as a person to greet the obas will sit down and you will lie down or bend your head, remove your cap. But it was the reverse. Reverse was the case. Tinubu came in and all of them stood up for Tinubu. Tinubu with his cap on. And he was shaking them like kids. I send it to you. Do you understand me? So what is going on in Nigeria is everything is turning upside down. There is no more respect. Look at Oba of Bidi. That is why I have respect for that man. Always stay in his palace. You come there to visit him. And he say what you want to say. You carry your motor and your load, go back where you are coming from. Do you understand? So, and if you talk about exactly. Now you talk about what do you call him? Our vice president. Our vice president. I sent you also a video. Please, all those things, I don't want to say it here now before they ask me where did I get it from. People, I was hearing, you come from Mali, you come from this. He was removing their faces. I send it to you. All this is when I get it. I send it because I want you to confirm it first before people will start asking me where is this from? Where as if I'm in Nigeria, I have to go to Sambisa forest to discover who they are speaking to. Do you understand? So I mean, it is a problem. And let me tell Nigerians. You see, did anybody observe why the governor won the case? Have anybody taken time to read part of the thing that they say the back end of the beavers is not what a certainty is that something sure, like Spanish say, they say it is not seguro. It is not something that you can back on to say that it is correct, because sometimes it can be incorrect. If you watch where these people are going, watch what is going to happen in the case of Peter Obi, and remember, tactically, Tinubu congratulated him. Remember all these things. When Nigeria is out, not be today, we are not today people in Nigeria. When Nigeria want to move the way a certain way, we know how they move. So they have done what they have done. Remember, on that 29th, this man will come back. This man will be sworn in, and nothing. We will sit here and shouting, unless the court. You see, the only people that we are holding is the judgment which they are going to give on that day. Because whatever they are doing, Nigerians are watching. Nigerians are watching. They are our last hope and our last card. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me go the other way.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the young man clearly. He said Tinubu congratulated Peter Obi.
No, not Peter Obi. No,
Okay.
Adeleke.
Okay.
Obi, go ahead.
Yeah, we're talking about the 10th assemblies, right?
Yes, and the fight over who won.
Yes. I mean, this is about this is more to do about 2027, and again, there's every need for the government. There's every need for the president elect to have total control, if they let him be, of both houses, for obvious reason, as I said, for 2027 purposes. But at the same time, for him to actually achieve 1/10 of what he promised Nigerians, if we have that flow between him and the Senate and the House, they can. Either the policy are for the people against the people, that's a different ball game. But that's some of the reason why the president elect needs to have control of the houses. But again, the same reason people who are opposing his choice of candidacy are also going after him. They want to render his administration lame dog from day one. And because of all that, this is just the beginning. We see they no be June now, so this is just they are just even getting started, because as we speak, PDP together with other opposition Senate led and rest of rep, they are meeting you for a retreat. So we all know anything can happen from there as we speak. That is going on. But at the same time, they are also accusing Abdullahi Adamu, that's the APC chairman, of being a mole, working against the choice of the president-elect. As we know, the president of the choice of president-elect is Akpabio from the South, seconded by Jibril from Kanu. Then what is it? Abbas from Kaduna. Then Kalu from Abia for the House. Now, of course, everybody is saying, "Oh, they left this North Central out of it." There's a reason for that, even though the reason, of course, is not going to favor what is happening. That's why I said it's about 2027. There's every need for you to appease those that actually contribute in terms of vote more to the party ahead. And what you are showing right now on the screen, this man is crying. Anybody who should do the same thing. Empowering, giving, compensating the Northwest so much is at his own detriment. In case he needs to run, just like what's Yemi, in case he needs to run, the better for him not to have a strong opposition coming from a party, the better for him. So if you give two principal office to the Northwest, that's a lot. That's a lot for them to rally around any of them to work against him. Should it comes 2027 and Bola Tinubu decide they're not going again, or it gets 2031, 8 years from now. So all this is what is at play. Is what is at play now. But this is just the beginning. A lot is still going to happen. Don't be surprised. They will still go against what this man say. You might see Yeri. Yeri, that's a former governor of Zamfara. It's also Senate elect. It's also going for the position. Don't be surprised. You see him as your next Senate president. The way things are going. Yes, everybody is saying they should give it to Kalu. I don't know. They want somebody who will not chicken out, who will stand against whatever the agenda the Bola Tinubu administration is bringing in. That is what is going to be responsible for that yearly choice if they want to go outside the south entirely. But to me, it's just the beginning. There's still more to come. And Tinubu might decide to postpone, to extend the inauguration of the houses too. That's another thing. Soon as they swearing him on 29th of May, if he doesn't have a way, he can decide to delay the inauguration of both houses just to push Ada again to have his way. That is also a possibility.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ovie. Let's see. Victor? He's sleeping. Who is the moderator? Who is...
And again, for the rules, I know they were read the rules. Is it also allowed for a person to display his forehead? Is it allowed?
Who are you talking about?
He knows himself.
Hello.
Show, come here, pay attention.
Hello.
He's also going
Hello.
against...
Is breaking over here.
He's breaking the rules.
Then the network is actually breaking.
I can show me
Hello?
here. Not
Allow people to talk. Somebody is talking.
Hello?
Somebody is talking.
Can you hear me?
I'm trying to paste. I'm trying to paste some of the rules in the comment section.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Victor.
You don't mute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. My position is not different from what others have said concerning Ochu Zokalo. You know, I don't have pity for him for any reason, because we understand quite well that he's on the other side. You know, you apply wisdom. The statement that he made during the electioneering campaign, I don't think I can forgive him for that, because you have the guts to say that your people are not matured to contest for presidency. That was a statement that he made. You know, that was a time I did attack him here, and the Igbo Basic was out to defend him. You know, we know it's politics. You have personal interest. You know, being on the side of APC, and we know that all of them are there primarily for their own personal interest. There are better ways to manage the situation, but rather he belittled us. You know, if you can recall, there was a time I say that Igbos are not marginalized. Yes, it can be, anybody can challenge me on that. Why did I say that? I said that from the political point of view, because we are the ones destroying ourselves politically. Like this issue of referendum or whatever that is happening, if our politicians are interested in our situation, all the issues that we are having would have been addressed politically, because we all have senators and House of Reps over there. But he made that statement that Igbos are not matured. But when he was saying that it was his turn to be president, I just laughed at him, because a kingdom that divides itself, the scripture says, cannot stand. We have belittled ourselves before other tribes, and the way we have presented ourselves to them is the way they will treat us. Because he made a caricature of his own people, and he expects others to respect him. It doesn't happen that way. It doesn't happen that way. If, in fact, left to me, if I have my way over there, I personally will do everything possible, even if the destiny is to favor him. Because you don't cajole your people on the global space, and they expect the global space to respect you. So I don't have pity for him for whatsoever. He's not matured. He's not ready for it. That's my take.
All right, thank you, Victor. It's more than just Oju Zokalo. We're also interested in knowing what you think about who should be where. Is it important that they respect the geopolitical space in Nigeria in choosing who should be leader.
Anyway,
No, okay,
what
it's
I
okay.
would say is that okay, can I say something?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, all this issue of who will be there is just crying over a spilled milk. So we've got it wrong at first. The foundation already is faulty. So saying Akpabio being there, of what use is Akpabio even to the south or whatever. So to me, you and I, we don't have any stake on what happens in the house. So if I would say this person should go there, it doesn't hold water because it is the senators there that will decide. So discussing who should be there, to me, I don't think is a discussion I should get myself involved in. That's why I have to discuss not just Okalim
All right,
personally.
Thank you. Mama Echo. Go ahead, Mama Echo.
The truth is, these people are not there for us, so why should I be crying over who is there or who is not there? During the election, they did everything possible for them to bring who they want so that they can continue diluting gallon. So none of these people are going there for my good and the good of my children. So whatever cry they are crying now is for their pocket. And it is a pity if any of my children show sympathy for them when they talk about Northwest, South, they are not going there for you. Until we get the right people in place that will fight for us, there's no point of thinking about whether they are crying or not. So it paid their right. When they're betraying other people, in order for them to suit their pocket, they think the music, when they were beating the drum, they didn't know they would dance to the music. So they beat the music, the drum of selfishness. And now somebody say, let us dance to the same drum of selfishness. They are crying foul. Thank you.
All right. Forefathers.
Yeah, this Ojus Okalo, that guy. See, it would be nice for him to come here so that he can come and hear what people are saying about him. He did say that Nigeria was not ready for a southeastern president. However, before that, before the primaries, he was saying that Nigeria was ready, that they will have a southeastern president. So maybe for him, after the way things have shook out, and they had Atiku in PDP, and Tinubu in this, and maybe that has made him reappraise his position on it. So he stood on both sides, and I see that's why I urge my Igbo brothers. Sometimes when you are listening to your person, give them a fair hearing, because you just said he's not. He just said Igbo people are not ready for the Nigerian politics. Maybe there's a reason why. And because when I heard that man speak, he's not mad though. They are thieves, yes. But you have to understand the person you are dealing with. Because sometimes when you don't understand that person, you stand in front of them, they will disarm you. Because you don't know what you are dealing with. You think these people are just crazy, they're just there stealing. There is a sliding scale to it. They are stealing, yes. But they are also brainy. There's a brain ticking in there. And so what he said, when I see him, I don't see the devil that all the people paint him to be. So they really need to start listing the things, because some of the stuff that they said he did now, he said it on both sides. So people tell me, who did old Orji Zokalo kill? Because the way they paint that guy, it looks like he's the worst guy in the southeast. I really need to understand. Thank you.
All right, thank you, forefathers. Let's
Hello.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Forefather, I'm from Abia, originally from Abia. And we are not saying that Orji Zokalo has killed people. But we're not saying he's the worst Igbo politician around. What we are simply saying is that they have taken enough of our time and our season and our resources. The Abia people, or and I'm not trying to be tribalistic now. I think we know that they are hard working people. Orji Okalu ruled Abia State for 8 years. Orji Okalu represented Abia State for as long as I have known now. And yet, there's not single thing we can actually attribute to him. So, when we speak about our leaders, it's coming from the fact that in our own community, when you give yourself to service, we expect that at the end of your service, the time you're spent, there'll be something to show for it. Okay, in this case, let's agree with him that he had nothing to do because he's a senator. He couldn't, drive project to his place. But why get up and say that the Igbos are not ready for presidency? Why get up to say that, look, there's no need for us to struggle to be a Christian Muslim, candidate because it doesn't really matter. Why? Why generalize the fact that it is only people who can tell the Igbos where to vote? That means you are giving yourself the power of God. You can speak for your family. You can speak for yourself. And we don't owe him. Like when I come to this panel, I try not to, sound angry because there's nothing to be angry about. Rather I should be thankful that I have the opportunity to speak. But what we are saying is, all this while you didn't see that you are representing the people. It is now you are fighting for the Southeast. You are saying now it should be given to you because you are from the Southeast. But when we are saying, okay, the Southeast should be given president, they say, no, it's not time for we should allow Tinubu, we should allow now you realize that the Southeast needs something? No. In fact, if you ask me, I don't think anything should come to the Southeast. They should have it all. Let us all look from our own point. Let's be observing them now. Let them play the game the way they want it. And for those who think that what Shetima is saying, you see, long ago, we have come to understand how these people work. They are telling you what they want you to hear, but they are doing what they want to do behind. So the statement is making is of no consequence whatsoever. Remember that same statement they were making before El-Rufai became governor. And they were saying, no, El-Rufai cannot do, but what all El-Rufai have done in Kaduna State is now being extended to the larger population. Okay? And so this is how it's already operated. I'll be surprised tomorrow if that was a guy who is from Plateau State gets the speakership. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised also if the Senate president goes to the same person who they said he won't go to. Akpabio, we all know Akpabio, and I respect Akpabio for whatever he was able to bring to Akwa Ibom State. But you see, the best to represent, if we are looking at a dynamic politician from the South, is it the person who will do it? The person who didn't even come to the house through a lawful means? Is it the person who is now going to be able to fight the government that is coming in? Okay, so these are some of the things we are looking at. Well, nobody is saying that, oh, we are condemning Ojulo. He's a nice guy. If you meet him personally, those who have met him say he's a very nice guy. But it's not about being nice, it's about doing what is good for the generality of the people. In this case, the Igbo land. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm getting echo. Look on me. Anyway, thank you so much. Let me just say that before I have to hand it over to Forefathers and Show. Well, let me thank everybody that joined us. And I'm looking for the video of P2B. He's been quoted in different newspapers saying that he must be president. So if anybody has that video, please send to me, drdamages@gmail.com. I'm wondering why is it that in a public event, he made a speech and nobody had it on video. I've been searching, I've not seen it, and but all the newspapers are reporting exactly what he said, but there is no clip of him saying that if people just dropped their cameras at that moment and then he said it. So I'm putting it out there.
Yeah. I've seen that everywhere. They seem to be talking about it as if it's a big deal. I would have thought he must be, I don't know, maybe he's channeling Milokun there, and who knows. It doesn't sound like Peter Obi, though, I must say. It really doesn't sound like him.
Yeah, it didn't sound like him. So that's the question. or we want to see the
Doctor, the one that I saw they make up because I saw it in Linda Ikeji, I saw it in Tunde Ednod, right?
yeah.
And then the one that I know that he said I was listening to him. I never had that. I was trying to get that. Say, where did he? I repeated I see. Maybe I said maybe I didn't get what he was saying. I repeated it again. He was just saying. He just answered the people that spoke before him. Saying something concerning how we are going to run shortage of food in Nigeria and all that. Other thing, I was like, I was confused. I said, I mean, maybe the man said this thing when he was sleeping, or maybe I don't know, maybe where they, I can't understand. Anyway, that's how what I have to say for now.
But I can tell you that their responsible newspapers that reported it. I don't think that they just cooked up a quote from him. So it's important to find out. We've had situations where presidents of Nigeria, not Buhari, said some things, and it was reported by the papers. The reporters were there, but the videos were not shown anywhere. So it's possible. I don't know. We'll be interesting to find out, but we'll know by the end of tomorrow. Thank you, guys. Oh, go ahead, Jonathan.
Before you leave, forefather says that Zokalo have not killed anybody. He never know. All politicians in Nigeria have killed a lot of people in many ways, but that's okay. But then, to be honest with you, Zokalo is a very good politician, and he know what he's doing. He understand the East and he understand the North. The problem is that I always say on this platform is that this very season of election of 2023, the people get involved a little too late. We're talking about national politics, and he understands that, and that's why he says that he will not, the North will not, Obi will not be the president, or the Easterner will not be the president, because he understands the inside. I said to us here, when do you see a politician from the East come to Abuja and use the word we are marginalized before they win election? Once they come to Abuja, they will not say that, because it's a talking point for their people to push them there. And in another word, politicians are politicians and they understand their language. Regardless that you may not get the Senate president, he will get something that compensates for the comment he has made during the primary and the general election, because that is the only way he will get something to compensate for the
I think we lost Janaba. I was wondering, was it me that disappeared or so anyway, whenever I hear someone say that somebody's a good politician, I always think, on what measure are you using to say he's a good politician? Did he deliver for the people? Is he in line with what the Nigerian people are looking for? That's my own measure. I don't know. But just to end it, for me, I want to also remind people, tomorrow at 11:30 Nigerian time, New York time, 4:30 Nigerian time, we are going to have Prince Adewale Adebayo join us to talk about what's going on in the country, the legal case in the tribunal, and every other thing that you might have for him. So please, if you can join us, that would be good. All right. Thank you, everybody. Forefathers, show. Over to you guys.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. This in Rudolph. Yeah, so let's start the audio Zocalo hate fest. And Matt, you are the one that said you are muted. You are muted, Matt.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I say something about Joseph? I don't want to say a lot of things here because, the way I love that, say, the way I love, this is national TV that we are now talking. The way I love this man, the way I campaign for this man, the way I trusted. You know how you say that when he say is the youngest. If you see how I convince my family, if you see how I convince people around me, if you see how I'm arguing concerning this man, you will not. I'm telling you, even when I don't want to start saying my school, when in my school I opened, not I had organization. I had organization for him by with his name. Someone hijacked it now in government. He's still in government in other states. He's eating and enjoying dining with them. Something or I formed myself, harnessed men, and have initial and everything. We went for a visit. That is not what I want. You know why I'm not saying, you see me, I'm saying things like this is that I never expected him, even though he's a politician. There are something, okay, like just imagine we talk about Hope Uzodinma, we talk about what is name again, Iberiberism. We talk about Iberiberism. These three people, if the masses are going to the right, they are going to the left. If you are going to the left, they are going to the right. And which voice does Nigerian people hear more? Is it not their voice? Because they are the people that go to the radio, television. So when they speak when they speak, it will be as if Igbos have spoken. Any other voice that you are reading behind. Nigerians are not hearing you. So that is the reason why this man is a man that the young people, we felt that he would be the person that, who be on his shoulder, at least with how he knows politics, he will be upright, not like, I'm not saying that he will be like a saint, at least someone like Peter B. At least someone like Peter B, when you tell us something, when you say we should go, we go. Even if we have a target, you are able to meet about 5% of the target that we have. You come call us and tell us, look, we have, let's just leave the other target, but this one we have gotten it. Let's keep moving. But not always you want to go there to stand. And when you speak on channels, arise, and immediately he speaks, his news will go around the nation. It will look as if we have spoken. And that thing always, backfire. Look at him now. Okay, let me ask you, Father and Sean, have you heard any Igbo man now say, you must give it to him? You must give it to him. He must be. He must be. Is it not only his voice that you are still hearing? It's still his voice. It's still only his voice. Assuming that this man. Okay, now. Okay, let me ask you. You say that we are not ready. Is it Senate President that we are ready? We are not still ready. No, we have to wait. Now, we the people are saying we are
But
not
don't you
still ready.
think that it is not a bad thing for somebody in the southeast to at least be fighting, because you have to be represented somewhere, because the Senate presidency is not no
But
it's a
we are
powerful
right.
position
Yeah,
too.
you are right. You are right. But if you want to do something, you have to start it from from the foundation. The foundation is this. Where is the foundation? Your brother. You see, as I am now, let me just put myself in the shoe of Jose Carlo. I went to somewhere, you asked me about Peter. I said, he's my brother. He's fighting for his right. He was a Nigerian. They need to contest. If it's contesting, that is his right to contest. I'm contesting for senatorial seat in my state. It's my right. He's in his party. I'm in my party. We mustn't be in the same party. So I urge him to go ahead. If he wins, I congratulate him. He's a Nigerian. If I win, I believe he will congratulate me. So I'm doing my thing because I'm in another party. I cannot, work for him. Why I'm in APC, that will be anti-party. You have to say something that people will understand. Not that when you come, you put all of us in a basket and present it. Do you understand? So
No, I get what you are saying. I get what you are saying. That he talks, he says, he makes pronouncements that Igbo people dislike, and he makes it generalizing that is for the
you
Igbo people. Is that what you
understand?
are saying?
That is it.
He's a member of the family now. He has a right to say what he wants to say, and he remember he's APC. Don't forget, he's a politician. He's part of APC.
But we understand that. That is what we are still saying. You see what I have just said now. I have not said Nigeria shouldn't vote for Peter Obi. Assuming I'm in his shoe, I'm the one now in like Jones. I will not be saying we are not ready. We are ready. We are Nigerians. And if my brother is contesting and people are supporting him, if they give him his vote and if they give him their vote and he wins, I'll congratulate him. But I'm in another party. I love what he's doing, but I'm in another party, which I'm not going to do anti-party here. But I love what he's doing. Period. Don't be going and be saying, carrying all of us, saying the whole Igbos are
Yeah,
not.
yeah. Although the way he put it was that Nigeria is not ready. Not Igbos are not ready. Nigeria is not ready. So somewhere along the line, it was translated to mean Igbo are not ready. You see, I don't know. Are they maligning this guy, or because what you said
No,
now is different from what is put on the paper?
Nigerian people are not ready for Igbo people. Or Igbo, I
Yeah.
don't understand.
No, he said
But
Nigerian people are not ready for Igbo people.
and Igbo people. And then what does that supposed to mean? It means
What
that
that means is that they are discriminating against Igbo people. In other words, it's on your side. He's saying that they are discriminating against Igbo people because he saw that they were not selecting Igbo people as nominees for president.
that is you now translating. That is you saying it
Let's
the
let
same way.
Mama H.O. say something. I think
Okay.
she's had her hand
Anyway,
up for a while.
yes, exactly.
Yeah, Mama H.O., please go ahead before Jonaba and KJ say something.
Uzokalo is just being selfish. How many Nigerian people did he talk to and they said they weren't ready for Igbo president? So when they are trying to present themselves to favor the person they know, he go rig election to enter. So they had to prepare their speech so that they go give them position. You betray your brother, you thought so they go open door for you. You never cry. You see, most of the trouble in the East is created by the so-called elite of the Easterner. Look at Soludo when he come, what he do? Now say he belittle the same person. Uzokalo, he want Senate president. He carried murder thief to his mama house, all to prepare him to become Senate president. Uzokalo, you never cry. I go buy you handkerchief. You know what I'm saying? When they beat drum for others, when I go sit down the same music, you were warring against your own brother. You can't say so you don't please a drug baron, so they go give you Senate president. You will carry him with leg, kati, go meet your mama, so that they go cook your phone for him to chop. May they give you Senate president.
God. Come on.
If they bring you, come meet me for this show. If they bring you, come meet me for this show. I go tell you this bitter truth. I dey wait for you. That day, if I go church, I go because of you not go church. Because this truth, I go tell you now. Because Easterner not get where they reach today. Because all of them are from House of Rep. When they send, make it go represent them. For House of Rep, for House of Senate, una disgrace them. Una represent
Yeah, Mama Echo, though, hold on. You see, let me just add this because it's very interesting. Remember earlier on from the commentary I was making regarding all the stuff that happened prior and what happened recently too, when I said we have to be aware of our surrounding. You know, when I talked about the Abel syndrome, look at what he said. He said we need to read the temperature of other regions. See, sometimes hard truths may not be received properly, but there is some things he's saying that is actually true. I don't know, man. I feel like
did he
we are
not start the drum? What did he say? Who tell and say Nigeria very ready for Igbo president?
Because of what they did to him in APC.
The number of votes that Obi get now from Spirit Land, he get those votes.
Brother, no, just give me, Jose Carlo in his constituency. Let me just tell you the truth. That man worked very well. His people, at least where he come from. My brother, what's his name again? I'm not saying it very well. From Iwere, you from Iwere. I know. Yeah. So, but let me tell you, I can still stand for him to tell him I have said it here
if I'm not mistaken, not being president go prison.
Yes.
I didn't go prison for na good thing.
Oh, Jesus went to prison.
Yes, now.
Okay, for what? I didn't know that.
I don't know. I just want.
Please let me come in.
You know what? Let me just finish this one. You know what? You know why I'm telling you. He himself, he did well in his constituents, at least do some certain things which I myself, even my parents, they are proud of it. They said it even if he didn't do in the state. When it is time for his people, he did well there. I cannot deny that one for him, for me. Nobody can take it away from him. But let's also, we are talking about when it comes to all of us as Igbo race, and someone is at forefront, violent for something. At least be diplomatic. We don't say that you shouldn't go for what you are going. Go, but don't take us. Don't deny us that thing that which we feel that is our right, because
you see when they talk, they rate these people. If they give una groundnut eat, una go call and say don't do something.
I'm just saying what he did there.
No, there is difference between
but they said that this prison this thing was squashed by the court. So
wait. There is difference between groundnut and good road. There is difference between groundnut and health center. There is difference.
Okay.
Someone are not we put them there to represent us. And they are supposed to do our bid. They are supposed to be servants, not masters. So when they make themselves master instead of servant, I have a problem.
But Mother
sorry, Janaba. My brother Matt, listen. Like I said, we love Oju Zakalu. There's a difference between, hey, welcome to Saifi. Now, there's a difference between loving somebody and doing the right thing. You see, that's always been the problem with Nigeria. Not because if you meet those leaders one-on-one, they may not attend to your issue. But you don't need to attend to my issue when that issue that they're attending to, you can use to attend to everybody. Look, don't do good for me alone, which is the worldview of the Igbos is ebe boru ugo eberu. Let the eagle perch, let the kite also perch. Okay? And so, in other words, live and let us live. That's the worldview of the Igbo man. Now, you become governor. You did well for your people in Igbere. Yes. You tarred all the road. And you even gave them transformers everywhere. I bought the transformer. We, my community, bought the transformer for my community. We bought the cables that came from NEPA. We bought the poles. We are even paying more. We pay for all the meters and we're still paying. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. The road, we did it. I'm still contributing as I'm sitting here now. This December, I will still contribute for it's called community development, which they are going to use to maintain those roads and maintain those facilities. So how big is Abia State? You were there for 8 years. You are one of those people that benefited from the largesse that came from Obasanjo's regime, but you never used it. And we're not saying that you are not loved. He's a good man. I mean, people who have met him, I have not met him personally, say he solved their problem, but that's not what I'm looking for. If these things are put in place, you don't need to go to, look, I am here right now. When I came here, I have not met one person for any of the things I'm looking for. All that I'm told is go to this site, apply. And I go there and apply. And 2 days, 3 days, it's in my post box outside. I go pick it up. Okay? That is all we are looking for. What is the Igbos looking for? Are we looking for presidency? No. Let the system work. If the system works, nobody will care whether it's a monkey, that is a president of Nigeria, or a baboon. Nobody. Look, how many Americans care what is going on? They will only discuss if you want to discuss it. But tomorrow, Monday, their businesses are open and they are there doing their business. They don't care who is there. Okay? Because that policy they are putting there is not affecting their business. When it affects their business, the whole people go to street, irrespective of who is in government. That's what we're looking for in Nigeria. Okay? And for all Jews of Kalu, we respect him. Oh, he's an elder. Why should we disrespect him? It's not our custom to disrespect elder.
You are saying that now. The way they talk about him, my God, I've never seen a politician so hated.
You already sold our pride. You went and told them. By the way, just like Mama Hecho said, when did you hold meeting with the Igbos and they said they're not ready for the presidency? When did you hold meeting with the Nigerian people and they said they're not ready for? You just said that because you want to please your masters. And you please them. Now you are coming back to the same people and asking us to come and stand with you to vie for the presidency. No, we will not. And let me tell you something, forefather. We are not even concerned whether we have the presidency or the Senate speaker, the speaker, whatever his name. We don't care. We don't care. Let them run it. Let them do whatever they want to do. Okay.
I think to be fair, I think that is coming from the current disappointments and all the stuff that has happened recently. But in the meantime, I think because when I saw him making a case for the Southeast, he seems to be, that's looking at him, he seems to be making a solid case. But when I realize the way they describe him, I think there's a feedback going on. Let me see.
Forefather, if you wanted to make a case for us, you would have stopped the 10 kilometer.
Sorry.
That is every kilometer roadblock that you have in the southeast. You will have stopped it. You will have stopped the militarization of the southeast.
Let if you have a say. I think there's an echo going on. I don't know where it's coming from. Okay, yeah, it was KG. Yeah. If you go ahead, I know you have something to say about Audio Zokala. I'm sure you've said something about him too. Yeah, probably one of those. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, everybody. I think they've said it all. Just like KJ, Mama Hecho, and Matt said. When did Audio Zokala consulted the Igbos, and they told him that no, we are not ready. And I hate when people make all these statements about the Igbos. When are we gonna even be ready? What do you mean that somebody is not ready to be president? So Tinubu is ready to be president. Buhari was ready, or rather is ready to be president. Then tomorrow, another person, what's his name? River State governor said after this thing is the power will go back to North and they will be president. So it's going to be turn by turn, North and South. Is this what we're going to do in Nigeria? And when I tell you people, I know you're going to be mad at me no matter how much I know me and Paul, we don't agree when it comes to the East. Nigeria, we are so much complicated. I don't even know who is going to inherit this mess. Where are you even going to start? How can you be a president in this situation we are and some group of people will not feel marginalized? Let's put everything aside. It's going to be very difficult. I'm not even going to talk about Audio Zokala because it's not even somebody you need to talk about. In a country where everything was, Audio Zokala will be in jail by now. He will be doing his time in a system, in a country where things are working very well. Audio Zokala will be in jail. Rogers Okorocha will be in jail. All of them will be in jail. But just because it's Nigeria, look at Ekweremadu. If that has happened in Nigeria, we won't be talking about it.
Almost all our politicians will be in jail.
Do you
But
understand what I'm saying?
but
So what
you
are we
want to
even
throw only
talking?
yours in jail?
Listen,
Why
no,
not?
no, forefathers, this is not a joke. Let me tell you something.
Mm.
Like this guy said something. In a city where I live, the mayor is not the, I don't even know where the mayor is from. And it's not even necessary. Nobody cares where you're from. All they care is for you to do what you're supposed to do. And you dare not go face your people and say, oh, I'm doing this for my people. What about other people? Are you not the governor of how many cities in your state? And because you are from Igbere, you say that you did something from Igbere. What about people that are not from Igbere? Are they not part of the Abia state? What are we even talking about? I live in a county here. I don't even know what goes on, but things are done every day, every minute, every second. We have a long way to go in Nigeria. You can never convince me otherwise that Nigeria is going to be better with this current situation. It is not, no matter how much you want to lie to ourselves.
But is it
You
going to
might
help if I if
listen.
is it going to help if I say that he actually said Nigeria is not ready, not Igbo people are not ready
It doesn't even matter how you're going to say Nigeria is not ready. Who did he consult?
because they are tribalistic against
You
Igbo
have,
people.
I
That's what he's
get
saying.
the bottom line is this: we are so much divided in that country than we are united. We are so much divided. I don't know
Mm.
there. I don't think there is anybody in Nigeria that can unite Nigeria. I'm telling you, it is not possible. It's gonna be hard for us to be united. Keep on patching it, patching it. Even if you give the Igbo person, even if Obi becomes president, it's still not gonna damn the anger of the Igbos. Period. The damage has been done so bad. CM came here and said something he said the other time. He said we need to start the healing back from the Biafra war. And I sat down and I thought about it. I said, he's making sense. He said there is nothing like we are doing this to remember the people that died in war, just like other countries, they do that all the time. That will start the healing. None of that. We just move on as if nothing happened. And we are still doing the same thing. It's not gonna help.
Mm.
Let us just be honest. We are just sharing our feelings, our thoughts, But is this gonna help? We are not heading nowhere. We are going back. How much is the price of rice, bag of rice now? When Tinubu takes over 2 years from now, let's not talk about how much the price of rice will be. See if it's gonna go down or if it's gonna go up.
If
How
it
much is
depends
the
on it
minimum
depends
wage?
on what happens now. If
What is
Dangote
the
refinery
minimum wage?
comes online, it might things might get a bit easier.
How?
If the Dangote refinery comes online, Nigeria will have a little bit more money in his pocket to
Okay, let
spend.
me tell you something. You don't think that Dangote, the first thing he will want to do, he wants to maximize the profit. How much did he spend on that refinery? You think he's gonna think about Nigerians that much?
Oh,
You know how
Nigeria owns
much he
twenty
borrowed.
percent. Nigeria
You
owns
know
twenty
how
percent of the
much.
company,
You
so
know
it
how
is
much he
Nigeria's profit
borrowed
too.
to fix that refinery. We need to be ashamed. We have 5 refineries. We are waiting on one person to fix refinery for two
I
hundred
know.
million people. We need to be ashamed of ourselves.
Maybe we
We
should
are
get all
waiting.
Jesus Okalo to be in charge of
Why
fixing the
can't we? Why
refineries, and
can't
that
we
will
wait?
solve it once
Why
and for
can't
all.
we take? Why can't we take that 20% and invest it in at least one refinery? Why must
That
we
is true.
invest it?
That is
Why
true.
must we invest it in Dangote's refinery?
Mm.
What is wrong with that? Does it mean that we don't have common sense? We don't
But
think.
see,
But
the
that one
corruption
happen
in
all over the
refinery
world.
is like mind-boggling. I saw a Nigerian that made a documentary about the corruption in the NNPC oil sector. It's just astounding. That's the level of corruption there. This is why nothing was fixed. Because every time Nigeria government puts money in there, they suck it. They take crude oil, they give it away. They don't. Their friends don't pay for the crude oil into the billions of dollars. We are talking about huge amount of corruption here going on for years in NNPC. This is why almost anything cannot be fixed. And I really feel bad for Nigerians because what do you do about these leaders? Because some of these leaders, they take the money, they say they are helping their people, and one northerner will be like, oh yeah, don't persecute my guy because he's my guy that is just corrupt. And a German will say he's my guy that is corrupt. The point is that Nigeria has been robbed blind. That is why they cannot fix that refinery. The moment you want to fix it, They will say, one person will take the money from here, one person will take the money from there. But that said, though, it still doesn't excuse it, because you can technically give the money directly to, like the president now could give the money directly to a foreign company that you ensure the process in such a way that if that company does not meet the obligation, it's going to cost them heavily. So you tie it down in such a way that they will actually get the stuff built. So I don't know. I still don't subscribe to the fact that it's just corruption alone that killed those refineries. There's something that's going on, because you can give the money to foreigners to do, and tie it so strongly in court that if they don't deliver that stuff, the company will be liable for it and they will lose from it. So why did our government not do that? Instead of putting so much billions after billions upon billions, you need to watch that documentary. It's horrible. So, but that said, Dangote refinery is coming on stream. Nigeria owns 20%. So whatever money Dangote is making is going to be coming back to Nigeria's pocket. And your friend is coming online. And let's make peace today. And let's not run away from each other. We are all Nigerians. We should all be happy with. We are all fellow Nigerians. Oh God, how can you do this? How can you possibly do this? Paul, Paul, what did you do?
Pastor, you did laugh. Pastor,
what did you
you
do?
did
What
laugh.
is causing all this?
No, I don't know anything serious like we can reconcile here. Is anything
I just
serious?
look on it.
Come, what?
I see come run away.
You
When
go
I just
confess.
when
Paul, you
I
need to confess your sin.
Igbo basic. Maybe because I call you Igbo basic. Daddy, there is problem. You have to put up your heart.
I know,
Daddy,
I know.
you
And
have to
I
solve this
wanted to
issue.
just I
You have
wanted
to go
say
away.
a
You are
couple of
driving.
points.
He's driving. You can't talk while you are driving. I'm sorry. That's the rule. It's a new rule. Bye. You can't talk. It's a new rule.
Okay, let's go back to business. If you will come back, I don't know what has gone wrong that much.
Oh God, I don't know, man. What did Paul go and say to her now?
The brothers and sisters, they will settle themselves.
Yeah.
This is a national TV.
Thank God CM.com.
The issue is that you are talking about the Dangote refinery forefathers.
Paul, no go.
That Nigeria have 20% investment or share in it. There is no way Nigerian can manage themselves apart from private company like that. And you will see how well the Dangote refinery will do compared to the ones in the past, because that is personal. Whether you say you have 20%, other and you have 80%, you cannot go and detect for him. Nigerians cannot manage their resources, and that is led to the collapse of Kaduna refinery, the other refinery in port, and the other places, and other government. What about talk about hospital? Talk about every other thing that Nigerian federal hospital, state hospital. What happened to it? What about schools, Nigerian universities, other institutions owned by the government? How is it functioning? Whether they're on strike after strike. You can enter school, you don't know when you're going to end the school. So I think that is the best way, is to privatize stuff. The only thing is that it still also let the corruption will be less, but then when the money come to the fund, you see that there are other people also are in charge of it. And Nigerian, when you're in charge of anything, it's like you own it. And that's why we are all talking here. So our morale, we can challenge the status quo with knowledge and understanding. And this is the media is helping us now. And that's why I said earlier that we are not where we used to be in awareness. We keep speaking to it. Now you guys, you say you is have your say. And now you already come up now that have your say now is not have your say, because it's going to cost you much. You know, freedom is not free. So now things are changing. And then after a few months, I don't know when you guys going to celebrate, when we're going to celebrate 1 year of have your say. But then that is the rule, that you improve when you see some mistake, you change it. Nigerians doesn't function that way. Whoever become a general manager, whether it's the Nigerian NNPC, Nigerian Port Authority, is that is their own is God don't butter my bread. This is final.
So you think that making NNPC like a private company, I don't know how private they are. You think it's a good thing
Of
that
course. Of course, when
mm,
Nigeria cannot manage, okay, did I have to tell you? Where is Kaduna refinery? Where is the refinery in the Port Harcourt? Where are those things? They were
but
taking our.
the problem is it not transparency because what
That
happens
is
in private
why I'm
company.
telling you, when it's managed
Mm,
by private company, you will do better than the government, because the government is
Hmm?
like, is it your father's own? They will challenge you like it's up and down. Anybody that works so hard to become the head or to lead that place, even when the genuine people that want to work for Nigerians, they'll not even allow them to do that.
so,
I want to
okay,
leave.
Matt, yeah, go ahead, go
I
ahead.
want to just make
Yeah.
my submission that what our brother Jonah Alba said is true. I think that refinery, if Nigeria keep managing it will not to amount to nothing. You know, that thing needed to find a private, that let it go to the hand of a private sector. Because if this thing continue like that, that thing you see there, both in Kaduna and in Port Harcourt and elsewhere, will be a waste. And what I want us to know is also, I'm not that I'm like trying to, say anything or cause or whatever. You see all these Nigerian youths, most of them who truly got their PVC and they went straight, collect money and voted for Tinubu, and they are still rejoicing. I mean, what are they rejoicing for? Tell me. As in Paul now is in US, John Abba the same. Most of us we are there. Social security and all that is in in abroad, they are enjoying it. And you voted for someone you feel and you know his capacity. And now, like Shaw said that he went to Europe. They told us he went to Europe, and he went to Europe. We don't even know, no picture, no camera, no nothing. We don't know what exactly he's doing. He said that he went there to negotiate for us. Every time they tell us lies, but it's all the same. After 4 years, if God will allow him to be there, those people who voted for him, we will ask them how far, how market. Because why we are here talking and shouting is not because we hated nobody. It's not because we don't love each other. It's because we want a change of situation, and a change of a change of life, at least what we have been experiencing in the past, so that we will see we will breathe a new breath in that country. But they are not allowing us. They feel that we that want to change, that we don't know what we are doing. Let me tell you, like what you say, forefathers, you keep saying, and you want us to love each other, want us to support each other. We are supporting each other, but it's just that Nigerians, many are drawing us backward. When we see good things to support it and to make progress, they draw us backwards. And if we see in that kind of situation, things doesn't or go well. But I still repeat, I still repeat. You know why I'm fighting for Nigeria is that so that our children, those that are in school, they can be able to, if you are not working, like let me give you an example. I know in other countries it's happening like that. If I'm not working now, imagine if I'm not working now, if I want to just cause wahala, stay at home. If I'm being paid 500 euros a year, I say I'm not working again. Government will be paying me 400 euros. Only 100 euros they will remove. They will pay me that money for 2 years. After that 2 years, I had to apply again. This is they call it for help. That help for another 1 year before I can be able to say I want to go back to work. But this is what we are fighting. for Nigerians, for them to know. But all they are fighting for themselves is only give me 5,000, let me go and vote. Give me 200 naira, let me go and buy pure water for me. This is not what we that are in diaspora we are fighting. We are fighting for their own good, but they seems not to see what we are fighting for. I just wish them well. I just wish them well because if this thing goes the other way around, it's all of us that will suffer it. It is that is
All
the only
right,
thing that I want.
forefathers, you should bring me back in
Bless,
at this
God,
time.
God bless everybody. God bless you. I believe that whatever we are doing here, we are doing it to help Nigerians. We are doing it to help our children because our children. Look at how we have children. Look at my children. They are here. They are actually citizens. Do you think I'm just happy that I'm here? I say, what is this? What is here? Do you know that Nigeria is a green land? Do you know? Have you seen the green in Nigeria and the green in abroad? You see the difference. You see the green that is nurtured naturally. Nature, you see where nature is working. You come here, you see they are green. You see that there is difference. That is a place that everyone needs to be. We are here fighting for our people. They are there. When we are doing and we are blowing in their chest, they are doing their own blowing in our eyes. It's all the same. I wish everybody well. God bless you all. I know
All
maybe by
right,
the grace of this.
forefathers, I'm going to have to jump in because I have to be
All
on
right.
the move again.
Yeah,
Hold
it
on,
looks like you are going for a celebration one way or the
uh,
other.
Mama, Mama,
It's
Mama
going on a
Echo,
date.
no, Mama Echo, yes, I'm going to. Mama Echo is right there, so I'm coming to her.
Exactly.
If he ran off before I came in, I just wanted to wish Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers who are on this platform and then
That's
all the
nice.
mothers today. So that is one thing. So to you, Mama H.O., to Ifi, and to our sister who was also earlier on this program talking about Nnamdi Kanu, also to all mothers, I
Thank
wish
you,
you guys
Daddy.
all Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, sir.
So having said that, I have listened carefully with all the conversations, ranging from when our good brother Nnadi come online, that the guy Tony that was here earlier on, and then he made some comments. Fiercely also, a couple of things I wanted to touch upon is the sister also came here and said that she had met Nnamdi Kanu personally, and these were the things that transpired when she met Nnamdi Kanu. Some of us have not met Nnamdi Kanu. I pray that we're able to meet him someday. Majority of the people who go into the field of play, they go in with good intentions. Some of them don't go into the field of play because they wanted to go into the field of play, but they go in because something happened and it makes them snap. For instance, Sunday Boho, he went into the field of play as a result of the things that transpired in his area. He came online very fiercely. And in the end, his people rallied around, defended him, even when he was captured, like Nnamdi Kanu was abducted. His people made sure that they went behind the scene and worked hard to have him released. But not so in the case of the Easterners, Ndibo, who virtually gave away their brothers, if I use that word. Having said that, when we even touch upon on issues like this issue of Sowore, make I put them this way. They say that he where the shoe knows where it pitches. A lot of all these politicians, when they go into the field of play, they have good intentions. Along the way, they even begin to lose their characters. Why am I saying all this? It's just a prelude, because I've heard so much about Ojikalu did this, Ojikalu did that. I am from Ibere up front. Let me say it. Ibere is my hometown. Ojikalu is my kinsman. I will not deny him as my kinsman. That's a given. Some of you, I asked last time, have any of you met Ojikalu? Majority of the people on this forum have not met him in person. Each and every one of us come with certain characteristics. We come with certain qualities that God has given us to go and play. We have amongst us the extraordinary people who have the power of the tongue. We have the people who have all other kinds of gifts that God has given. It just depends on how you use it at last. Do we all know that Oyuke Ojikalo ran for Nigerian presidency in 2007? He ran for that office in 2007. Even without that said, this time around, he has played in the field of play, knowing fully well the same game that they played. All of them were there, the inside room. They played the game. Before this Tinubu came on board, Oyuke, his case was brought up again, and they took him into prison. When you say, what do you call it? People like El-Rufai are out there roaming. Nobody has taken them into prison. What I'm really trying to arrive at is this. When the sister in Houston said, I met Nnamdi Kanu, so she has a personal, not just a personal opinion, a personal encounter. And then she came up with her own character. When Nnadi said that he met with Nnamdi Kanu for over a period of 7 years, he also has his own personal encounter. That notwithstanding, I'm going to land on the fact that when Umaru Rice, up from North, already the Nigerian treasury, nobody talks about them. When Babangida them did their own play, nobody talked about them. If you remember the guy who was even put into a crate and tried to bring back into Nigeria. But when it comes to the East, and this is where we are from, we have good people, we have bad people. We have good leaders, we have bad leaders. We have all kinds of leaders. But one thing we don't tolerate in the East is that no matter what good things you've done before, any day you go against the tribe, if I use that word, we will sing and make sure that we stomp you and stomp you. And even if you are the only one to represent us at the center, we will forget whatever characteristics that you came with. Having said that, during the election that just concluded, before that election, they put Ojikalo in prison. Why? And Ojikalo yelled that they have started the game of what you call it, presidential politics. That they knew he was about to come out and throw in his hat he was going to run. That it was Tinubu that engineered him being recaptured and put into prison. And they eventually let him go. So what am I saying upon all the technicalities? The game that they played behind, I had a group that I belonged in. I mean, we are talking about OUK one day. And I came out swinging. I wouldn't use the word attack, was OUK. But somebody said to me in the forum, said, listen, my friend, you don't know who is doing what behind the scenes. If I told you what OUK has done towards the same cause that we are pursuing, you will rest your case. And he explained to me what he was talking about. And I said, oh, okay, that's what's going on. So I am trying to say to us, before we castigate, before we kill anybody, let us realize that these are masters of the game for a very, very long time. They are in the field of play for survival. Somebody talked about, OUK did this and did that for his people. Let me share this with us. The stool on which OUK was standing on, we had a man called Amadi Ikweche. Amadi Ikweche in Ibere was the person whom we call Agui or Wamba. Amadi Ikweche was the person who led the roadmap. Besides the things that my forefathers were doing before some of us were being born, from water to electricity, like my brother was talking about, that they are still paying development dues. Yeah, we still pay development, but Amadi Ikweche laid the ground rule, not just the ground, he led the roadmap in Ibere. Amadi Ikweche was a person that none of you here can fault. He was a naval commander. He was a military governor of Imo State before even the birth of Abia State. With all that said and done, when OUK came into town, do any of you know where a place called Abriba? Abriba is 4 miles from Ibere. Abriba, the self-contained place, where Ebitu Kiwe came from. Before OUK came on the scene, the roadmap was already laid. OUK came on the scene, if there was road that was already graded or anything like that, you slap some quota on it and, let's move right on. In essence, all I'm trying to say is that it's time that we in Igbo, because if Peter Obi, whom all of us support, genuinely, if he sidesteps today, it's the same us who are shouting Obi, Obi, Obi. It's the same us who will refuse to defend him. That is our own attitude. So as it is done, Tinubu of a person that we are looking at going to be president, he is still a president-elect or whatever he becomes. The people from the West who were condemning fiercely this man during electioneering time, I can tell you, a bunch of them have said, oh, no, it's our brother. It's our brother. Therefore, let us go and defend our own. That is what they're doing. So all in all, I do appeal to us who are in this forum to realize that the people we are fighting for at home in Nigeria, I have a few friends who went down. Some sold their houses. Some people sold their refrigerator for this cause that we so much believed in. Some of them came back and they said, oh my God. One of them I was talking to a couple of days ago said, you know what? The people we are fighting for are not quite ready. That as a result of, because what did they encounter on the ground? You turn around here, the people are dragging for mat when they never collect the land. They're already struggling for the mat. They're already struggling for the contract. I'm talking about even within the Labour Party. In the end, those people came back and said, oh my God, I have learned quite a few lessons. We need to go at it from a different perspective, to sanitize, to let the public, the masses know that we are not only fighting for them. Some of them look at you, who is abroad. They look at you as, oh, you're coming to take over our nothing that they don't have. And some of them envy that you are out in a place where things work. So, my friends, let us recalibrate. Let us look at all the propositions that are on the ground. May 29th is yet to come. All those people who have Bolamuma and forecasted all heaven will fall and everything else will happen. Let us see what happens that day. After that, then is the next agenda. So I appeal to people like Nnadi, when you come to the scene to talk to us, please don't call your brother a thief. Even if he stole your thing, go back and settle the square with him. But once you continue to come out and label your brother the biggest thief in Nigeria, who among them in the political class that has not stolen us blind? But the issue becomes, and we are not saying that they should go and steal, but we are saying, for heaven's sake, your brother is still your brother. If you thief, you bring him home. Slap him well. And I'm not condoning anything that people like Opus or Denmark have done to the Igbo land. And not to talk about OUK, who is still a young man by his own right, and hopefully he can still do things. You talk about how did his people re-elect him? It wasn't something that he just went out and stole. His people re-elected him, and his people elected P2B massively. Massively. Abia people went for P2B. But in Abia North, the people of Abia North, as a result of OUK attempting to right some of the wrongs he had done in the past, they returned him to the Senate. Now we are talking about Senate presidency. And the people who have done the permutations, according to what I read this morning, they did the arithmetic. They said, oh no, it's back to Buhari again. Back to Buhari in the sense that, oh, these people, they didn't vote for us massively. In fact, the 5 eastern states, go and check the numbers properly. But they are thinking this is the better way to go, to start that arithmetic of they are all agreement is agreement, but this one no go work. Oh, nothing will remain for company. They are looting the company continuously. And this is going to be the final loot. The power is in the hands of the people. I'm one of those who believe that party is not supreme. The people are supreme. And the people have to actually, after the May 29th, let's see what's going to happen. Heaven will not fall, but we are going to fight with number 6. That's what we all have to use. Because if it happen for Benue, if it happen for Benue, it happen for East. If it happen for East,
Igbo Basic, I think other people want to say something. You may want to.
Let's time in instead of.
I just want to let him have his say because he has not been here since. But from now we will be timing.
I have had my say, and I'm here to study the policy, what we call it, the rule, the new rule. that
Yeah.
you wouldn't do when you are driving. So thank you
Mm.
very much, and God
Thank
bless
you.
you all.
Thank you. Have fun with your flower and everything.
I told you the flower is an eat
High
it.
five.
So,
Afro,
Jonabas, you were saying something now. I
yeah,
think he mentioned something about this oil that something just came to my mind when he mentioned something about oil. Because this oil area, I think there's a lot to unpack in that area, the way we handle our oil, these resources. But sorry, go ahead. You were saying something, Jonabas, before we all derailed you.
yeah,
Weren't you?
yeah. They were talking about the 20% of Nigeria investment in Dangote refinery, and we also talk about the ice. We all know it's not today. You look back, a private company use they
Hey,
deliver better. The only
the,
problem we're going to go have is that the
go ahead.
government the government do not deliver. They regulate. Who okay? Go to some places in the airport in Nigeria right now. You will see because it's under fan. You will see the way they run it. You will see nothing is there. Nothing. Even the tissue paper they want to sell it to
Yeah,
you.
but what makes us think that private companies that Nigeria owns
Because it's
will not
private.
behave
If
like that?
nobody gonna okay, the last time you were talking, you said that the lack of interest. We were talking about how to invest back in Nigeria, and there was a back and forth talk, a dialogue on this platform because it's about interest. You also say that if you invest in Nigeria, you will make sure that he work. Right,
Mm,
if you remember, it's the
yes.
same way. This is your private company. You will make sure the rule are totally different.
So you are
Government is
thinking
that
that the Nigerian government will feel more invested in NNPC as a private company than the one that they control?
yeah, because the one is like you Nigerians know themselves. No Nigerian know themselves. When you give Nigerian Port Authority, who is in charge of it? You go and look at them. They literally own it and put even toll, even those toll in those days. The reason why Obasanjo stopped the toll is that they will go with their own receipts. You
Hey
know,
God.
so they will go with their own receipt. Now they have digital one in electronic toll in Lagos, like you are going to Aja, VGC, and all those areas. But then that is also mostly like a private because that time Tinubu entered into contract with the state that okay for 20 years this and this and that and that and that, and that's why he's doing well. Anything like that is always going to be private company that manage it very well. And when we talk,
Sorry. Somebody mentioned that. I think I was thinking about that. I think somebody said that 800 million. There was $800 million that was given to Nigeria to disperse for subsidy removal, and there was a move to start dispersing the money a while ago, just about a couple of 3 weeks or so ago. But now they've postponed the subsidy removal again. So what happens with the 800 million dollars that they are already looking at spreading all over the place?
Is a parting gift for the president, President Buhari. He will share it at his
This is
address.
the shambles that the way Nigeria is being run is being run to
But
collapse,
can
and
I say
Nigerians are not
something,
paying
bro?
attention. I don't blame
I'm
them.
telling you what the money is for. It's for parting gift.
People are
They postpone it and they're going to
hello,
still do
forefathers.
away with the money before the incoming government will come.
People are not giving the right information on this platform. This $800 million is supposed to be. Can you hear me?
We're hearing you.
Yeah, there's an echo
Yes.
though.
Okay, that's why I'm
Okay, it's gone
surprised
now.
where
It's
the
gone
echo is
now.
coming from.
It's gone. Go
Okay.
ahead.
They said it's supposed to be a form of distribution for the downtrodden,
Yeah.
household direct transfer
Mm.
as a form of to cushion the effect of subsidy removal. But now, subsidy removal has been put on hold. That decision should be taken by the new administration. So that has been suspended for now. That is the latest on the $800 million. As
But
regards
the
to
money is already in their hand, and the money was sent to them to go and disperse. So in other words, it's almost as if the people that send the money assume that the fuel subsidy was going to be removed and the money was going to be dispersed. Now that they've stopped it, that $800 million is sitting somewhere, and we don't know what happens to it. And from what they do with the oil companies, whenever money is hanging in the system like that, is they will come in and just start hemorrhaging it from all corners. By the time you know it, when the subsidy removal comes around, there's that 800 million will not be there anymore. This is the nonsense that they do in Nigeria. This is why I keep talking about transparency. We don't know what they are doing with our money. Why are Nigerians not seeing that account?
No,
sorry, John Abba, just 1 minute.
A young man called Bob says that the money that have been diverted, and he said they are giving wrong information on this platform. Bob, can you elaborate where the money is right now?
Thank you, John Abba.
Sorry, what was the question, my brother?
Okay,
where the money is.
There are wrong information given, and you eloquently said that it was put on hold. And then forefather is saying that than me and any other person say that where is the money right now? Is it in the federal treasury?
No, the money was, the loan approval was just granted by the House recently.
So
the
where
800 million.
It's supposed to be a grant, not a loan.
So immediately, I can't give you the answer to where the money is now. Asking that question, it means
you say that we are giving
the money
information on
yes,
this plan.
no,
And we
the
also want
money.
to make sure we are giving the right information.
Yes, what I'm saying is that the money, as at the newspaper today, as analyzed on Arise, the money was meant for, like I've explained, to downtrodden direct transfer to families to cushion the effect of subsidy removal. But that subsidy removal has been put on hold. So asking me that the money is in somebody's account for me to justify where the money is, I don't know what answer do you want me to respond to it. Do I want to believe that the money is in somebody's account? I don't have any proof to that. It's what the paper says.
I guess he's thinking that you seem to be trying to explain it away that we don't know where the money is, that they are actually responsible with the money.
Of course, the money is with the government now. Okay. So that's asking me specifically where the money is.
No, because it seems and then what was the wrong information that was the impression that you are trying to
wrong. Some of the information is that you said you've been sharing the money. As if there is you saw somebody that they shared the money.
I did not say that. I never said that.
And that's what
sorry,
that's what I'm hearing.
Jonava, I said that the money is a parting gift for the this government. And I have every reason to say that. You see, what I thought that Jonava was tackling you was because you made a very categorical statement that we are giving wrong information on this platform. And I think that's unfair. Because I don't think there's anybody here who doesn't have a handle. Excuse me, sir. You spoke. Let me talk. I don't think there's anybody here who doesn't have a handle of what he or she is saying. So saying that we're giving wrong information is simply in overplaying it. First and foremost, there've not been any money that have come into the coffers of government that remain the same. What I was trying to search for was to go through the monies that have been borrowed before now and how it has ended up. But I've not been able to get that information, and as soon as I get it, I'll put it up for you. Now, this money that government have now collected, they are collecting it based on the fact that they said they've been able to identify the downtrodden, like you use the word. The question people and the press, those who want to read unbiased press, researches, is that how did you arrive at the downtrodden, 10 million of them? How did you arrive at those people? What are the formats that they're going to use to distribute this money? Since you say it's going to be by bank account, how many of those people living in the rural area has bank accounts? This same bank account, when we said use it as a form of BVN for people, you said no, people in the rural area do not have bank accounts, so you cannot use their BVN as bank account. Now you turn around and you want to use that same method, which you have used before and failed woefully, because the woman, the minister of humanitarian, she has not been able to account for the money given to her to distribute to the poor. As she said it, the more poor people in the north than in the south. And even at those poor people in the north, we don't have any record of how you're able to distribute that money within 1 month. You cleared, I've forgotten the figure right now. You were able to distribute it to everybody. Everybody got whatever, So these are the loopholes that we have in the system. And at the end of the day, nobody is going to account for this money. Like if you want to can bet it here.
Okay.
Remember, it's on this same platform I said that now that it is envisaged that Obi may be winning, a force is going to be planted in Labour Party that we want to destroy that party. Is it not going on right now? This is a system that we are working.
They will fail in terms of trying to destroy the party.
That's their style. Now, wait and see. It's just less than 19 days. Tinubu will be sworn in. We will see whether that money will still be available. This is a non-fact. Right now, you know how much
Pensioners, to defend the Nigerian institution as a government, to say anything, anybody have the right to say Nigerian system is a fraud. Because even pensioners have not been paid for years, or some of them months. So the notion that we are pushing a false narrative on any Nigerian issue, nobody can be wrong to say that it's a fraud. Because over and over and over, we have seen it. So I don't think anybody is putting any lies or giving incomplete statement here. But in any case, I understand where you are coming from, but that's Nigeria where we are right now. And we are looking forward to see the new administration, how they give that money out. I hope they give it to me too, because I have an account in Nigeria.
But don't you think that... Can I just ask a question? Don't you think that when we hear this problem about these problems, maybe I think generally what I find with our people is that when we hear a problem, we want to solve the problem all at once. And we want to solve the problem using one person if possible to solve that, like the way a lot of people expect P2B to solve all of them at once. Maybe we like the way a lot of people have said today that they have to personally and as a group take care of their home, this country, this villages and towns. Maybe we can be tackling one thing at a time. We can be championing one thing, because like this health tourism, if we tackle that one and then we demand transparency, we want to be knowing where all this money is going into, I think maybe we'll get somewhere. Because most of these topics, I think the health one, they will even find it easier to try to argue against. But if you say you want people to know where their money is going to, I will find it hard to... Any politician will come out openly and say no. That politician will just be tagged as the most corrupt politician in Nigeria. You see what I mean? So we can start pushing for one change at a time. And some of these changes, when we make them, it will save us a lot of trouble. A lot of money will be saved because they have knock-on effects. Like if you increase transparency and we know where all this money is, you're going to find that, okay, everybody will be at peace. Nobody is going to be accusing the government. And whenever they take money out of there, you will know. And the money will be safe until subsidy is removed. You see what I mean? And because if you look at the way they run the NNPC to the same thing, contract awarding, they will sell our crude oil and they will not take money. Because that person in charge of NNPC knows whoever is buying the oil. And sometimes they will sell the crude oil at a cheaper rate just because they know the person. This kind of stuff is because we didn't bother to checkmate them and say, we want to be seeing these things. The way they are taking our money, the amount they are selling it, we want to be knowing who this stuff is going, where this money is going. Nobody's checking anything. If you don't check, how are you going to get results? Here in the West, if a politician wants to run for office, they will cost their manifesto. Yeah, maybe most of them don't fulfill it. But they actually have to cost their money, tell us what they are going to do and how they are going to do it. And I think Nigerians, given how much we don't trust our politicians, we should literally tell them to describe everything they are going to do. But we don't. And we expect results to come to see good results. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's see him speak. CM, have you seen our president? Our president is in Europe. Have you seen him around your house looking for investors?
Who knows?
Hey,
Two of them are there now.
I don't get your wahala now.
But it's part of the topic of discussion.
For trouble. Oh, okay, where the man go?
I tell
And
you, if I
let
see,
me not
He's
forget.
in
if I
Europe.
find any of them here,
Let
He's
me
in
oh
use.
my
Europe.
God.
Is in Europe,
That's
yes,
what
in
they said.
Let me.
Europe.
Officially, they say he's in Europe. He's
France.
come to
Europe is a
Europe to
continent.
discuss with potential
Yeah.
investors. So I'm
It
asking
could
if
be
you have seen
Sweden.
him.
It could be Sweden.
I'll
It
make
could
a
be
nuisance
Finland,
of myself
Norway.
if I find any of them
So
here. I can tell you that for sure.
anyway. See, why I came in was when this issue. Though I was doing something, but I have to return to it. This issue of Senate President Orjios Okalo, they are pushing for him also. You see, do you see? I want to make this a principle. Any politician from the southeast now going for elective office, the difficulty you will have is if you are going for the first time in your life, whether it's for councillor, chairman, governor, House of Reps, House of Assembly, anything. The fact that you've been ever since P2B came out, what P2B was saying, go and verify. Orjios Okalo was governor of Abia State for 8 years. People expected him, I read the write-up. He should have been saying, go and verify. I was governor, go and verify. I did this, go and verify. That is what NP2B, the
So,
mileage is enjoying. I'm coming.
Mr. CM,
That is
sorry
what
for
NP.
interrupting you, sir. Sorry for interrupting. But they said in his area, he turned it to small London. That the area, I mean the senatorial district of Orjios Okalu, that is
So
partly
I'm
one of the
coming.
most developed area
There's a lot of
Abia
places,
State.
and you see, sometimes when you hear
So
our
so
Southeastern brother
so
talk, you think their
so
place is decimated. There's
listen,
nothing there. There's a lot of
listen,
Yeah.
beautiful towns
listen.
in that place.
Mm.
Go check
Abreba
That's
video on
what
YouTube. You
yeah.
see what
Abreba
I'm saying?
area.
Yeah.
Listen, because I know when people, there are some question people ask is to pull your legs and know what to. Not people may not be saying that. Abreba as a people, that area called the North.
Yeah.
I think they are either them and Dine we are maybe 1 and 2 in the whole of Igbo land in terms of communal help. They are first class business people. They are rich, very small, but they are rich. They are self-help. In other words, they can undertake a task and do it in there. Somebody can decide to tie a road of 5 kilometers in his community. They are doing it all over Anambra now. So it is not all Jikalo. I don't think so. Abriba
Okay.
people as a people are rich. They are even before Jikala arrived. We used to, if we in Anambra, we used to make a joke that, if it were in Abriba, you will see wealth. I think
So
Abriba and
it's Abreba
Dinewi.
that is the most beautiful one, eh? Abreba,
One
yeah,
way
I
we
can
are
see that
fast.
here. They said it's Abreba.
No,
It's really, really
yeah,
nice.
yes. So it's true. So it's very small but highly developed in terms of wealth. So the people there are mainly even before they are these are in the 70s and 80s, maybe when Oji was even in secondary school or undergraduate if he went to
Oh,
university. So it is not, you can't just go and lay claim to this. It's like somebody coming to say, no,
two.
we developed it. No, it's well developed because they are rich. So what I'm trying to say is that any politician coming out, ever since P2B came out, people are now saying that's why this man, the new governor, Theodore, I mean, not somebody, what is he called? Alex Oti. People are telling him,
LSOT.
look at P2B. So look at P2B so that when you leave, you say, go and verify. What is raining in the southeast? Go and verify. If you've not been to public office before, that's a different case. But the moment you've been elected, you serve and come out. You don't need to be campaigning again. Anything you want to do, just say, when I was there, go and verify. That will give the people the opportunity to say, yes, we can trust you. Oju Zokalo has a question to answer under EFCC. It cannot be only Obi can say go and verify, no EFCC case. So we're expecting now. What he's trying to do is, I'm not against anybody getting, but there are other candidates. Left for me, Oji should tell the people, I was governor of Abia
Like
State,
who?
so and so, go and verify, so and so, because that is the way to do it. You have a record as a governor after 4 years. If you are campaigning vigorously for second term, it means you haven't done something in your first term. Because if you do, you will say, look, this is what I did in my first time. I want to continue. Then you show people. Not when you are this, it does not have to be sympathy. If you want us to sympathize with him, all he should be saying is that go and verify. I was governor for 8 years. Go to Abia. This. You name something against you. But he's not doing that because we know him. People know him. Even apart from that, even if he's trying to attract public sympathy, he was also a spoiler. When Ekwueme came out in Jos, he spoiled Ekweme's chances. He was rooting for Obasanjo. So if people now leave him and root for another person, what is there in it? So that is the issue.
But
It's not that
I have a
it's
question
It's just that the way they
for Ken.
mention him sometimes, I feel like maybe
yeah.
he did something really bad in the
No, I have
southeast. That's why they
a
hate him.
forefather, please.
But
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 no,
but
no,
he
yeah,
has
go
a
ahead.
case. Listen.
Yes, I have a
He has
question
a
for Sia.
case. He has a case of is that
Is the man?
7 point.
He has a
Let this
case
guy
in
ask you so that
EFCC.
you can
Yes, he
take
has a
take
case
that
in
to while you are
EFCC. You know,
replying.
Pardon?
in Southwest there was a politician that won a senatorial election in prison. He was in prison and he won a senatorial election. Now, what
Yeah.
I'm saying is,
Not a man.
that's
The
hardcore.
name is Iola, and the
Iyola
secretary of
Omishore,
APC now.
I think he's
Commissioner.
the secretary of APC. Omishore, yes. So what I'm driving at is that
Yes.
how has the man been able to still control that, even in the midst of all this obedience, following all those things, he was still able to manipulate and win that senatorial district. That's the point in that
Okay. Do
area,
you mean
and still remain under APC.
Okay. Do you mean Abia
Yes, now
senatorial district?
for yes
Do you,
for
yeah,
Kanu.
yeah. What you also have to know. Yes, what you also
Yeah.
have to know is that he's an normally. Let's put it this way.
He rigged.
As
Or
a
he rigged.
governor, one moment. No,
No,
one moment.
that's
One
another
moment.
option.
As a governor, you are in charge of the state, which is 3 senatorial districts. Hmm? If after being a governor for 8 years, you are struggling to win an election in 1/3 of your state, it means you haven't done well. It's as simple as that is pure mathematics. If as a governor for 8 years, you are in charge of the 3 senatorial districts, after 8 years, you now want to contest only in 1/3 of the state, and yet you are struggling, which is your base. It means you haven't done well. So it is expected that every governor for 8 years, and you want to go to Senate, you should be able to win your area, because whatever it is, this is 1/3 of the state. So even if you didn't do anything, if you are struggling within your people, it means you are not good.
But he
But
won,
he's
didn't he?
contesting. He was
Forefather.
contesting under a party that is not popular in the southeast. That's another point. That's
Okay.
another point.
No. It's not. We don't do
Can we
party.
let
Listen, in the southeast. Let me finish.
okay,
In the
let him
southeast,
just
it's
finish.
not the.
Let's hear him just finish.
It's not the party. It's the personality. Ifeanyi Uba of YPP has been a senator. He's my senator, Anambra South. YPP is nowhere. Ordinarily, PDP people should go for PDP, but he keep winning because they know him. He has a football club. He's doing something, and people love him because even now that he's Senate, Anambra South, he was able to put up a security gadget all through the local government of his own, so that every community, when you see suspicious movement, you radio. He brought it, and people are clapping. So, and he's in YPP. People tell him, why not join APGA, which is popular in the state, or maybe Labour? He said no. People say, don't worry, any party you are, we vote for you. So in the southeast, it doesn't work that way. The party is not the issue. The party is not the issue.
The individuals.
If you are good, because that's what they are voting. That's why they voted for Obi. Obi left PDP. Okay, where is Labour Party? But Obi will say, go and verify. And people loved him. They said, okay. Even people are saying, if Obi leave Labour Party and go for any other smaller party, because
Yeah,
it's
but see,
Obi,
and people
they are going
actually
to vote
vote
for
for
him.
Audios or Carlo, though. People vote. It's not like he just made his way. People actually voted for him
No,
too.
exactly. That's why I'm saying now he's supposed to win, because 8 years governor, if you can't win in 1/3 of your state, it means you are that bad. That's what I'm saying. That's what that means. That is the
Or
point.
it depends on
It's
who
not
you are running against.
you should be able to. Huh? Well,
It
but I
depends on
mean,
who you are
it's
running
because
against. Now,
you
can you imagine
already
if you are running
8 years
against a
are,
very charismatic person
but
like
The
this
other
in
two
Peter or
governors,
but
something
eight
like
the
years,
that?
other two governors
but
were swept away now by the
but 8 years
obedient movement.
ahead,
The
you've
other two
got 8
governors.
years. Which one?
Okay, so now
The
let me ask my
which
southwestern brothers, who is the bad boy in your area? Because it appears clearly the southeasterners have got their bad boys that they've named, and they don't want to give them breathing space. So who is the bad boy? Before
exactly.
they used to say Obasanjo is not liked in the southwest. Who is the next one now? Do you know? Is there anyone that the southwesterners don't like as their politician?
We have a few. But I feel what happens in the Southwest is people protect them for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Name
They're protected.
name them. Name them, please. Name them, please.
You defend them based on your approach of name them. So you're telling me
name them now.
Fayoshe comes to mind easily.
Okay.
Fayoshe comes to mind easily. But you ask me what has it done wrong? You understand? I mean, and that's my biggest worry when they say let's break Nigeria into smaller pieces. Fayoshe now plays a very minimal role. Was following the G5. It was almost like carrying their bag, following them, almost, in the background. If we break Nigeria into smaller pieces, Fayoshe will become a big boy. He would actually contest for presidency, and he will stand a good chance. That's one of my worries of breaking it into small. No. I'm not even joking. And I have nothing personal against these people. And I think the people label as bad boys, forefathers, I'm beginning to see a trend. There are people that we have, maybe people feel like, based on your ayat, based on your levels, you get mouth, you get level. You could have used that for the good of the people. Because Fayoshe is quite popular. He's a very popular Western politician. So people like that, and Odjus or Kalu Rochas, these are very popular guys that maybe people pinned their hopes on them. And we're expecting a lot. So I think it's more the disappointment that make people talk about them in that light. You understand? Because when Fayoshe came on board now, Spotless. If you know Fayoshe very well from his Spotless days in Ibadan, a lot of people expected, okay, I do Ekiti, this, but I think there's something like you've said, forefathers, that sucks people in and just make them go crazy once they become, mainstream politician. Because
like you hear this about Oshomole and Obaseki too in those states.
He's already saying he's retired from PDP. He's retired from active politics because he wants something from APC. And this is Fayoshe that I never thought I would see him, go like that. So Fayoshe comes to mind easily. Even someone like Fashola, I'm not saying he's a bad guy. Fashola is somebody that if it wasn't for the association, Fashola is somebody that I actually like. Follow this politics, but you can see someone like Fashola going to do.
He's not obedient.
No, it's not even anything to do with that. Look at Fashola at the toll gate. He was the one now doing Agent Fash. Was the one sporting camcorder. What did they find in that camcorder? What came of that camcorder? You understand? Big boy like Fashola or big boy. He's now picking it with handkerchief.
Fashola heads the APC. Engine room, situation room for the election.
I'm not saying
let me ask CM this though. CM, I know CM.
Nobody
we are a lot of us are obedient there. A lot of us are obedient there. So I just wanted to ask something. Can I just ask this question, because it appears, depending on how much hope people pin on the politician, when they disappoint the people, the more venom people have against them. Because I see this in Edo State with Obaseki and Oshomole. And so, God forbid, CM, what if Peter Obi gets into office and disappoints? What would that do to your impression of politicians?
Go and verify.
well, the thing is,
that could make you very, very bitter.
In this case, this is national, so it's not hidden anymore. Do you understand? Because it's national. So the issue is this: if he goes in, because there's a lot, not just me, a lot of people are having hope on him all over the country, southwest, southeast, south, anywhere. So if he goes in, I think I've said it one time, one of his things. He said his prayer is that he wouldn't disappoint Nigerians. He will live up to their expectation, because he knows a lot of hope is on him, and particularly where Nigeria is now. Nigeria cannot get below what it is now. I believe so.
Yeah, the question is, what if he disappoints people? How would people feel?
Well, he's a human being. If he goes in there, what I will count by my own disappointment is this, because I have to speak for myself. I do not know Peter Obi as a looter. If he goes there and starts looting money, I will be disappointed. That's one. But if he goes there because of power play in the sense that maybe they did not, maybe power play because of Labour is not controlling the National Assembly, they may choose to frustrate him through some bills. Maybe something like you want to change things drastically and they put it there. Maybe APC and PDP or whatever will be sitting on it and be delaying, knowing that this is democracy. You can't just railroad against them. And then maybe they're now wanting to play the old politics of go and lobby, then go and do this, promise, then this, which P2B won't do. If that type of thing, if I analyze the situation like this, and that is why he failed, I wouldn't blame him. But my blame will be that he went there and dumped the track record he had and start doing 10% cut, maybe trying to do a Peremado type, buy house here about. I know that is where I will be disappointed.
Okay,
But in
I
terms,
can understand that.
yes, but in terms of, yeah.
But yeah, you would be
Let me
disappointed.
just-
The question was,
Me, I'm
what
not-
is he going to do with? Is he going to make you lose faith in Nigerian politicians because he has such a high standard now, and how will that affect the way you look at Nigerian politicians?
Forefather.
No, to me, the way we look at it is
please.
Okay,
Let me
just
make a
just take
comment. Let me just make a
15
comment.
seconds to
Let me-
answer so that
yes,
he can go.
for some of us-
BQ,
yes, for
B,
some of us
and
that are not obedient.
Abbas can go.
For some of us that are not
Abbas, let's see
obedient.
him just respond for 15 seconds. Then you go.
Let me
just
finish up.
finish
So,
this okay, yeah, continue.
okay. So what I'm trying to say is that the way we look at Nigerian politics is that, of course, I will be disappointed, but then my faith will be I have to, because of who I am. I won't go with the crowd. I will analyze why he failed. Is it something that could have been avoided? But if it's just a personal failure due to selfish interest or stealing, I can't forgive that because it's disappointing. Because politics, people can frustrate you in terms of not passing the bill. What do you do? How will you do it if you can't pass the bill? Then they say go and lobby them, and then trying to lobby them, they are demanding bribe, and you don't want to do that. So they keep
Thank you.
everything's
I
agreement.
think that's a solid answer. That's a solid answer.
Forefather.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me just quickly pick it up from where CM stopped. Rationalizing what I will call what Rufai Hosseini will call failure. For instance, during the 8 years of Peter Obi's administration, when they were trying to analyze some of his shortcomings, they said doctors were on strike for 13 months. The obedient rationalized why doctors were on strike for 8 months. They didn't see anything wrong in why doctors shouldn't be on strike for 13 months. Then the issue of offshore, all these onshore accounts, this is it Panama paper or something? What's this onshore account that they launder money to?
Is
Offshore.
it Pandora papers or Panama?
So Pandora paper. So obedience will always find a way to rationalize that his intention was right for doing those things that is obviously wrong.
The thing, with all due respect,
let me finish.
With all due respect, okay, I've noted the 2 points. I will get back to you.
Yeah, you come back at him.
Let me finish now. Obedience will only find a way to rationalize that he did the right thing. I don't understand why you want to rationalize and justify doctors who are on strike for 13 months. I can't try to understand it. Then again, the money laundering stuff too in this offshore. Then the last one, which
it's not money laundering.
You see, now he just said it. It's not money laundering. Don't do that.
It's not money laundering.
Okay,
yeah.
he hid his money in.
Exactly, there's a difference. So
okay, there's a difference. Okay, he hid his money.
Okay, money laundering.
Okay, that's true. Then there's another thing. The third one is during recapitalization of banks. That banks must have 30 billion naira for you to stay afloat during Sanusi's regime as president of CBN.
25 billion.
25 billion. Thank you, my brother. Anambra State money was used to.
It was during Soludo. Okay, capital bank. Banking capitalization.
No. Recapitalization was during Sanusi. There was one recapitalization of Sanusi did that some banks folded up because they don't have that money. So he used some state money to float some of those banks, and he termed that one as investment for the state. But we know that he used some of the state fund to float those banks. That's another one. Then the another point is that this family business that they said he doesn't care, that as long as the business is making money, you can. I am as the governor of Lagos State now. I can take Lagos State money to put in my own family business as long as it generates a profit. So all these examples I've made, obedience will always rationalize it that the guy's intention is right. He did the right thing, and they don't see anything wrong in all this All these so many examples I've mentioned. So, answer your question for further. If the guy feels, they will always find a way to rationalize it too. That maybe the assembly did not pass the bill, maybe something, maybe the something.
Okay,
Like me,
can
I give you
I
the way
ask you
Nigerian
specific
system is
questions
structured.
about
Yes, you
what
can
you
ask me,
said?
no problem.
Yeah, regarding the floating of the banks, the money
Yeah.
that he invested, did the state get it back?
It's not about whether the state get it back on. Okay, let me answer you.
You have a
Let me answer you.
percentage. You have
Let me answer you.
5%.
Wait.
The one they
Alpha
agree on
beta.
national TV.
Yes, so not alpha beta is collecting Lagos state government tax, and it's supposed to be owned by Tinubu. But alpha beta is declaring so much tax, so much money that we can justify that Alpha Beta is delivering on the promises. But Alpha Beta is getting 50% of all the revenues that the state is getting. It's too much. It's huge.
Yeah.
So you can always find a way to justify any action. Like you said that he invested the money in the bank, but the state is getting money. Alpha Beta too was contracted to get 15% of all revenue. So if Lagos State government makes 60 billion,
don't worry about it. You're going to have your chance.
No,
to
you don't
respond.
need to worry. CM, you don't need to explain. Obedient have explained all these things.
The reason for it could be that he doesn't want state-owned banks to become liquidated, and he wanted them to stay afloat so that like the US bailed out the banks. That can happen.
Yes, now and claim it as he invested your state money, whereas doctors were on strike. So many infrastructure. Like
but
somebody,
when you are talking about strike, they were all paid, weren't they? All those doctors eventually were all paid.
Now, my friend from Anambra was saying that before.
There are some. You've been talking now. Allow me to see.
No, just wait.
I've noted your points. Therefore, listen now. When you keep talking,
it's true. Actually, BQB. I think you're just going on and on and on.
Please,
calm down.
You've already made your You've made your point. You can't be lecturing us based on falsehood. Listen, let me tell you one after the other. Number 4. Therefore, listen, I've listed it. I've listed it. 4. It's okay. Listen, you've made. Let me
allow CM to answer. Let's allow CM to answer.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Number one, Panama Papers. Peter Obi said it when he came to what is it called, Chatham House here. Panama Papers is when he was doing business, he felt he wanted to go into politics. He winded his business up in the UK, handed them over their permanent residence, took the money to offshore. That is where you can keep it. David Cameron here did it. He's not in prison. Nobody's accusing him of. Listen, because if you know, listen,
public listening is not late for you. BQB, please let him finish now. You had your say. Come on, man. Let him answer.
You see the problem. This same thing. This what I've said now. Peter Obi told Ruben Abati and Rufai this thing. He said, when I finished business, I want to get into politics. I winded down, took the money, put in an account. It's legal. He declared it. David Cameron, British Prime Minister, did it. Contradict me. Tell me it's a lie. David Cameron put his money there. Did the British people, with all their intelligence, did they prosecute him? Because that is the right thing to do. Hey, listen. Listen, that is the thing to do. If today, listen, please don't interrupt me now. You see it?
Try to be civil, please.
Exactly. Let him keep quiet. Let him keep quiet while I talk.
CM, don't get one.
Please,
BQB is onto something.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I know. So the thing about it is that what Peter Obi did, he even recommended it. Any of you doing business, if you want to get into politics, wind it down, take the money, declare it by the taxman, go and put it somewhere they know where it is. So that's what he did. So when people like you are peddling this rumor, that is out of malice and falsehood. That ends that. I've explained it.
Good.
Now, number 2, doctor strike. Peter Obi called doctor, say, look, I've invested so much amount of money in the hospital, I'm not seeing results. But there are ones run by the missionaries. Look at the result I'm getting. And it's the same doctors that are working there. There are certain things people don't know. I don't know why when they manufacture this type of news, they share in one man went to mortuary and then TVC news in maybe in Lagos. People carry it
Hold on,
about.
sister.
Come on,
I'm
All
coming.
those things are
No,
on
no,
the
no,
news now. They are
no.
in the news.
I'm being civil. I'm quoting
I
the rest
really
because
want
I
to
don't swear
no
that
because I'm listening to you, CM. I
guys.
really want to understand what you are saying
Exactly,
about the medical side.
exactly.
Please go on with
So
that.
That
you
is the
think
medical side because
you think BQB doesn't
because
know the
Peter
answer to this thing?
No, me, I want to know. I don't
Because you
whether
have
he knows or
explained
not.
most
I
of
want
this.
to know.
You are just
so
trying to
No,
rationalize
okay
it.
it's not
good
That's what
about
I'm
Big B.
saying.
I
okay
want to know.
He's a politician. You are just
okay
trying to
listen.
explain it,
No,
So
Big
Peter
B, come
rationalize
on.
it. I've
Let
given
Peter
you
let
the
Obi
let,
slice
na
of alphabet
let this
now.
guy carry
Peter
on,
Obi
please.
Peter Obi invited the chairman of NMA Anambra State. They held a meeting. He said, they asked me to invest this. I invested. Where is the result? Look at the missionary own. He said, no, this is run by missionaries. If I can name 4 hospitals for you in Anambra State, run by missionaries, Catholics. And the same doctors, MBBS, member Nigerian Medical Association that are working there, they are colleagues. He said, but you people working in the government hospital are just looking for this. He said, no, he can't do it. He said, take me at anywhere, I will explain. Eventually, they come around to it. These are the truth people do not want to tell. Then the other one of family
Sorry,
business.
CM. Just before you
People,
move to the next season, let me ask you a question.
oh, sorry.
Sorry, before you move to the next point, let me ask you. I know I'm letting my camera get itself sorted out, but the question was that when he said the missionary churches were performing better, what was
Yeah.
his this the purpose for this thing for
Criteria.
the strike? Did he demand that they do
Yeah.
something that resulted in a strike?
No,
He's
the
not
thing,
paying the
yes.
salary. That's the
What the
meaning.
doctors,
Anambra was
what the
paid
doc, please.
to healthcare worker,
I
least
hate
paid.
that. No. You see, when you behave like this, BQB,
Don't worry
it's not
about
me.
him,
Oh,
CM. Please explain it.
it will,
People are listening. 270
it will.
people are listening
I
to you,
know
CM. Focus on them.
exactly. It will reflect poorly on you. People are listening. They are looking at you, not me. So what I'm trying to say is this: when this strike came up, he invited the chairman of their NMA, Nigerian Medical Association, Anambra State branch, because it's a pressure group. You have your association chairman, executive. He sat them down. He explained. He said those people working in missionary hospitals are members of your group too, but they are working in the one run by reverend sisters and maybe bishop, the assistant bishop of the diocese. But this one is under Ministry of Health, like General Hospital. He said, but look at the amount of money you people told me to invest. I invested. Yet when people come there, they complain that they don't get these services. Explain to me why until they go to the one run by the missionaries and they are getting service. It's a challenge. The NMA chairman was shocked. He invited even the national from Lagos, from Abuja. The man came, they held a meeting. He said, ask them. They told me to invest. I invested. Patient will go to General Hospital, complain that they are not attended to. If they go to the one run by the missionaries, which we also fund, they get the service. Explain to me why. And the same doctor working there are the same doctor that belong to Nigerian Medical Association like you. So why? So that was the misconception.
So he
So,
asked them to explain it, and they didn't explain it. That led to a strike.
of course, that was what led to the strike. Peter B said it's not going to increase any pay if they want to
He felt he wasn't getting
they
value for
continue where
money.
they stopped.
Yeah, and I
That is the
understand that
thing.
because
And
if they are busy cheating in Nigerian state, then you shouldn't reward them for it. And
you
but
see
how
what
was the issue resolved?
When
I
they are
think I
poorly
really want to
paid.
understand how
exactly
was the issue resolved, CM?
they did exactly they did the how it was resolved was they now found when the NMA chairman came for his colleagues, he found out that they did the sort of he said go there and check. He said that is why people don't go there. Why should I be putting money there when I'm not getting result that I'm getting result here? So eventually they changed. They have to down tools and go back to work. It wasn't that P2B fought. They go back to work and continued because it was a shame. They never expected P2B to compare. You see, that's why sometimes it's good. P2B said there are Lady of Lord Hospital in Ihiala, St. Charles Boromi Hospital in Onisha, run by the missionaries. There is a one in Adazi Nuku. There is the one in Ogidichino Achebe's place, run by the missionaries, Anglican. He said they are getting results and they are
But what did
putting
they
money there.
change then? They went back to work and started performing better. Is that what changed?
Of course. Now, do you know the reason? Because the one run by the missionaries and reverend sisters. If you do something like a laxity, you don't come to work in time. All these reverend sisters and the bishops, they will report to the diocesan district. They will score, or they will be bollocking. But to them in the ministry, General Hospital is like everything. So they come to work when they like everything is not done. So Peter, they were surprised that Peter B was comparing. He said, but look at this, look at the one you are running. Why? Tell me, convince me why. So that is the Peter. That's why that is the P2B's method. That's why people are saying the man doesn't spend money anyhow, because they were surprised he brought up that comparison.
The challenge is
And that it makes sense.
Basically, he invested money. He expected the standard to be met.
Yes.
They were not meeting it while the
Yes.
missionaries were meeting it.
The missionaries, yeah, exactly.
Why does it, so you can see why BQB,
exactly.
why he
Why
had
is
to
it
do that,
related to
because
BQB? See,
no,
CM's
because people like
explanation is
him,
for the
people like him,
The next point.
no,
Talk
it's
about
also
it.
about
Why?
it's
The
also
next
about
point.
the
Move to
viewers.
the next point.
Is
Move
see
to the
the
next point.
I can understand
Let's
the
move to the
audience
next
are
point. I
learning.
think the point is well made now. So let's move to the next
Exactly.
point.
So
Jonathan
exactly
wants to
that
come in
one
for
is
something.
gone.
So
Yeah,
please.
the issue of this is going to
okay.
continue over and over. It's not going to solve anything. The young man is talking, Bob, what is his name? It's politics. We are all trying to pull one another's leg and to have
Absolutely.
understanding. But
Absolutely,
the
my
issue
brother.
is that
Done.
P2B is a politician, and he will remain a politician if he remains
Yes,
on that on the,
absolutely. Yes.
and any
Simple.
one of us that defend any
And
politician, you
trying
can
to
defend them
rationalize
So
and
the
because
last
explain.
one,
But
the
Konama,
last
is it
one.
fair
No,
but what P2B was doing there was a good
it's
thing,
very, very unfair
because
for us. It's very, very
it
whatever
unfair
was a
he's
for us
good
to
doing
thing,
in
say
because
that.
if
Anambra,
we were just complaining
whatever he's
about
doing in
NMPC, what
Anambra,
was going on there. So it's a
whatever
good
he's
thing that
doing in
he
Anambra,
asked for
Anambra is not
accountability.
Nigeria. Anambra is not Nigeria. All the
It's
things
part
that
See,
of
Anambra
Nigeria.
is where? Anambra is
Anambra,
in Cameroon.
Anambra politics end in Anambra,
please,
and that is
please
why
let me
It's
finish
that
part
up
is
of
and
why
let me
the
Nigeria.
finish up so
senators say
that
that they are not.
let
Let me
let me
finish.
let me finish up.
See,
The
Janaba,
point
let's
number
let
three.
CM
Please,
finish, please.
Oh,
please.
you go back to number three
Point
again
number three.
because you explain number two
Family
I didn't know
business.
that.
number three will not
I
No,
didn't
finish.
know that
family
there's
business.
There are just four of them. Let
Family.
him finish.
Therefore, now
Go back
I
to
named
number
them.
three
How
again.
many times you going to
They are
explain
not
We've
four,
a
they are
done.
five.
family
We've
They are
being
done.
a
five.
family baby
Please,
or
please.
family business?
No, that was
We've
number
done.
two.
There's
We've
another one. There's family business.
we've done.
There's
Listen, listen.
investing
That
statement.
banking one,
We've
let's
done.
go to
We've
the
done.
banking one then.
Look, okay. Let me before that. The family business was Sab Miller Brewery in Onisha.
It's
Sab
not
Miller
family
is one
business.
of the big. Listen now, because that's what I titled it as. So that's Sab Miller Brewery in Onisha. P2B brought them from
Is
South
that different
Africa.
from next?
Do you
I'm
know
not
the
cutting you
condition
off. I
he
want us to be
invested?
clear.
He
No, CM,
please
we are on national
you
TV.
should
Is that
allow
different
me
from
now.
Nest, or you are talking about the brewery and the Nest? There's a
Yeah,
slight.
so next is the family business. So who is calling
Next,
the brewery
the
in a
next,
family
yes,
business?
yes. Listen, next, was owned by P2B. The moment he became a governor, he sold
He dropped
everything
the
off.
investment.
It is his brother that is holding it, so it's not him. He said it. You know these things have. You know,
Can
do
we
you know the
let him
thing with
finish now? It's
Nigerians?
only fair to listen to
Okay,
him now. I think BQB was
exactly.
allowed to make his
Do you
points.
know?
We've,
So it's
we've
only fair to
this
listen.
all
Let
the
him
Do you
finish.
know
explanation
the?
is making.
Do,
We've
Let
had
do,
him
you-
this
finish
do, you-
now.
conversation.
It's
do you
only
know?
fair. Let him
Do you
finish,
know the
please.
thing
Let
with
him
Nigeria?
finish.
Please.
Please go
So
ahead,
so
Sam.
the Sab Miller Brewery, P2B brought them from South Africa. It's at Onisha Head Bridge. If you cross the Niger coming in, he invested. I think it's either $200 million, Anambra State money, on one condition: Anambra gets either 30 million naira monthly, and then 40% of the workforce must come from Anambra State. 40% of the workforce, he told them, must come from Anambra State. It is because of that. Then that Sab Miller Brewery opened a bigger one in Ogun State when P2B left. It is there. Go and ask them. So those people came and then said, when he was leaving, P2B said, because he has left, Ogun State governor lured them. They opened another one in Ogun State. So they are doing well. If it's a fraudulent company, they can't go to Ogun State. So that's one. It's only money for Anambra State. Then the issue of recapitalization. P2B put money in three banks. Diamond Bank is not P2B's bank. Access Bank is not P2B's bank. Fidelity was where he was the chairman. When he put the money there, he said these are banks that are healthy. People were suggesting GTB Bank. He said no, GT is owing a nothing. And then he doesn't see that going through court case. They suggested Zenith. He said these are the bank based on the strength. You know, look, forefathers, there's a type of money you will have. When you go back, You will like to say which Nigerian bank is the strongest that has the ability not to collapse at least in the next 20 years. You can find out before you put in your money, and depending on how much you put in, that is your interest. So that's what P2B did.
But
Because
these banks,
everything
they
is
appear to
business.
be well-known banks, though.
Those banks were the weakest bank during that time that during the recapitalization
It's
process.
a lie.
You can't compare
It's a lie. It's a lie.
with GT Bank.
No. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Fidelity
Is it
Bank,
not access?
Diamond
Is
Bank,
it not access?
those
Is it?
banks
Listen.
are on the verge
Listen now.
on the verge of
Listen.
Come on, man. Let's let him finish now. You want him to finish that for
He has
points.
finished
Otherwise,
already
we are
now.
going to
Those
remain here
banks
for
are on the verge of
2 hours with 4 points. So let him finish the 4 points, please. Because
BQB, please. You will buy me beer. I've demolished your argument. You will buy me beer. If not today, sometime in the future, you are owing me.
Make sure it's Hero Beer.
So
Origin.
I'm not completely clear on the bank issue.
In Lagos. I'll send you Origin.
Okay.
Come on,
The bank issue.
Come on, mute yourself. Jesus Christ. I'm not very clear on the bank. Yes, the banks were healthy.
Okay.
He put money into it. Did the state get the money back?
Exactly. That was part of the 75 billion. Now he's saying he handed. Didn't you hear people be saying $25 billion, $25 million in Access Bank, the same in Diamond, and the same in which other bank again? Fidelity, 3 banks. That's why he was saying he has 75 billion. That's what he's telling them. So in a case, he handed it over to the state. So what is family business about it? What is family business about it? You see, when people want to, punch
Okay,
a hole.
let's go to the last point. Then is that all the points finished now? The 4 points are gone.
The 4 is gone.
I think I've trashed them now. Therefore, I've trashed them.
I hope that the viewers got an idea.
Okay, let me come in.
I'll send you Origin.
Thank you.
You are a troublemaker. Please, listen, let Augustine talk now. Let Augustine talk.
And to BQB and John, if we say that politicians are politicians, then what we gather here to do doesn't make sense.
Of course, they are not politicians.
No, what I mean is that if you are always thinking that every politician must be corrupt, every politician must be as dirty as the other one, that means
we are not the one that we are on national TV here.
Yeah.
Don't the word say we say they must. The politicians around the world, even in the United States of America, politicians are politicians. We do not talk about corruption. We talk about politicians.
Nobody talk about corruption.
What are we talking about? When you talk about the
notion that Peter Obi is a different politician and is a saint,
he's savior. No, he's not.
If you don't want to hear it, you can always hear that from me.
He's exceptional. Peter Obi is exceptional.
It can be exceptional in your world. In my world, it's not exceptional. To you, it's exceptional. To me, it's not.
Okay, so I have my
to the obedient.
You can go and make argument. That is you. I have the right to myself. And this is the problem with obedience. You guys think that nobody else can be anything and nobody can say anything about Peter Obi. Peter Obi doesn't fit me. Peter Obi plays national politics. He failed. And I'm telling you categorically, if you guys continue in this path, in 2007, 2017, he's still going to 2027. He's still going to fail. If you guys keep...
Hold on, Augustine, let me just take that on.
I think of the country where you belong. So if
Augustine, wait. See, Jonaba, it's not necessarily about them wanting to impose their, P2B on you. I think sometimes when people that don't like P2B are talking to obedience, they don't go after the points that they are making, that they are saying, okay, P2B did this, he left surplus, he did this, he did all those things. They don't go after the point, they just argue against the passion of the obedience. And the obedience are trying to get them to see the candidate himself. But just because you are jaded and you think all politicians are like that, but there's something to be said for actually listening to some of their opinions. And I will also urge your obedience too. When you are trying to talk to people, I support P2B, but I don't go about ramming it down people's throats and just agreeing with people.
Too. I voted for Peter Obi.
You see that? So you have to try to listen to each other. That's what I'm urging.
Mr. Show, you are just there in UK. You didn't go anywhere. You did not vote. I voted for Peter Obi.
I beg, BTB, don't
Man,
BTB, don't carry me
this
all
guy,
this
he
now.
just
You
wants
vote
to
for
annoy
Peter Obi
people,
for
man. He
what?
just say vote for
Augustine,
Peter
continue,
Obi.
I beg.
Yes, August, you can go ahead. Go ahead. You are muted, though. You are muted.
Obedient line is muted.
So
nationwide.
personally, I have politicians that are close to me, but P2B is exceptional. I'm not just saying it to. I have studied him as a person. I have followed him down to earth. P2B is the only politician I have experienced that would make a request and he will follow it. Look at how he rebuilt primary schools and secondary schools in Anambra. He will give the money direct to the principals and the priests in charge of those schools. And he will come in and supervise it. Tell me any local government chairman that has the phone number of senior prefects of secondary schools. But this is a governor that calls senior prefects. He visited one of our schools in Asia, one of our schools. They have prepared everything to say. He just came into the hall. He pointed to one child. Tell me what you need in this school. And the child mentioned the things they need. P2B left. And in weeks, those things were accomplished. He will burst into a school without all this crowd following him. He will come and solve the problem. Our school, our computers he gave us. He gave every school 20 computers with generator. Our own was stolen. We wrote to him. He replaced them.
Now, Fulani stole it now.
All these are common. All these
Fulani,
things you are mentioning.
Janaba is not fair now. He didn't say anything. Don't do that now.
No,
you are stereotyping. What did he say? Fulani?
Platform about to be. We are not
all these points.
So all of
you're just paranoid.
Okay, you know, Janaba, you can talk about any politician you want to talk about.
Let me
We have
finish.
a topic of the day.
Let me finish. I'm coming.
So you guys just bring to be inside because
we don't talk about northern politicians enough. If you want to talk about northern politicians, we can talk about them.
The issue is that
can I finish with my time?
I have respect for you. I'm not interrupting you. I'm so sorry if I do. But then the issue is that Anambra is Anambra. Nigeria is how many states? 36 states. I can walk freely in my own state and visit everywhere. And you may have the energy. That is where when we talk about who have the capacity in Nigeria to go and do some physical. During the time of Idiagbon and Buhari, Diagbon was a discipline master and he go around. Now, if you're going to talk about Obi and Anambra, what even come across this, we are talking about the senator that they debunked from their area. That's okay, he wants to become a senator, president, Senate president, and they are against it or not against it. That's the local politics. We are talking about national politics here. And you guys, he run for national office, or be run for national office. Believe it or not, if you like, you think you say you win more. 29th of May 2023, Baba will be your president, and we're all going to support him. Whether he fail or we all fail, or he succeed, we all succeed. Peter Obi will come back in 2027 if you guys do not change your tone, so we all can work together. This tribalism line that it's perfect, it's not perfect, or this.
It's not perfect.
Nobody is perfect. I'm not.
I don't think any obedient are saying that it's perfect though. I don't think any of them said that.
I'm not to be fan. I don't hate him. I'm not going to be his fan.
Thank you.
You don't have to be his fan. You don't have to be.
For us,
sorry.
We have to be obedient. We don't have to be. We don't. Some people come here and say it's a saint. Okay, it is a saint in your world.
No, it's not a saint. It's not even close to me. I don't think anybody.
I've had it on this platform.
You know what? I think there's some truth there, because if you look at when Obama came on scene, some people literally his enemy were thinking that he was like the Antichrist. Why some people that were supporting him thought this guy was like an angel and all the rest. So some people, when they see a candidate that chimes with all the things they have been looking for, yes, you're going to see a cult of personality build up around them. That is the kind of stuff you should expect.
They are entitled to it. And I'm
exactly. So just try to understand that, because Jonathan, the reason why I'm saying it is because sometimes I sense that you have this passion against them without necessarily understanding where it's coming from. I just try to urge you to look at, this is what happens in politics. You have people that have this cult of personality,
So
but most of them know that he's not perfect.
Let me go on. If we're talking
can
about
beat all your
sainthood,
university.
anybody talking about sainthood is ignorant of sainthood. Because for you to be a saint, you first of all need to die. So Peter B is still alive. So anyone calling him saint is ignorant of what it means to be a saint. So what am I saying here? If he was able to beat Dati as his vice, if he was able to get, I don't know Dati before now, but if he was able to get Dati and everybody is applauding the young man he brought to be his vice, that means he's still going to continue that track. And when we talk about not having a decent politician, and we say all politicians are politicians, that means we're not encouraging ourselves. If somebody has a good character in politics, we should be able to encourage the person and we should be able to let the person to continue. Peter Obi does not succeed in becoming Nigerian president. I don't think it's going to make him less whom he is, because he has walked his path, and his path is decent to his own personal. Peter Obi might not even, I don't think he's lacking. I don't think
he's an honorable man.
I don't think he is struggling a lot the way so many of us are struggling to put things.
He's an honorable man.
So if we like, let's throw him away and condemn him and get after Tinubu. I'm praying that we'll get Rochas or Hope Uzodinma or Joseph Okalo or Igbazo to come and be the president of Nigeria.
Igbazo. You know that Igbazo word?
Yeah,
like he came last. That's the meaning of the name.
They are all politicians. So why I decided to come onto this platform was when we were talking about Ojo Zokalo. Ojo Zokalo, I'm from Abia State.
Oh, that's good.
So Ojo Zokalo, if you make him the Senate president of Nigeria, you have collapsed Nigeria. That would be the worst thing.
What kind of why would you say something like that? See, have you listened to Orji's? No, sorry. Let me ask Augustine. Have you listened to Orji Zokalo talk? Have you actually listened to him talk?
Yes.
And you think he's that bad?
See what he did. Like when you tell people to go and declare their asset, Orji Zokalo added a lot of things that was not in asset when he was declaring his asset. Now, when he became a governor, he acquired those things. He went and front-loaded what he hadn't as before he became a governor, and he acquired them while he became a governor. Abia State.
That's interesting.
Abia State.
So you mean he declared something that he didn't own?
Of course.
Then after he became a governor, he went and
So he did
that is reverse declaration here. How does that even work?
They do it in private.
What is the purpose of that? What is the purpose of that? I don't get it. Why would anybody do that?
So when you have it, why will you not probe him after he has gotten it? Then when he's leaving office, he will tell you, I showed you this. I showed you this. Yeah, so
Nigerians, I've heard everything now. Where people are declaring stuff they don't own before they get into office. Wow.
Forefather, let me add something. I went to Gambia once to go. I had a story to go shoot in Gambia, and at that time, I was hearing of slot airline, and I was wondering, where is this slot airline? And at that time they said Obasanjo was fighting Orji Zokalo because Orji Zokalo acquired planes that are not usable. They have been written off in Europe, but they are flying Nigerian air. So those planes were grounded. Anyway, to cut my story short, as a citizen of Abia State, when I landed, I was about landing, and I saw those planes, about two of them, a slot airline. And I was, rejoicing. Look at, this is my governor's planes. At least I have the opportunity of looking at them today. I have been wondering where these planes have been. And then as soon as we're touching down, because I'm seeing from the air, now that the plane was descending, and I noticed that those planes were parked in one extreme end of the airport, not even close, and they've been written off. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. They were just dumped there.
Wow.
I was so angry. Because, why am I angry? This was the money of the people of Abia State. that have been used to purchase these things are no longer functional. Obasanjo outlawed them, or well, they said Obasanjo didn't like Orji's Okalu, so he stopped granting his planes. But even in this place, Gambia, it was also grounded and packed. You see, when how those places where they dump old planes, that was where those things were dumped. I'm just saying that.
Sorry, you are saying that it was grounded in Gambia and grounded in Nigeria because they were badly aircraft.
Yes, they I don't know. That there was a time some Nigerians introduced those Soviet planes called the 11 Bak 1. I don't know if you heard of those planes. They are seats. No. Okay, 11 Bak 1. Those planes that have seats all through. They are getting to the last part of the plane, the tail part of the plane. It has one seat only, just one seat on the left side. So I think the technical name there was 11 Bak 1. I don't know if they've been phased out right now though. So those are the planes that some Nigerian businessmen went to rush to charter from there. And Orji Okalu was one of those who chartered those planes. Up until today.
So what was his purpose for buying them? Did he buy them for Abia State?
If they bought for Abia State, it would have been Abia State line now, not Slot Airline. Slot Airline is his personal business. Okay. And I'm saying this to say, for those of us who followed him, greatly, Orji Okalu was one of those young Igbo millionaires. When I was in secondary school, I used to like him a lot, because then I had a elder sister who was in the University of Maiduguri, and Orji Okalu was, one of the people doing the diploma class at that time. And she used to tell her how this guy comes into the class, takes everybody out, buys them food. So they really loved him, But that love came to an end when the University of Maiduguri had, and this is on history, you can go check it out. When the University of Maiduguri had they were doing a launch, and Orji Okalu gave them, at that time, I think it was 1 million naira in cash, and that was a big controversy because the cash the only money on top was the first layers of the cartons. The other ones were not cash, they are just piece of paper piled over those things. So those were our first. It was a surprise to us at that time because now I was so shocked. But hearing from those people who were part of the ushers who were counting those money, we said, this guy, how can he be this brave to put money in this order? But later the years, this same person became governor of Abia State from where I am. And we learned to love him and to respect him. And we did everything possible to try and support him, but he didn't support us because Abia State was worse than when he left it. Agreed, he may have done some road in his community. And like I said earlier, I would not support him even if I was in the Senate for him to be Senate president. Because you say your people doesn't deserve to be president. The Igbos are not ready for presidency. And it's also not good for us to struggle to be for the candidates to be Christian, Muslim. Muslim is okay because Christians are not important. Then now you want me to support you. I will not support you. I will not support you, my brother. I will tell you clearly that I will not support you.
Mr. KJ.
Yes.
Atiku said something that you can't start and be at the top, which I agree with you. He said when you start from behind. Maybe if you can start from Senate president, it's better. Then we can move up.
Has he not started from the top before? He was governor for 8 years.
President. No, I'm talking about president now. I'm talking about president now.
No, we don't even want him to be. Just like this, my brother said. Even though I will not go out to say that if he becomes Senate president,
Nigeria will
collapse. I will not say that, but I will say that I will not support him because Herodes told us that we are not important. So we are not important, so we can as well shift aside. The same way now I will tell him, Oga, just shift aside. Let us for this 4 years observe from the side.
Oji Uzoka, he can forget about the Benin presidency. For the splits, maybe KJ, I think he echoes when it's not. When it's the one speaking, it doesn't echo. But when it's not speaking, he echoes. I'm not sure why. When KJ is speaking, no echo. But when he's not speaking and someone else is speaking, we get the echo. Anyway,
from forefather.
Echo no, it's come from KJ. It's from KJ.
When KJ is not speaking and his mic is on, he echoes. Yeah. So the guys from the Northwest, I was watching an interview the other day. I slept off watching it. Some of the senators from the Northwest are already threatening. Of course, it's all internal politics, but they are threatening Tinubu, saying that they want Senate presidency. This is despite them, Northwest, having the speaker. Sorry, having the deputy Senate president and the speaker. They're already saying that if Tinubu undermines them, despite the amount of votes they give him, they told him, they said 4 years is a short period. They even said it in terms of number of days, 1,000 something days. They told him, they said, you come back in 2027 and we'll remember. That's Northwest telling Tinubu already that if you don't do as we wish, we will remember in 2027 and we won't forgive you for that. So all these things will play out. I don't know. I mean, there will be a lot of trade-off, horse trading. Okay, you take this, you give us this. But I'm thinking, what does Oji Kalu have to take to the table to say, okay, give me because I can guarantee you this, I can guarantee you that. And for fathers, I'm not trying to annoy you. But you see, when you were talking about Nigerian leaders not being respected in terms of Ekorimadu, us being able to trade something, Nigeria is Oji Kalu today. He has nothing that they want. See, that's why Nigeria can go to the UK and say, give us Ekorimadu. Don't worry, we owe you. They will look at you and say, oh, you owe me what exactly? What can you bring? That is the problem Oji Kalu is facing. But if people like Oji Kalu had united, like BQB said something, or maybe not BQB, someone said something a while ago at the time because things were hot. I didn't even pay much attention. But stop with me. He said the Easterners, the Eastern governors, or the political elite, why wouldn't they build a party like ABGA? Make it strong. You have a block. It's solid. You can take it and negotiate. Not for selfish interest, though, but at least you can take it and say, this our ABGA, 5 states, solid, all in the same direction, and build. Oji Kalu will be in a better position, will be at a stronger point of negotiation. But right now they're looking at him and thinking, this guy is just, what are you saying? Half of the time you sound like you have Qatar code. My friend, go and sit down somewhere, nobody's interested in you. The guy is disposable. That's the way they see him. It's now like you now blaming Igbo, Indigbo, saying why is Oji Kalu not being respected at the National Assembly gist? That is what you are doing to us Nigerians. Oji Kalu, Opu Zodima, Ipeazu, they are the ones who could have fast-tracked the development of Igbo land. If they had done it, people will respect you. There's a way when Rudolph is here, if he says, okay, all of us will keep quiet. But me and you will come here and I say, okay, all of us just be shouting. But you build a reputation over time. People will respect you. You speak, they listen. But you've not done anything.
I think I get where you're coming from. I guess from my point of view, you know what you said about the Southwest, they tend to cover up for their politicians, and
Southwest, yes.
they tend to do that. I think that is in a way what I'm trying to highlight. That how is it that the Southeast
how has it benefited the people in the Southwest?
Plague on all your houses.
It hasn't benefited us though. See, let me tell you what it does. It put our political elites on a good pedestal. They are the ones who benefit from it. Ask an average person living in Ogbomoso, in Ibadan, in Ilorin, if you want to count it as Southwest, maybe not Central, don't let's start another trouble there. So, Lagos, all these places, how has us, coddling our politicians, how has it benefited us as a people? The Igbos exposing theirs, it hasn't benefited them. We protecting ours, it hasn't benefited us. There's only one winner, the political elite. And that's why I love when people are defending these political parties. I supported Peter Obi during this last election because his message resonated with me. I said it. What stuck with me with Peter Obi was his simplicity. I don't like to you see, when I come here, I don't speak a lot of grammar. I don't all these political jargons that people have mastered. I say it in layman's terms. That's the way I understand it. That's the way I like to say it. Peter Obi simplified Nigeria's problems, and he preferred simple solutions. That is what I like about him. Don't let's make it seem like it's rocket science. I know some of them are complicated and all of that, but most of these things are not rocket science. Electricity, we don't have. How is that rocket science? Roads, it's not rocket science. Hospitals, it's not, low hanging fruit that you expect our politicians to solve. And I know there's somebody in particular in the comment section that's always telling us and I know you've alluded to it as well, forefathers, that we just don't have the money. I agree, but let me also simplify it again and give you a very simple analogy, which people disagree with. Not this analogy, but the simplicity of it. On this platform, now how many of us are here? 7. We have our daddy, Dr. Rudolph. He's gone now. He's left £100 for us to feed for 10 months, 12 months. It's not enough. It's not enough. But forefathers, because you and I are the moderators, we are now stealing out of that £100, further depriving CM and KJ and Mama Icho and Augustine and Igbo Basics. And we are saying, anyway, the £100 is not enough in the first place. So even if we steal 80, and they should manage. That's the problem I have. Nigeria is broke, but please, can we stop stealing what is not enough?
Exactly.
Let us spend everything we have on our issues, and we know that, what, we spent everything we have. Everyone can see it's not enough, but we'll keep trying. But the little that we have, you take it, and somebody is jetting around Europe, going to get treatment, which means you can't even be treated in Nigeria. I haven't been part of this political class for such a long time. And I mean, the peak line, the most disgusting thing is I saw people saying it's edited photos, when all you needed to do was go on Tinubu's Twitter handle, his official Twitter handle, and look at the pictures they posted the day he came back. Picture number 2, the peak line was there. Nobody's laughing at anybody for being sick. We are human. Even machines break down. So he's gone back to France, allegedly, to get patched up again, which clearly, makes you know that he couldn't even last a month away from his people. They should give us the charger. Stop taking him to France to charge. The French people should give us the charger so we can charge him in Abuja and do whatever we need to do, instead of going to France all the time. Because APC supporters will start telling you, forefathers, you watch, they will start telling you, these guys, there's no law for them, or they will start telling you, Paul Biya is the president of Cameroon and he lives in Switzerland. They will tell you, and Cameroon is fine. They will look for the worst examples to say it's been done before. Why not us? If you're going to Europe, junketing, saying you are going to look for investment, there should be pictures. Who are you meeting? What countries? Europe is vague. You understand? So this is what we're dealing with. And this is our money at this point. At least our president-elect is no longer a private citizen. We want to know where is he.
You were asking me if I saw him. You see?
I was joking, but they know that the minute they tell you he's gone to France, people would add 1 and 1 and get 2. So they can't tell you he's gone to France. That's why they've said he's gone to Europe. And the people at the bottom of the APC ladder are the ones defending this the most. What do you stand to gain? Let us ask questions. Nigeria is. This is almost like medicine after death, but Nigeria needs a president who is going to be active, who can deal with the rigors, the demands of being president. But we've been given somebody that can hardly do 1 month in Nigeria without going back for recharge. This is the problem. And when these people look us now based on see finish, you will now sit and say, oh, but sure, you should defend Nigeria. I want to defend Nigeria, but they're making it hard, almost impossible for me to defend Nigeria. That's my biggest grief with these people. We don't have enough, but please, can we maximize what we have and stop wasting it? You think the Indian man is crazy? You've got to buy $11 million house in London. You've got to invest that much money in another man's land. Not even invest, you've tied it down. Not making any profit. And that's one of many. Not just now. In the east, they are the same. In the north, they are the same. The northerners probably go to Dubai and Qatar and invest there. You want to invest our money outside. Now you are going to tell them to go and invest in your country. When you are not investing in your own country, how do you? It's a hard sell to say, I've not invested in my country, but you bring your money, come and invest there. Our politicians know Nigeria is not a safe place to invest, and that's why they take the money away. And they spend time going to attract foreign investors.
Sure, they are asking you if they bring the charger, where will they charge it? They don't have electricity.
They have light in Abuja. I'm sure they have in Aso Rock. They should plug it somewhere in Abuja. I beg.
Do you know my fear in this Tinubu presidency? To be honest with you, my fear, my fear in this Tinubu presidency is this. You know,
Oh,
we've
I
had
think
a
I
great
muted
leader.
myself. Sorry, CM, hold on for a second. See, the for me, regarding the spending, the issue for me is that politicians all over the world are corrupt, and the damage is actually happening because they're moving the money out of the country. That said, that is double whammy. Then you have a situation whereby even the money that is left in Nigeria is either mismanaged or very, very insufficient on top of it. So this is why you have a country that is not at war, but has a life expectancy that is worse than most countries that are at war in the world today. That is a terrible state of affairs. One way or the other, we have to get ourselves out of it. One of the ways that I was saying, that's why however we cut it, we the people still need to get involved in generating resources for the country. We have to get involved because there are many countries that don't have not anything Nigeria has, but they are very, very advanced and very, very civilized nation. They are functioning just fine. So it tells you that something is missing in our equation. We rely too much on the federal government generating oil money. We have to turn the table and start generating money ourselves. And the truth is, this is still part of the problem of our governance. They don't invest in something that generates value added value addition this thing processes. They don't invest in it. Whenever our government see an opportunity to invest in something like that, they kill it. They kill innovation in Nigeria quite often.
Yes,
In so many cases, I've seen competitions where they go to a competition and the competition went very well. The next day they kill it. They make sure it doesn't come again. It's like, why would you do anything like that? It's like they don't want the country to innovate. They don't want the country to start generating people that can create things that Nigerians can sell overseas. Like Ericsson phone. It's not created by a superpower. I think one of the smaller European countries created Ericsson phone, Nokia, all those, yeah,
Sweden,
Nokia, and so many of these apps we use are created by small nations. If their
Finland.
governments allow them to flourish. Okay, Nigeria, we are beginning to do some stuff like with Flutterwave and all the other stuff we are hearing about now, but we need more of them because all those young men that are jobless, they can be doing a lot of work developing for these companies and getting tech savvy. We should be recruiting an army of this is cyber security experts in Nigeria, or training them to become cyber security experts. But no, you don't see that in Nigeria. Anytime they have an opportunity to do these things, they will do it once. They do it, but they'll just kill it the next time. For some reason, I don't know why Nigeria operates like that, and that needs to change. If we need to get out of this mess we are in, Nigeria itself needs to start generating money. The money we are spending is just chicken change. It's not going to. The UK has so much money. It's unbelievable. Given if Nigeria had the kind of money the UK had, oh my God. Jesus Christ. You will not recognize that country.
Didn't we have a president that said our problem is, what do we do with this money? We had a president who said, one of the problems we have is,
oh my God, I feel
how
like
do we
kicking
spend
that
this money?
president in the head.
I'm
sorry to be
please,
disrespectful of
maybe remove
elders.
number 8. I think she's gone to bed or she's gone out.
Yeah, let me take her out.
I've left the backstage, so I can't remove her. So when other countries were investing, I mean, Qatar, they used to depend on oil solely. If you go and look at the skyline in this UK or London, all the high rises, all these buildings, most of it is owned by Qatar. They've diversified, and we are still drinking our oil.
Mm.
At the Canary Wharf in London, they own most of these properties. They've diversified. If oil stops being relevant today, they will survive. But us, we just, even the small cocoa that we were making. I told the story here. I went to Birmingham in the UK, to Cadbury World. Took my daughter when she was about 6 or so. She's now 15. We went there and spent the weekend there. And we did the tour of the whole place where they make all this Cadbury chocolate. And all they talked about was how they source cocoa from Ghana. And in my head, I'm thinking, can you please stop talking about Ghana for a second? The brotherly rivalry that we have with them. In my head, I'm thinking, stop talking about Ghana. I grew up on Cocoa House. I grew up knowing that they use cocoa money to build Liberty Stadium. All these things. So in my head, I'm thinking, even all the small ones that we used to do, we fashied everything. Everybody's moved on. They said Malaysia, they took the sample of palm kernel from Nigeria. It's not they took. See, this is the story of Malaysia. Idika Kalo, former finance minister, read economics at the University
Okay.
of Wisconsin. So when he finished University of Wisconsin, he got a job with IMF because he was quite a very brilliant student with PhD. So they said they used to have country economists. They posted him to Southeast Asia. That was in the 70s, early 70s. And then Nigeria was, Hawaii was booming. Then Malaysia was down there. So Idikakalu went just to give them economic advice. He said, your weather is like that of southeastern Nigeria, western, midwestern, and all these things. It can support the growth of palm or palm kernel or palm nuts, like the way they do it, or Ekom area or in Calabar or Benin or all these things. So he introduced them to Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research, Benin. They came there. Our scientists even followed them to Malaysia to supervise.
Look at that.
No, listen now. To supervise it. After that, Nigeria is the giant then, because we don't forget about it. So it's like we are taking them, come and do this dirty business. We are big boys. They play with crude oil.
You understand?
Now,
These are the things.
no,
So when
that is the story of Malaysia and the palm oil. Do you know that today, I don't know, sure, if you go to African shops, some of them bring palm oil. If they bring Malaysia, it's here in the UK.
Yeah,
I've seen
I
it.
know.
But I'm ashamed of buying it. And they get my own from Nigeria. I'm ashamed. Look,
That will teach you now.
Yeah.
That's what they mean by group IQ. We had the same thing over time. Individually, if you were competing with one individual Malaysian, you would defeat that individual Malaysian.
Yeah.
But because their system is more mature and as a group, they function better, they excel over us. That is the group IQ thing.
I went to Newcastle. Do you know that our own the real palm oil? We don't want to sort of add value to it. Our palm oil. If you put them for sun, it go sleep. That type of say don't. The one in Malaysia, they so remove the high cholesterol that the thing they like ordinary water. They mix, but very red.
It's very lucid.
And look, if I know one day maybe because of it go to Newcastle and buy it and then display it here so that
So you want to come and promote Malaysian oil here?
No,
That's supposed to help us.
Not to
It's okay. Go ahead. I'm just trolling.
Just to tell you, that is for us to really feel ashamed of ourselves. They came to Naifor, Benin, the one on the road. When they are collected, the thing we teach them. Nigeria now look
we don't even see Nigerian yams. Where is I don't see Nigerian yams here. Where did they even get the yam from?
Sure,
we have all this in Nigeria. We don't see it here at all.
Sure, they are
different type of yam. We have yellow yam. We have sweet yam. We have all of them. I never see them here. It's only Ghana yam that we see. I don't even know where they bring the yam from.
Sure, it's annoyed they're talking of cocoa in Ghana. The yam where they eat in London, is it not from Ghana?
I know, Indomie. Even Indomie. Indomie is Ghana.
Indomie is Ghana.
Let me tell you a wonderful story. I was opportunity to be part of the media team of one of the. I don't know why it's echoing. Is my
They're tracking you from Nigeria.
Are you important?
They are tracking you. They are tracking you from Nigeria.
Maybe you put some other things on and you're close.
Okay, I was opportunity to be part of the former Minister of Agri's media team who were documenting what he was doing. I had gone to this state in Nigeria that was, great producers of yam. And the minister, additional, being such a specialist, he advised the governor. I was in that meeting because I was doing the recording. He advised the governor that, look, people who produce chips have so advanced that chips now are in packets. It is already peeled. You just buy it and toss it into your stove. I have the research. I have the connection. I can help you. All you need to do is that you guys be ready to go into this research. Get this machine, get this machine, get this machine. And at the end of the day, your yams will no longer be wasted. When you harvest your yams, you buy from the farmers. You turn these things into, yam chips. You see, the problem with the yam is that it doesn't last long before it becomes it goes black. So what our challenge will be is to research how we can preserve the yam from going black. And I'm ready to assist you on this matter. You understand what I'm saying? He said that he's ready to assist to make sure that they can get how to preserve the yam so that it doesn't go black. And then it can be packaged. This will be in Benue. It will be in your community. It will employ your farmers. It will employ your people. Okay? Now, at the end of that meeting, that same governor suggested to the minister, who had come all the way from Abuja to come and have this meeting, that it will be better if he gives that money that he's reserving to do this thing to one farmer, which they took us to. I won't want to call his name. A rice farm that they can invest, if they can give that man the money to support him to buy more, machines to do his rice. Okay. Now I'm telling you in confidence, when we got into the plan, we're going back, the minister said, this guy must be very stupid. I'm suggesting to you what to give people work. You are telling me to take government money and put in the hands of an individual to buy machines for him. What kind of a person are you? And as I'm speaking, that's how that project died. Why am I saying that? I'm not surprised about the Malaysia thing. Okay? I'm not surprised because that's the mindset that people in government have in our country, which makes it so sad. Nobody looking out for the good of all the generality. They're looking out for the good of their what do you call them? Their mentors, their godfathers, the people, and their friends. Policies are designed not for the generality of the people, but for who it will benefit.
Is the woes that there are too many of them for us to list even now. But the good thing is, any leader that really wants to do the right thing by Nigeria, they will be legendary. I'm telling you, the standard they've set for Nigeria now is so bad. The Buhari and all the rest. If a leader that wants to do the right thing, like that has a mindset that they're in a hurry, they want to chase something, I'm telling you, there are going to be statues built of that leader while the leader was still alive. I said, probably Nigerians will vote to put that person in currency. See, Nigerians have been deprived of good leadership for so long. They've been deprived of good leadership for so long. Like, look at so many examples, so many low-hanging fruits. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to do.
Did you see the secretariat in Osun State, how they were dancing when the Supreme Court declared that Lady K as the winner? The secretariat in Osun State, see them dancing. What's the man done? He spent their salaries. They've dropped the bar so low that if you pay salary on time, look at Oyo State Governor, where I grew up, Sheyi Makinde, because he pays them, is it the 13th salary or something? I think he gives them some extra salary at the end of the year, so it makes it 13 months thereabout. Don't quote me, but something, but he pays them on time, pension cleared and all of that. Sheyi Makinde is loved, like you were saying. The last election, the man didn't stress much. He was just following G5 up and down. He knows that he's got Oyo State on lockdown because he was doing right by his people, at least to a large extent. So the bar has been dropped so low that you start to wonder, how can you feel as a governor in Nigeria? Because the standard is very low. If you pay salary on time,
that's an interesting question. Yeah, how can you possibly feel when it's so low?
The bar has been set so low that just pay salary. And the people love you already.
You can fail as a governor in Nigeria. It's so simple. Simple in
I know.
You won't do nothing. You just, the way you meet it, you continue with the same way. You just
look at G5. I should be up and down. They were just wasting time, wasting money. They couldn't meet in Nigeria. They were going to Spain, play golf, go to America, go to London, wasting people's money. Drinking 10 million naira bottle of whiskey. On the Monday morning, you said you were drinking whiskey with your friend.
30 years old whiskey.
And they will literally, they are not even ashamed. They will say they want to go overseas to go and rest, or they want to go and have a meeting because Nigerians are disturbing them. Can you even believe that your country people are disturbing you? You have to go overseas. These people they don't have shame.
Shame. I beg.
Jesus Christ. Openly. They're like, oh no, we need to go. They are disturbing me in Nigeria.
But sure, what I don't know is whether they are importing that Malaysia oil in Nigeria. I don't know about that. Because Nigeria,
I won't be surprised. You know, there was a time they were importing Gary from China.
Gary?
Oh God.
Yes.
That's gonna hurt.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Like branded Gary from China. Like
I think I've heard of something like that. The Chinese
branded
are beginning to go
Gary from China in supermarkets in Nigeria. You know, we like everything foreign. See, in this country and forefathers, I'm not sure that the lingo in the US. In this country, the word local means somebody that lives close or your local
Exactly.
pub.
Yeah.
Local
Yeah.
means,
Exactly.
peculiar to this area.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
It's not a derogatory term.
No.
It
No.
might
People
even
No.
be
in
a good
Nigeria,
thing. Yeah.
It's a
they
good.
say
Yeah.
local,
Yeah.
and it's bad. It connotates bad. Oh, Abba made is local. This one, the local. That's the way we see it. So we like everything foreign. So when I saw that Gary imported from China, and they were selling in Nigeria, I just thought, and don't be
They
surprised,
said.
there will be people
They
that will
said.
pride themselves in,
No.
we
They said.
eat
They.
imported
They
Oh
said.
Gary.
yeah, they just tell
They
you that
said.
they take all the chaff out of the Gary,
Do you
so those
understand? It's
chaff is
imported
not
Gary.
there. Period. So
Even if
it's
it is
well
better,
refined.
learn
And
how they've
Those
made
ones,
it better.
those ones that come and brag about eating imported
uh,
garlic, those ones,
and
in short,
and
I don't
and
know
they
what to
will
say
tell
about
you.
them.
They
And
will tell you.
there's this lady, sorry, let me just
So
add this to CM. There's this lady that says she works in the like advertisement and like fashion industry in Nigeria, that they make them wear wig, that they discourage them from wearing their natural hair in Nigeria. That those people that are promoting all this media, this thing, they deliberately make the people wear wig. And you go to TV channels, all of them, they're all the women there, they're all wearing wig because somewhere along the line, either somebody wants to has a serious case of colonial mentality, or they have a case of trying to sell wigs. So they want to promote it using any means necessary. That the lady was complaining that why is it that they are not allowing us wear our own hair? That
So
the only
father, why
time
are
they
you
allowed
talking
them wear
like
their
this?
own hair
Isn't
was
our
when we
lawyers
were
still
having a
wear wig
special day for
that they
cultural
don't
stuff.
wear in the UK that much?
Pardon?
If our lawyers, if they're going to court, are they not wearing wig?
Yeah,
You understand?
I asked
this thing.
Zakome about that question. I don't know what CM was. When I asked Zakome about that question, the people were saying, "Why did you ask him about that? He came to talk about P2B this thing." Because I didn't like the fact that they are wearing that wig. I asked him, "Are you going to support a move to remove it?" He started making arguments for why we should keep the wig. This is
And they
how
tell you,
our people
and they tell
are.
you the dirtier the wig is, the senior the lawyer is. It tells you how long they've been practicing. The older looking, rugged
Something that
it
even
is.
Joe,
UK
you said something
judges have
about
started
cocoa.
You
GOT.
know.
They are still
Joe,
using it
you
in
talked
Nigeria.
something about cocoa that they said Cabri about cocoa from Ghana, no Nigeria. It just makes me laugh because how bad it could be. Till today, Nigeria will still have cocoa.
Of course.
I will still harvest our cocoa. But you know how funny it could be? The cocoa farm, the Indians own the cocoa in Nigeria. So the Indian will come, they will pay for this year farming. They see this man that owns this farm.
Fine.
They probably give him money, send his kids to UK, send them here, send them here. The man has this bulk money. This one is going to US, to UK. They just give them money. So the Indian harvest this cocoa and ship the cocoa. We still ship cocoa. That's why it doesn't look like we have cocoa.
Okay. See, Paul, let's play this out.
You can see how bad
Let's say you are the
they still
president
ship
today now.
cocoa.
Let's say you are the president. You want to promote cocoa in Nigeria. You give it the money to a cocoa farmer in Nigeria. They go and embezzle it. What do you do? You catch another one. You give the next one. They go and embezzle it. What do you do?
So forefather, it is simple. One thing that we will talk about oil, own oil. Do you know why we do well in oil? Go find out people who work in the oil sector. You see the big company back in the day, you say NNPC, Shell, Chevron, ExxonMobil. How did it work? Shell, Chevron, everybody who work in NNPC, if you don't find yourself where you make illegal money, you quickly cross to Shell and Chevron, where you make legitimate money. NNPC is not making any revenue. Why is Shell and Chevron, the ExxonMobil, make money? Because the private sector still run it. They want the multinationals is collecting because they have a direct stake on it. So they have to make it work. So government is not making money on their own part, but the multinationals, everybody dream to work in Shell, Chevron, ExxonMobil. You understand? This is the same thing like the Dangote refinery you talked about, the 20% that government gets. Because if you have 20% shares in a company, well, you don't really have a say. They're making decisions at the board, at board meeting. You don't really have a say. So it's just that food done. They carry one person, go there, say, go represent us. It's a compensation. Like they can compensate Ojus or Kalu, say, okay, go be board of director
Yeah,
for
but why is it
them
that the
to do.
government don't see the benefit in running stuff well?
So
That
now
is my
it's
problem, and I
clear.
feel that the
So now
problem
it's clear.
is
So now
everywhere.
let me explain. So now hold on. Let me now explain the solution because I've talked about the problem. Let us not just keep saying the problem, the problem. So the solutions, let's still go back to the way the West do. since the so-called United Kingdom, the so-called America, governments don't have any business doing business. We all see British Airways doesn't own by the British government. We all see Delta Airline, United Airline. But what did the government do? Even though if British Airways have a problem, the British government will bail them because they create a lot of jobs. They do everything. But what government do very well, they regulate these people to the letter so that this problem will not be coming one too many. But our biggest problem, we don't regulate nothing. If you are telling our
Okay,
government to
you see, now you
invest,
just walked into what I was trying to address. You see, I don't think we that are in the West, that like from America and the UK, we should be careful when we start saying government has no business running anything, because it's not a fact. If you look at the Chinese government, the Ethiopian government, many governments in the world run, even the UK government runs this in the NHS. They do run things and it does work. Sometimes you have to understand that, like what you say, what you said just now, even if you make it private, I don't think it's a silver bullet like the NNPC now,
so when you
because
talk
those people
about the
cheat
NHS,
and
you
they are
see
still
what is going
they
on in the
have to answer to
NHS.
the government.
One of the ways that you said about NHS, let's use NHS now. One of the ways NHS work, NHS may work for the people who want to access NHS, but NHS is not a money spinning driven. You understand? So they give to NHS to do everything for NHS to work because the concept of NHS is very, very good and they want to keep that concept.
It's a
That may
social
be a
service.
very good social service. Thank you.
It's
That
a
may be a
social
very
service.
good thing. So we are talking about things that you can create job, keep job, and make revenue. So what government can do very well is know how to regulate very well and let people do business. That way it's gonna grow economy.
The
You
government can
understand?
never be
Certain
the
things, it's
highest
like
employer
city
of labor.
buses, it's like city bus, rail, and every other thing. These things don't really make a lot of money. You understand? But indirectly, it creates job, it opens cities, it opens everywhere. So the indirect job benefit people. But that rail service, the city bus and every other thing, it is highly subsidized. So they themselves don't really make money. But they use it indirectly to create job, to open up everywhere, to develop place, to grow value of properties from one end to another end. So that way, so or we in our own problem, civil service is our biggest problem. We don't regulate nothing. We don't regulate
But
nothing. Neither the
my
government
problem
are
is that
supposed to
we don't
regulate
even regulate the
few
private
business.
ones too. We don't regulate the
Yeah,
private ones. So
that's
there's
exactly.
no
If you
difference in
regulate the
any
private
of
ones
them.
very well, the private ones themselves will probably be even doing very well, way better. You understand? They will be doing way better.
So
But
the
no
problem
way.
is not restricted to public sector in the context of Nigeria. The private sector too is there because the government itself is not functional. And you can also argue that the people themselves, like I said, if you give somebody money now, go and do this, especially if the money is large, to go and do massive cocoa farming, there is a chance that that person could embezzle the money. There's a good chance, except there's a formula that we can come up with
So
that
public sector that you are talking
they
about, the
can do
public
that.
sector is also operating the public sector plus the private sector because the public sector still need the private sector still need the public sector in another way around. What do I mean by that? The regulators, you understand, the so-called ministries and parastatals that regulate some of these industries. You still need the best of people to regulate them so that they won't make mistakes. You still need to regulate them so that they won't take advantage of workers. They won't steal money. They won't use some of this business to launder money. They'll learn how to create profit. They won't be too greedy. You understand? Because when they go too greedy, then it's not going to grow very well. So, which means public sector still needs to regulate private sector very well. So,
They do
government
now,
is
but
failing
how
in
do
that
you
aspect.
solve that problem? How do you solve that problem then? Because we know it exists. How do you deal with it?
Any government that will do very well have to really, really work. The era where we keep doing this thing, where you compensate people by sending them to this ministry, these parastatals, and everything, that is too dangerous.
But the formula, you see, let me give you an example. This is why sometimes, one of the reasons why I find Peter to be quite interesting, and maybe Tinubu is a little bit interested in that area too, is what he did. He saw how the faith churches and the faith ministries and missionaries were performing versus the general normal public sector. He said, no, I can't accept this. So the government could take a tag from that because it means that people that are operating closer to the faith organizations tend to be more straightforward. It's almost like when I said to fix Nigeria, you need a nationalist government. You need people that are not necessarily just driven by just simple progress. Their goal is almost, they look at it like that is all they are focused on. They want to deliver this value. They are not, they are very, very, in other words, their threshold for being bribed or corrupted is a lot higher. You find they are very, very hard to bribe, and they are not likely to embezzle money. So maybe that is the tactics the government need to use, because if you look at P2B, he used that and it worked. And that's why he says he didn't even have to change any staff. He just had to change the way they are operating. And suddenly everything changed.
So for example, look at Arise TV. Look at the level of somebody like Ruben Abati. Look at Charles Anekolu, all the way from UK. You understand? Nduka Obiagbana brought the best. Look at Stephen Ayoride. He's a commissioner to Ambode at that level. He brought all those people. Before you know what's up, my brother, we don't even know whether we should be watching channels nor Arise. Arise now become, many of us are case study. Many of us will use Arise to make reference. How many times do you see government go employ somebody from ministry, go get somebody from Zenith Bank, from some small place to come and help them manage? No, you don't get that. You understand? Government cannot even take best bread. Government is where you compensate people with job, family with job, quota system, and every other thing. It's just so funny.
The way it
And
works,
apparently they sell positions now in communities. Like some small king, some small chief, they allocated positions, so they sell it to people in the community. So your son will go and fill this position, but you have to pay me 2 million. They heard about some scheme. I was like,
Oh yeah, they do that a lot in Nigeria.
I only
It's
found out
unbelievable.
recently, maybe like a year ago. I was shocked.
Even simple jobs, joining police, joining military, you have to pay. It's
Yeah,
like,
because your
what is
kinsman needs to
this?
sign for you. Like this NDA thing, where you need your king to sign, your this thing to sign. So you even go by it.
Why Nigerian case is so pathetic is this. This is the way it works. When they are doing this politics, why you see people die, it's not because of the fact that he's not interested. Maybe what happens in a ministry of this in Abuja, he's not eyeing that type. Some may be telling you that why he's doing all this Agbero, helping to snatch this, that he want to be the gate man at Nigerian embassy in Argentina because he want to earn dollar. No, I've had people say it now. Gone are the days when people go help you walk towards risk their life when you enter, because he knows he can't bring his CV to be made a commissioner or this. He knows where he lives. He's asking you, please send me to Belgium. Because Nigerian embassy in Belgium is we that will staff it. So they want to go there and so that he will be earning dollar. I want to live abroad. You see, if you see the level Nigerians,
you wicked here, say get man for Argentina.
Nigerian embassy in Buenos Aires. It's a Nigerian affair. You can employ any Nigerian there. It's like a country. So they want to
for somebody who think like that can be so very, very creative. Don't think to go big.
No. I'm telling. See, I'm telling. Okay, if you are in Lagos in those days, 1990, Paul, you are you're a Lagos chap now. You know that $10 election that after $10 won, instead of doing Lagos State Transport Corporation, he leave and go float a Jubilee line. You remember Jubilee?
I remember Jubilee line.
Jubilee line from conductor to driver, NRC. Jubilee line, conductor to driver. They talk at that time. Brand new this thing. They abandoned the old, said just to compensate them because they helped them win election. So this is the way we think. That's why government can run anything, because they use it as patronage. Okay, you were the former, now you help us win one local government in Osun. Is that so? We recommend you. So you go to one place. That is why
that is Sergio Zocalo punishment now. That is the punishment Sergio Zocalo is getting now. Because they felt, how did Sergio Zocalo win his own zone? And APC lose in terms of president. So they say, okay, you won't play your sense, we'll do you back. You understand? How you take win, but president no get votes.
So
for me, I don't personally subscribe to the idea that governments can't function, and many of the companies will like to think that they are not government owned in the West. The government has a lot of close relationship with them,
but you,
and
Papa, you know they are sincere. They are sincere. That's what we are. It's not that they can't function.
yeah, you have to. Yeah, that's what you need to change. You need to have a government that wants to do the right thing. If they want to do the right thing, private, public, you will see that it will still work.
You need both, but I don't think the government can be the biggest employer of labor. It's never going to be.
No. That's not that's a socialist system now.
You understand?
That would be a socialist system. Yeah,
it's true.
So you need the private sector.
The people
because
when they
but is the U.S. government not the largest employer in terms of one specific company?
Go look at it. He keep flipping.
Okay, which company?
He keep flipping with Amazon, UPS. USPS owned by government.
I would have
but now we're talking about
Walmart.
Amazon.
I'm not talking.
Walmart.
What I'm saying is
private sector.
You're comparing to the U.S. government. Are they the biggest, or is it Amazon? I'm talking the private sector.
No. The U.S. government is not anywhere close.
That's what I'm saying. You can't have the government employ more than the private sector as a collective. The private sector as a collective has to be the biggest employer, and all we need for that to happen in Nigeria is what I'm saying. Let's even say Tinubu has genuinely gone to meet foreign investors. Let's even say they're not lying. You don't need to sell making money to any investor. They follow opportunity. If they know that there's electricity in Nigeria, there's good roads, there's security, they would flock into Nigeria. You don't need to convince people.
Sure. Whatever Tinubu must have told them, they confirm with the ambassador in your country. That's all. So it makes no meaning going to them because whatever
he's going there to sign away our future or street himself, whatever he wants to do, but not likely to be for our benefit. That's my fear. Maybe it's going to be for our benefit. We don't know. We really don't. But I'm not holding my breath. Because it's not fair to say I know. It's really not fair to say I know that whatever he's going there to do is for the worst.
I feel it's medicals. I mean, I might be wrong. I feel it's medicals. If I didn't see the peak line,
it has to be.
During his last trip to Nigeria, I wouldn't have linked it to medicals. But I think it's medicals. The fact that everything is shrouded in secrecy, and this is part of the problem. These are not the days of going to tie your own, private deals. This is not a drug cartel deal that you just go in secrecy under the radar, and all of that. Go and do this. You're not dealing private deals anymore. This is a public affair. You are the president-elect. I mean, one of his spokesmen was speaking to Charles Ayagolu the other day. Was it yesterday? And Charles said, "Where has he gone?" He said, "Europe." Charles said, "Where in Europe? Do you have his itinerary?" He said, "Oh, that's not for me to know." You're a spokesman. Wow. And you're saying you don't have your organ's itinerary. He's going to Europe. Where in Europe? I don't know.
This is the next president of Nigeria disappearing nowhere.
How can you say you don't know his itinerary? And if you ask them, they're so defensive. I don't like Rudolph said, I don't think this guy know what they're coming to do. How can you say you don't know? And people ask you where is it and you get offended? Well, you can't be offended if we're asking. You said, if you had said he had gone to rest again, but of course that would raise a lot of flags. So that's why they're saying he's gone to speak to investors.
I'm concerned. I'm a bit concerned with their incompetence, actually, because this is another thing people are not paying attention to. They are displaying a lot of incompetence. Look at when he came back from this thing. They left a drip on his arm, and they can't be bothered to cover it with long sleeve.
Nobody could tell him to wear long sleeve.
None of them. They are so incompetent.
Did you notice after that day?
He wore long sleeve.
He's now wearing long sleeve.
Long sleeve. All his agbada were long sleeve.
It didn't occur to that person. And then when you ask them about the reason why he's going, they cannot even come up with a clever reason.
They said he's just gone.
He actually put on agbada, but because of he raised his hand up, that's why the thing leaked.
It was open. That's the problem. They should have put it in a way that
one costly mistake. One costly mistake. That's it.
These are supposed to be competent people that have their act together. They have got their act together, and this man is not good. They said they need to tap his brain, isn't it? That is not maybe it may not be physically fit, but they need to tap his brain. But if people that are tapping his brain are just as incompetent, God help us. What use is tapping anybody's brain if you cannot execute? You can't even cover syringe this thing under his eye, his elbow. Jesus Christ.
It's crazy. It's crazy what we've gotten ourselves into.
Nigerians can give you any reason. Which brain are they tapping? Which brain?
The man is old and tired. He's not 30 years ago.
We have to tackle one problem at a time. I think this is why I was urging Dr. Damages to start championing this thing, what they call medical tourism, and some of that channel can be championing something, or maybe all of them champion one thing. We deal with one thing at a time, so that when you start embarrassing our leaders, if they start getting it that this thing people don't like it, they are less likely to want to be doing it. They may even want to start shifting to doing this in Nigeria.
Even when Osiba and Joe, you understand, had to go to hospital in Nigeria, they brought the doctors from UK. And the doctors that came from UK, it was also funny.
I didn't even know that.
They are Nigerians. They're all Nigerians.
The doctors that came from UK is an Edo person, a Nigerian.
Nice.
He did his surgery. But you know the funny thing? And that's why I'm saying that the standard has been set so low. The bar is very low. You know that this thing that Paul said was celebrated. Everybody was celebrating it.
Yeah. I didn't even know that he brought the people from overseas.
From UK.
Travel. The doctors came from abroad. Because people are so used to Buhari going away. I mean, Buhari staying 1 extra week in the UK after the coronation to see his dentist.
Yeah,
he stayed 1 extra week on Nigerian taxpayers' money.
These people, they don't respect us, or they really don't respect us. Not one single bit.
In the whole of Nigeria.
Do you know it will
and they pump 3 billion for Aso Rock Clinic.
For a country that you say is broke.
Wow.
See, it's like what's this guy's name? E-Money. Abi E-Money. Shey E-Money, one of those rich people boys. It's like E-Money now on Twitter. They do something they call giveaway. That broke people will come and be hailing rich people. You know, they will say follow my Twitter account so that they can grow. Not E-Money. I'm just saying, imagine E-Money's kind of money. Let's say it was somebody who is into Twitter and is doing giveaway. You know, the first 20 people that comment, I'll give you 1 million naira. People do that a lot on Twitter. Now, let's say E-Money becomes broke, God forbid, and he's still trying to live up to that name, and is now borrowing money to do giveaway. That's what Nigeria is doing right now. Because why is Buhari staying 1 extra week? Do you know how much? You know when Buhari stays in London for 1 week, it's not just Buhari one person. The entourage will stay, the security, the plane will be packed on the hangar. They will be paying all this money,
and they will be paying for the park.
You understand how much did that 1 extra week cost us for Buhari to see a dentist? If you complain, they would attack you. You are wishing him dead. He spent 8 years now. He didn't die. How many people died before him? As if that's something to be happy about. The people that died before him, if they got the opportunity to go to London for every ailment, they'll be alive. Buhari didn't die because he was always in and out of London. But they'll be telling you, he said he was dead. He said it was Jubril from Sudan. Now he's alive. He's done 8 years. Tinubu will do 8 years. That's not something to rub in the faces of your fellow poor man. You have a lot more in common with the next poor man that you realize. When I read that thing that Buhari was staying extra week, I thought it was something they said to see dentist.
For his dentist.
And I just thought, really?
And there
for
are
a broke country.
There are more than
my brother, he get one slang.
He's going to pay them money when the money that we need in Nigeria is just patronizing foreigners. Do they not know that if they treat themselves in Nigeria, they will invite other people coming to Nigeria too for treatment? Nigerians will have more confidence in the healthcare system in the country. These people don't have any shame.
If you are a very good automobile mechanic, let's say sound one specialized with say Mercedes-Benz, and you are good with that job. If my Benz got broken and you don't have any of your tools around you, you can't do nothing. This is how doctor is when you read your book finish. Just bring this equipment. That solves the whole problem. Just bring this equipment, get the best technicians to manage these things. That solves good percentage of the problem. This is what we are running here in the West, up and down. Run to doctors, run to here, run to here. These guys can't do anything magic. The Nigerians come here. Once they come here, they learn with all those equipment and everything. They start doing very well. So I don't understand why our government will just you want to run to the west, you want to run to the west. Just
I
send
met a
everybody.
doctor, because I sorry, my job, I come across a lot of doctors and nurses, still on daily basis, I deal with them. And I met a doctor
AJ, you
who,
want to mute yourself? The echo.
No, he wanted to add something. Can you add something if you want to add briefly, or otherwise let's show
I
finish. Then
was
you
just
can.
saying that, I met a doctor at one of these hospitals recently. He's one of the team leads of a shift at one of the ED, emergency department of the hospital. He's an able guy, very lovely guy. And we got talking, it was leading up to the election, and we're just talking, and he said he used to work at the Aso Rock Hospital. And I thought, for somebody who used to be a doctor, a clinician at the Aso Rock Hospital, to Japa, for me, that's all I could just think, that you worked at the Aso Rock Hospital as a doctor. I didn't discuss this with him. Obviously, he has the right to,
Unbelievable.
but I just thought, for him to have Jackpot to come to the UK, he's living fine. He's a big boy. He's not struggling. He's not one of those, I come home, I'm struggling, I'm missing home. No. If he's missing home, it's not for money. He's doing well. I just thought, how bad is it for somebody who works at Aso Rock Hospital? Now imagine somebody working at the General Hospital.
That must be bad. It's like somebody working in the White House and Jack Barry.
The
No, go on,
Aso Rock
JJ.
hospital you talked about, show.
Mm.
The wife of the president said some months ago that they didn't even have needle, syringe. There was no syringe to even treat people. So if
Is that because they
hospital
didn't use it?
Sorry?
Is that because nobody uses it? I'm not saying they've not budgeted
No,
for it,
it's not
but
there.
because no one uses it, so
People are there.
people
You
just
go
take the
there,
money.
you don't get it. You have to go and buy your own to be treated with it. You have to go and buy your own.
Hi, Jesus Christ.
And that's how bad it is.
Okay. Yeah, people go to clinic just because they pretend I'm tired, I'm sick, let me go rest. So that's sick bail, as they call it for primary school. Not to go treat
You know what? I think we've seen it so many bad things. It's like nowhere you turn, you don't hear bad news. You know what? Let's talk about Afrobeats and Nollywood. I think maybe that's the only good news we see from Nigeria. I'm tired of. There's no way you turn to see any good news.
Even the Afrobeat too is still not doing well.
When Paul
The Afrobeat too is
at least
still
you're
not
selling
doing well.
somewhere.
When Paul was talking, let me just say that because I'm going away. Now, here's what I want to say. When Buhari was supposed to start government, he went to treat his ear. So now he's ending the government, he's treating his teeth. Now this guy who's coming in has not even come in yet. He's already gone to Europe. We don't know which part of Europe, but somewhere in Europe. And he's going there with our money because he's now president-elect. He has moved into the what they call it, the house where he's in waiting. It's called
Defense House. Defense House.
He's now in defense house in waiting. And so now his food and every other thing is based on government resources. But we as Nigerians cannot ask where is he, because you'll be looking for his downfall, not to talk about what he has gone to do. Now, if the treatment they are giving our leaders are so effective, I'm wondering, how come they didn't give it to their own leaders to make them also survive? And they're selecting young leaders. Now, Tinubu did so well, as the people from Lagos will say, for Lagos State. Yet there's no one hospital that can treat any of these people. They have to come to the States or somewhere in Europe. The question is simple. You see, they will not want to be treated in Nigeria, not because there are no private hospitals that can handle it, but those private hospitals will have the details of what they are treating, and those news may sneak to the press, and then people will know what they are suffering from. But right now, they are going to a place, destination unknown. You do not know what they are treating. You do not know what they are facing. And so they come back behaving like normal human beings, but not knowing that they're not even able to check a very...
So the other foreigners have their details than Nigerians have their details.
Have you seen anybody stealing money in Nigeria, investing in Nigeria? No. They invest outside.
They are traitors now.
If I criticize his health, they will ask me, do you have his medical history?
They will ask you that can't he be sick? Is
you
it wrong for him to be sick? So, and you see, it makes it.
Well, if you ask me, yes, I will be sick and I will die. So, but you are a president. You have to preserve your security, and we are willing to build a good hospital here in Nigeria so you can get treated. Stop going overseas. We
You know
have enough
something.
money.
You know something, forefather. You see, in Nigeria, we always look for the worst example to use to compare to ourselves. We don't say, "Oh, Malaysia." Just yesterday, Malaysia was doing badly, but today Malaysia is better than all. We can't say that. We don't say, "Oh, India we're higher than India," before, but now we're lower than India. No,
Even
we
China,
look for
even
the
China,
we
even
look for the
China.
worst examples to use to
Venezuela.
equate ourselves.
Venezuela is better than us. I don't know any country that is worse than us. So,
What are
because
you saying?
life expectancy in Nigeria is just
Somalia.
almost at the bottom.
There is Somalia. There's Sudan. There is,
Mm.
Kigali of yesterday. There are better examples we have that are, at least we are not at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah, let me find a list of
Yeah, this
life
is what they will tell you. They will
expectancy.
tell you why are you complaining. You are talking about the oil, fuel is expensive. Do you know how much they are selling it in Saudi Arabia? Do you know how much they're selling it in America? And the question is, the lifestyle of an American, the average pay of an American, is it the same thing with that of Nigerian? No, it's not. And so
The
when
man,
you begin to
the,
equate those
the,
things, you are
the
making
man
a
said,
stupid
you
argument.
see,
On the
you know,
list, on the World Bank list, Nigeria is second to the bottom.
Yeah.
Nigeria is number only Chad has the worst life expectancy than Nigeria.
this thing you are saying, this argument you are saying, is always at the bus stop. Some like I always show
Hi.
your mushy bus stop. Look at the shoe of the person where they make that argument.
First of all, see, why no call the name Free Readers Association? Because if you buy paper, you don't go stand there, you go to go.
You gotta go. Those one. No, immediately.
Does it not shock you guys that a president sitting on the seat of Nigeria tells you that in 2 weeks' time, if I leave, if you people bother me, I'll just move out to Niger. And he's still there. The National Assembly didn't say anything. Nobody said anything. In fact, we applauded
Look,
him.
how do these people get away with it? See, look at Japan. Japan, you can expect to live for about up to 87 or so years. That is ridiculous. It's something years. It's 7 years on average. That is crazy. That's for the women, by the way. The men it's a bit less. I think overall it's just about 85 years. That is a long time to live.
It's not crazy, man.
While Nigeria is, you'll be lucky if you live 52 years.
Yeah.
Over 30 years gap.
Yeah.
So that is bad. What is going on in the country? This is the kind of number you want to present to your leader and say, what are you people doing? You are busy running overseas for treatment to treat yourself while your people are dying in your country. They need to stop them from doing these things. And I think I don't even know whether there's any campaign going on in Nigeria to stop this, because it's not just about stopping them from because of the security issue. It's also about helping the Nigerian healthcare industry. Because if these people are not going wholesale to foreign countries, they are more likely to invest in the healthcare system in Nigeria. They really need to be stopped one way or the other. That needs to change. It's just ridiculous. Awful, man. 52 years, what is that? According to this thing, what is the point of being born if you live only 52 years? Before you live a life, you are gone.
And that 52 is with hardship. Not be say you just
that's exactly what I wanted to add.
With hardship.
And it's the average of all these elites that are living up to 80 something years. It's the average.
I was trying to get for you guys the latest hotel in Lagos, the latest Hilton hotel in Lagos. It has
and they build a lot of hotels in Nigeria, So many hotels. What is this thing with the hotels that they keep building?
It has its own private jet landing space, its own airport. You land direct to the airport. You land direct there.
We always do all these things.
It has its own.
In Lagos, they have so many hotels. The last time I went to Lagos, so many hotels everywhere. The hotels that didn't know existed before, they have them now.
This one, forefather, is for the big boys, not for you and I. You come in with your jet, you land straight at that airport of the hotel, and you use your jet tax into the hotel. You come down, your custom and is there. It has a custom table right in the hotel there, and everything. You are checked in and all that. So
Airfield, not just helicopter helipad,
no,
airfield you're talking
it's
about.
not a helipad. It's not a helipad. It takes.
Oh
I say
my,
your jet lands right on it. It right on it,
nice.
and you tax into it. Okay, you tax into it and park. And while you
Yeah,
come down,
while Makoko is a few miles away.
now why am I
You know,
saying that? This is a country where people can hardly have 3 square meals.
no, the
3 square
poverty capital. Just say
3 square
poverty
meals.
capital.
That hotel is there. I mean, it looks like something else out of this world. I was looking for the video because a friend of mine sent it to me. And said this is the latest craze in Nigeria. Of course, you don't have access to it if you don't have what it takes to fly a private jet. Okay, so
Nigeria needs highly committed people that are coordinated. What I mean by that is, yesterday I was having this discussion with somebody. I said, if we had 50 Nigerians that have no fear, that are incorruptible, you can't threaten them, you can't do anything, and these people have a good plan and end up and into the system and start changing stuff, I tell you, Nigeria will change. The problem is that those people are equivalent to having 100,000 people in campaigns, because what they can do is that nobody can corrupt them, nobody can threaten them. Because they don't have fear, they'll confront anybody, even if some of them fall. But if they are committed, they are actually going to be able to change it. The problem with Nigeria is that there have not been any coordinated move to change things for the better in Nigeria. Often it has to be tied to either breakup of the country or some religious strife, not necessarily to change the country for the better.
no, but recently you had the obedience
Answers.
movement, for which I'm not
Obedient.
now. But I said what was going to happen here because we have seen it play out over and over. When you have those committed 50 that decide to say, okay, this is what we are going to do. Once you start doing it, they are already understanding your weakness and your strength, and they eventually penetrate to get someone who would now be the one to destroy everything. Now, I said here that, you see, now that this obedient movement seems to be the next thing that's going to threaten their existence of these corrupt individuals, they're going to look for a way to infiltrate them and break them from within. And that's exactly
Yeah,
what
but you design it so that it is once the plan is on. Yes, some of them will fail, but it's not going to stop the ones that want to do those things from doing it. It just, even if you know them, what are you going to do? You're just going to go and start killing people on the street. You try to kill them, they are going to respond to.
Forefather,
Sorry, we are using heavy language here.
I don't want to use that word, but they fought people down in the streets of Abuja for Kuro daylight. Daylight. They brought those guys from Nasarawa State. They carried them with a police motor come, inside police jeeps and all that. The video is on the internet, so it's not been taken down yet. So what I'm saying in essence is that these systems are very well laid out. It's not something, and I laugh when some people are saying that we're going to get victory. You're getting nothing. You're only getting what the only reason why they will not swear in Tinubu 29th is because they didn't want to. If the arrangement they are making with him doesn't seem to favor them, but if the arrangement favors them, my brother, Tinubu is our president.
I think I don't subscribe to that, except Peter Obi is part of their influence too. If Peter Obi is not part of the game that they are playing, his evidence will stand on his own. You see what I mean? So it's not necessarily. See, even the Rothschild don't own the entire world. They are the most powerful family in the world. They don't own the entire world. Everything is on a sliding scale, and we shouldn't be necessarily seeing things in absolutes where we say this side they will decide everything that will happen. I think P2B has leverage. It depends on his evidence. If he brings clear evidence, you can't do anything about it.
I like what you're saying. You see, but somebody pointed out something earlier on. He said the ruling of the Osun governorship election should be a pointer to all of us. Okay? And they said something that you see the IREV is not the final thing. So you may be winning on that place. So don't hope that you are going to get judgment, or because we see more people there. So nobody can really say what is going to happen. I'm not saying that I know what's going to happen. I'm not saying that it's going to go this way or that way. But I'm saying that you see, it's like a slippery slope. Nobody can really say whether the Supreme Court is going to come clean as we expect them to, or decide to dance to the tune of their masters.
Did you check the judgment of for Adeleke?
That's what I'm saying. That's what one of the reasons that they said, which is making everybody say, "Oh, look, these people are sending a warning." And listen,
What was the warning?
The thing was that you cannot. It's not. They're not using the judgment of, say, Adeleke had more votes in the IRF to be the real reason. They gave some other reasons why they are saying that what they're saying. Okay, so
Yeah, the reason why is because they don't consider IRF a credible source of information. They consider beavers and one other form. So that is what they will rely on. And I think at least they've told P2B what they need. If you are going to court and the court says, I need this evidence, it's for the appellant, as they call it, to provide the evidence. If you don't provide evidence, don't expect to win. It's just that simple.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Like in River State now, where they mounted the road, blocked everywhere, and the people couldn't get those evidence they're looking for. What happens in such a situation?
No, the evidence will come out now because of the beavers itself.
No, but they couldn't get it. They couldn't get any of those things. They blocked the whole place.
If they don't have beavers, then the result cannot be valid because there has to be evidence of the vote. You can't. Then why did INEC accept the results when there's no beavers backing the result up?
The funny thing about the Nigerian law is that once it goes to court, the court believes that INEC has done the best. Whatever INEC says is correct because they are the body assigned with it. So all they need to do was the minimal. And so whatever INEC presents, the court stands to say what you have presented. So in this instance, INEC is not even trying to defend the result is submitted. Just because the courts are taking it for giving, according to them, that means that it's a government agency and they see no reason why they want to be on the fourth line. So whatever they present is taken as truth. You and I now need to prove that what INEC is presenting is not truth. But as
that is with the beavers. They have to use the beavers to prove it.
But as
the Form EC8.
Yeah,
Form EC8 is the most important one.
They will even check the voting cards, fingerprints, and everything to prove that it was tampered with and everything.
Where they want to do the proper thing. You don't even need to go far because right now, if you go to the one they've already uploaded, P2B one in River State and three other states. Okay, but who is going to look at that? We are dealing with people who, well, I don't want to be negative, sound negative all the time. I hope that God will help them to do the right thing. That's all I'm saying.
See, the right thing will be based on evidence. I think the judgment for Adeleke, if you look at that judgment, it's a sound judgment. There is nothing else to it. There is no mystery. And this is what bothers me sometimes when Nigerian judge dismiss it, say they are going to try. This one, the stake is too high. You can't just say there's evidence. You're like, no. Because Tinubu bribed me, I'm going to rule for Tinubu.
So, forefather, you to some extent, you don't want to blame somebody who says things like this. What do I mean by that? For example, how do you want to explain Lawan? How do you want to explain Akpabio? So that's why. So when people say things like,
"Oh, they have not finished. You have not finished." How do you want to explain Imo State? How do you want to explain
it? So when people say all these things, you don't want to blame them too much because because court case is all about precedent. You set negative precedent. They use it to judge you in court. You understand? You set positive precedents. They still use that same precedent again on the court. That's how it works. So there are too many negative precedents that it's like as a show we talk. The bar is so low.
I heard about the Imo one actually. They keep saying I've had it come up. I would like to learn more about that.
Hold on, KJ, you want to mute so that we enjoy the sound, please.
Sorry.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
do you know do you know
CM,
do you know
CM, can you explain this craziness that went on in Imo, because it's been brought up
I'm
several
not a
times,
I
so
don't
that
know
the world
about,
will
please,
hear
please.
about the craziness of our judges,
when
what they
when you
did.
when you're asking me to explain, it's as if I'm a culprit, as if I follow perpetrators.
You you are like an encyclopedia. You seem to know about all these things that has gone on.
I beg, I beg. Let me say what I want. Okay, I will come to that, but there's a mood in Nigeria now. Those will win and those where they go court to. Everybody knows show of May 29th. There is tension everywhere because nobody knows what the judges will say. On paper, if they follow Oshun more the way they do it in Oshun, the evidence is there. They use beavers, they do it. But like we talk about Lawal and their Pabio now, you can't. It's still the same. Yes, and now you're asking me of Imo
That
State.
one is cutting
What?
people's mind whenever they think about justice. Oh, Akpabio, Lawal. No, I'm not sure about it.
Yeah,
It's cutting people's mind.
It's true, yeah. So that of Imo State is that INEC did their deal. I mean, did their job. Was it with beavers? No, there's no beavers then. Was it? There's no beavers because the first place to use beavers was Anambra. Then on Ekiti, is it Ekiti? Then on Edo and then Oshun. So Imo State was still a card reader. What happened was everybody did everything, tallied the votes. Ihedioha was number 1, or they declare. Hope Uzodimwa, who was number 4, APC, favored party. I don't know the deal they did. They went and bring one type of, I don't know how they got the figure from one polling unit, say they didn't add those ones. People now ask, those figures we are getting from different polling units, what did the other party score in those polling units? Or is that polling unit only for you, all those ones? And the figure they brought, when they now put it, the thing sort of, it swamped, you heard your house, this thing. Say
Somebody
number
who has
one.
not contested election, they said
Oh,
it's a strong zone.
Exactly. So he won. That was how he made it. And then, Nigerian case. And
So they just brought a lot of votes from one polling
yes,
unit
No, they
and used it to
they said
overwhelm.
it's strong zone. They didn't count his strong zone.
No.
Then why did I add a strong zone? Then now how he become number 4 also win again. Then they also use another technicality. If you are not part of the petition, you cannot benefit. So for example, now the way Atiku is now, if Atiku choose to pull out now and they said Tinubu lost out and Atiku comes second, but because Atiku is not part of the petition, now
That's
it goes
interesting.
to Obi. So now that's how they kick number 2 and number 3. Remember?
They conceded. They went and
my
conceded.
brother, they caricature too much.
It's too much now. And the funny
Wow.
part of it is that it's coming from Supreme Court.
Crazy.
So no appeal. So whatever they say,
You mean Supreme Court said because those people are not they didn't file complaint? Oh my God, that was a terrible judgment.
That's why.
So that's how you go
was a
to
terrible
4th.
judgment.
So because 3 and 4, the petition. So it's just simple calculation.
2 and 3.
That's awful. That's
Sorry,
just
yes, 2 and 3.
judgment.
2 and 3. I mean to make mistake.
Then a toppled
So he is number 4.
A toppled number 1 and become number 1 now. So and the thing is,
hey God, our chief, you are not supposed to be driving. Though. What are you doing? I need to get you out. You are breaking the rules. You are not supposed to be driving. Let me get him out. Oh my God, he's fully dressed though. He's going somewhere. When you sort yourself out, you can come back.
Weather don't good. Party don't start.
Let's go
No,
now.
wait, I tell you, CS. Weather don't good. Party don't start.
Okay, now for Texas.
In the Texas, so we get 1 more month. Now the weather the day in between. So after now, no more.
That reminds me. They say that Texas, what thing they specialize in is that if somebody they eye your wife, they tell you, you never visit Nigeria, make you go Nigeria. By the time they go Nigeria, your wife don't change your dress.
Has he stopped? I think he has stopped. I think you have stopped there.
Forefather,
Good,
that
good.
hotel I was telling you about,
Augusta,
somebody just put the name
Augusta,
there.
I dey go prom. My daughter prom today. She said na Igbo team, Biafra team. So I dress as a shopper. They take her to the prom. She have
Oh, I did
her
that last
she
week.
she
I
have
just did
her
mine last week.
underage.
Wow. Man, Nigerians, you guys are representing though.
I
Like,
just did mine last week. I did my daughter's prom last week.
wow, that's solid. That's solid. That's
So
good. He's wearing his hat.
she said that it's Igbo team. So all her dresses, she have the audio engineer, everything. So I
Ah,
said,
he's driving
make I
again,
dress
though.
in my
No,
Lagadi
no,
and
no, no.
take
You
her
gotta
now.
go. We are breaking the rules. We are breaking the rules. You gotta go. Sorry.
So
When
where
you
you,
finish, you gotta go. He's driving. No, he can't be. He can't be on.
The name of that wonderful hotel is Hilton Legend. Hilton Legend. So you can check it out. You can't even get the room price on their website. You have to request for the price, and so
And
it's
it
not
should be
open to the public.
it must be in dollar.
Yes, obviously, Nigeria they spend dollars now. The only country that you can collect dollars, you know.
It's a
So
shame.
you have to write for your price, the room prices to be sent to you. It's not in the open, you know.
yeah,
So
just like the way we buy Louis Vuitton.
of course,
No price.
while you are sitting, forefather, you would like to visit that place. While you are sitting and taking your breakfast, you'll be looking at your jet because it's a glass
Yeah,
opener.
I'm not that rich. I've never embezzled a lot of money from Nigeria yet.
You know,
Uh,
No,
you sit
Papa, you can do security for embassy for there.
yeah.
Cut it to
So
steer.
that's a good idea.
the thing is that, like we are saying, Nigerian case, although the bar where we are now is so low, but like we said, if we get a committed leader that will move us in the right direction, Nigerians can follow up. It could change things will turn around. I have that faith because all these things that he's making is because we look the way our leaders behave is what we copy. That's all. The way the way they mess up, that's what we like to copy. But if you now get some people up there, some group, like you said 50, but I will say like 100, just let's just say committed, every in different sector. It won't take 2, 3, 4 years. People will be seeing results
Yeah,
instantly until
obviously.
it's
Yeah,
obvious. People,
we see what El-Rufai did in Abuja. You understand the transformation that El-Rufai transformed Abuja. El-Rufai did great work. Though it messed up in some places, so the normal government in that compensation, because government is also an accomplice, you approve some of this building that you destroyed. So you would have give people compensation. But the transformation, Abuja changed completely. So that tell you that if we have the right leader and they have the clear roadmap, we can achieve it.
it's true.
One thing you can say for Rufai is that guy seems brave. He's very, very outspoken, and he seems to be in the mix of people that really has power in the country. That's one thing you can say for him. And Kwakwaso too is one of those people in the north that you see that they really do have some serious influence. Um, let's see what they can contribute to the government. Or personally, I actually think that maybe Nigeria should be looking out for a government of national unity. But this culture of winner takes it all, and the problem we have in the country is too deep. We've just
You
been
see,
describing it. Look at how
you
deep
see,
it is.
I wouldn't,
The whole part of the country need to come together to solve this problem. It's just too deep.
you see, I would like if P2B managed to get in, that is everything the court do the right thing and then put him in. What I would like him to do is first, let him look for people in his own image from anywhere. It doesn't. I don't really like because when they are talking, you can just decide that you want somebody who will handle the police. Then you can just say let you look for because there are names will be coming up. Then you go and check yeah, of course there are names that will come up. You go and check the antecedents. When you do, you sit down and comb it through because what we are looking is the character of the person. not really the facility he will use, because you can provide that, but will the person be able to deliver and tell him exactly what you want? This is
You
not a
see
case of
you see, when you use the term deliver, that's a good point term to use, because while you were talking, I was thinking about it, that because Tinubu, they always use this term. We need competent people and people that have the experience and all the rest of it. Yeah, you can have the experience and use it to rob the
exactly,
entire country dry.
exactly, it's true.
So, what is the trade-off? Do you prefer people that are committed to doing the right thing than just only competence?
It's not that is, you tell, because
I
you
guess
the
it has to
person
be a mix of both.
exactly, you the person hiring the person, you've already known where you are, because you are the leader, you know where you are driving to. So you call the person, say, look, this is where the police is today, this is where I want you to take it to. That's why I employed you. This is where I want you to be, because
TM,
you
let
are
me
the
say,
leader.
TM,
What if they
sorry, let me
disappoint you?
say
What are you going
something.
to do?
Because we
That is
talk
the thing.
about, TM, we talk
That,
about the police now. You remember, I can't remember the year, so some years back, I can't remember the year when Cameron was in power. That London riot, when students, they start making all those riots and everything.
okay, in which the court was sitting on Sunday night even to sentence people.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah.
24
So
hours
then
court.
Cameron did something so special, which is like a sacrilege. Cameron was forced to get a police riot in New York Police Department, NYPD. That
I
is
think so.
trained. New York, they riot every day. They protest every day due to the United Nations and everything. A British person to go get an American person. When you get to that extent, the guy is looking for the best. Who the cap fits, the man that can do the job. You understand? These are the type of things that we need to do. If we can bring expatriates to do one Uguta bridge, then bring expatriates. What is a crime? You can go bring that Nigerian man who has been a police officer in America for 30 years.
Yes,
You will still see and call him his name, Frank. Good morning. How are you doing?
That is
Damian, good morning. How are you doing?
That
You
is even where
understand?
I'm heading to. Because when you bring, although the chap might be Nigerian in blood, but in thinking, he's thinking the Western way of combating crime. When he comes in, he will find out that our level of crime is even crude. It's not like the one you see in US. Do you understand? Because the people there may be sharper to do. So he will now find it that, oh, why these people are really committing this crime due to poverty. That is the clear thing. Me to abject poverty. That is what really is moving these people. That is the feedback he will give you as a leader. He will say the way we do it is that it's not really gun crime they are interested in. It's because of poverty. Their sophistication is not just that they don't see food to eat. They snatch a purse here at the bus stop, double cross this person, do all this. He said, okay, what we will do is when we get them arrested, let's see how we can rehabilitate them.
Did you see this point that was made here?
Yeah, you only say rehabilitate. Just imagine that
if he
you
gets to
can take.
Nigeria, he will be corrupted. He's saying that Nigeria corrupts people.
I disagree. With good teamwork, that is one. For example, you get people in the prison, you make them go work in the farm. While they are working in the farm as prisoner, you pay them.
Okonjo-Iweala left the World Bank, came to Nigeria, wasn't corrupted. Professor Adesina, the one of agriculture under Jonathan, they left their great jobs they are doing thing with UN. He came back, he wasn't corrupted. That is the person we are singing his praise, and so not everybody. You see, the thing is,
internationally, people that have the capacity to navigate, that have lived overseas and come back, are less likely to be corruptible.
Exactly, because your name, that name you made abroad, you can't come there and then dent it, because your colleagues, you are going back if you finish also. So
I think Paul is thinking how many cases that of people that came from overseas that have been corrupted.
No, don't be surprised. Sometimes too, like no. They can Tinubu go bring one man went to Mo now. When see you expect?
Let's cash out. Let's cash out. This cash out thing,
forefather, MC Olumo, doesn't he live abroad?
No,
that one. No.
I think they say he came from abroad, but I don't know that he lives there now.
He lives in Atlanta.
He lives abroad now. Yes, his daughters
He
and
have
wife are
paper.
still here.
No, he has paper. And so Oluomo, can you mute? Let me explain that part, please.
Okay.
Yeah. So SQ Oluomo, when he started making money, SQ Oluomo is local agbero in Mushin. So when he started making the money, become the Lagos chapter, Omoshodi to the Lagos chapter, road transport worker. He started making money. This Yoruba artist, and so they started having babies for him left, right, and center. So many of these girls, those ladies, they're all US citizens, good percentage of them. You know, the Yoruba like these things very well. It is easy to get paper in the US because in the US, the way US work, if you get your green card, if you are filing for your citizenship, all they ask you, you must stay 2.5 days plus 1 out of 5 years. So which means half of your years you can stay in Nigeria. So I can stay in America for 3 months, run back to Nigeria, come back, you'll be juggling it left, right, and center. So the money is there for Oluomo. So he manage it and slide and get his paper. Not like he never live in the US. He make his money in Nigeria. Go play with these women. That's how he got that papers. Yeah. Yeah, he just keep going back and forth. Yeah. He never lives in the US. Like say live in the US. So staying in the US, staying
Anyway,
in the
well,
US is a pain for him.
See,
It's
have they
a
released
pain for
that?
him. But because of his, he don't want to lose his status, his green card status. So we hang in there and live, hang in there and live. It even cost him so long for him to get his citizenship because he's not inside the US for so long. And equally, he's not working. Though he may be working, you understand, because there's something people do, you know, we're in public place, you can give your akuko to another person they use. So which means for record, it shows say you the hustle. Meanwhile, maybe you want to go break your back, you go do that one way better money there for the other side.
CM, you wanted to say something?
No, yes, what I'm saying is that something like, when we talk of people moving from abroad to come and help, like appoint, when we talk, it's not the likes of Oluomo. Then I know that is we're just joking. It's not those type.
If I don't know, everybody can do something for transport.
No,
If
no.
INEC can give a contract to provide
Let's be
buses,
serious now. Let's be serious.
if INEC can give a contract to provide buses and they say deliver twice now, not once, twice, the bar they load they go. You get faith. Thank you. You try. You get faith.
We're here for serious business. Anyway, the thing is this. The thing is this. You see, look, going forward, what I want, because a leader, why I'm saying it is that when he tells you, it's like if you play football, the coach hires you, we tell you, don't worry, I brought you from Italy to Premiership. What I want you to do is this. This is why I'm bringing you. If you can help do this, that is what I want you to do in the team. So when you get anybody, say, look, Nigeria and our system of policing is very shameful. What I want is a total overhaul, and they reorientate the police so that they make it professional. They take pride, first of all, that he's a policeman and he's doing a job. It will take a long time, but